We are live at Collectco for Friday, May 23rd's live Facebook record sale. And when you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here and we are live. And when you're here and when you're live with us, be sure to let us know. Thank you and welcome everybody for joining us. And let's start sharing and liking and posting. And that's the chat, and this is this chat, and then I can pull up the other chat on my phone. All right, we're chatting. Thank you, Jake. Let's see. Hey, top viewers is Tanner. Congratulations, Tanner. You're our first TikTok viewer. Now comment and see if it shows up here or here. And just put, I would like to purchase all your Led Zeppelins. All right. It tells you when you join too. Wow. Okay, so welcome everybody. Let's get this shared. First thing is here. And all right. So let's see the like button there, and share and copy link, and let's see, let's post this as Collectco.
I just don't notice YouTube is
Okay.
Will that update? Right now? Look, we got YouTube.
Oh. Okay. Do you have sound, Tanner?
Yeah. Yeah, it's working good.
Okay. All right. Welcome everybody. Sorry, I'm in the sharing mode right now. So welcome if you're hopping on. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, X, and right now currently TikTok. And welcome. I want to pull it up myself, but I hadn't found it yet. But first I'm going to open this. Laura's on a blue juice run because my ice machine was out. Is this what it looks like?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now if you rotate it, does it go full screen? No, it just looks like this. Okay. Did you turn that? It was where you could do it that way, right?
Where it can go sideways? I don't
Okay.
You don't want swaps.
Okay. No lives like that? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've watched some where you can rotate it in it. Well, I don't know. Maybe not. I know there's videos that's on there and then you can rotate your phone and they go full screen. So, okay. So welcome everybody. And we are in the process of sharing some links. And that's what I'm doing right now. I've clicked on so much stuff. I don't know if I've actually shared the link or not. Here's Fridays. Thank you, Jake, for getting this set up. And so basically, we're going to be selling some records tonight, like we do every night. And here's this. And here's that. And then what else do I have? I have to share it here. We're sharing. First few minutes here, I'll be sharing links. 101 likes. I like that. YouTube. link. And then we just got posted on our story. Now tomorrow we got to set up Instagram. That's the one I really want going next time. So just stand by, and we're about to sell some stuff. And I got to take a crate. Thank you, Laura, for marking all these. I'm going to try to snap a picture of them right quick as soon as over here. We're live on TikTok, Paul. I love something new. Something old, something new, something different. I didn't even get to say hi to John. Those good CDs? Those are sold CDs. All right, I gotta make one post over here, and we're gonna be good to go. One more post, and I'm ready to start actually running this thing down for tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go hunt them at around 11. I mean, we got all these back here. I sold a lot of these back here behind me, but they've technically already been shown. So, yeah, we're looking for good ones. Okay. So, let's see here. Remove this. And the next thing, whenever I may ask Paul, Tanner, whoever, I need empty crates. Empty crates. I'll take at least a couple. Yeah. Okay. Jill's going to work on that. And here we go. So let's pull up this flip video. And Chad got my first message. All right, I'm officially looking at the chat. Let's get this show on the road. We've already pre-sold quite a bit of stuff. Welcome, everybody. Streaming to, now we're streaming to TikTok right now. I can see the chat, but it's not showing up over here on Restream. So I can see the chat. Those comments just don't come over here to the embedded feed. But I can see who's on, and I can see who's commenting over there. So welcome if you're watching. Thank you. Just trying a little bit new angle. Maybe some people find us over on TikTok tonight. And when those people find us on TikTok, they will come and follow us on YouTube and X and everywhere else. Right, Jill? Right, Tanner? Tanner's not even here. Tanner disappears sometimes. Just like everybody else. Okay, so let's pull up this video. Jake's working on something. When Jake runs back here, I don't know if that's good or bad. All right, and then here's this right here. What's that, Tanner? Okay. All right, so here we go. Let's grab this empty crate and let's start doing it. So welcome. Let's read out some of these comments. Sean Fairweather, Incarnation Gorogoth, The Sword Gods of Earth, Marilyn Manson Ministry, Bill Withers Cattle Decapitation, DRI Europe Cinderella Repulsion, Slick Rick Repulsion, Periphery Mastodon, Kiss and Clutch. That's some stuff we sold. So if there's something else in here that you see, these are all available for sale. The ones I just read was over there from the flip video, which is posted in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. I'm going to move my pen and pad. I'm going to put all this right over here. Thanks, everybody, for joining us, and let's go ahead and get started. First thing I have is Elton John live in Moscow. This is $34.99. Hello, Melanie. Now, I see other people commenting over on TikTok. I see people like Melanie. I'll just have to get their exact name, because I may not be familiar with your handle over there, but welcome. Elton John's $34.99, and Heath Norman wants night songs. Heath, I'll go ahead and sell that to you right now. You get the first sell of the night. That's sold to Heath Norman, $38.99. Thank you on that. There's Elton John live in Moscow, $34.99. And then Elton John, Give Me Some Truth. This is John Lennon, excuse me. We had Elton John and then John Lennon. We have John Lennon, Give Me Some Truth. That's a 2LP blue vinyl, $34.99. And then there's Elton John, so don't get those guys confused. Reba McEntire, rumor has it, this is a limited edition 30th anniversary on colored vinyl, $29.99. So we still got the We still got the John Lennons and the Elton Johns, which are both basically on sale. The John Lennon is a Target exclusive on blue vinyl. And then this Kiss Unplugged is at the best price I've ever been able to offer it. And we did sell a couple last night. There's a few left. And Jay Condi also wants one. This one, so did Jay Condi. Yeah, about a tub. About a tub. I figured like somewhere left of that fridge or to the right, there's more.
Yeah.
There's got to be. You know, we just got to. Or I went through a U-Haul box last night, had some pretty good stuff in it. Okay, can I get on the waiting list for Flames the Mask? You can. Put down Rebecca Howard for Flames the Mask. Thank you on that. Crystal Newman from Facebook, welcome. Also, we have DRI. This is called Four of a Kind. DRI, and this is sold to Shannon Price. Thank you, Shannon Price. You get DRI. That is sold to Shannon Price. I greatly appreciate that. Here's Red Fang Deep Cuts. Red Fang Deep Cuts is $38.99. And then here's another In Flames. And this one's called Forgone. It's 2 LP. It's on blue vinyl, and it's $36.99. Also, we still got Iron Maiden Peace of Mind, $33.99. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the retweet button on X, wherever you're watching from. And I guess over on TikTok, the like button over there, it says we have 103 likes. Wow, that's a lot. We've only been on there for 3 seconds. And we have Nick Galiti on the Iron Maiden. Thank you on that. And then, Cody, I saw that message. I meant to ask Paul and Laura. I have not actually seen that yet, but they are aware of it. And then here's Repulsion. And several people commented Repulsion. The first Repulsion here was sold to Kristen Darren. Kristen Darren, you get Repulsion here. Thank you on that, Kristen. And then Cameron Lingefeld, let's put him on a waiting list, okay? And then we have Repulsion. So make sure Cameron Lingefeld's on a waiting list from that. I'd greatly appreciate it. Over here is Roger Waters, Amused to Death. Roger Waters is $64.99. That is a 2LP Analog Productions. Pressed at QRP, $64.99. It is a 45 RPM. I see a bunch of CDs that are tinkering on the edge. Look like they're all about to fall. I got CDs stacked up everywhere. It's amazing still how many we have after how many we've already sold. And then Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry is $38.99. And I think that one went unclaimed, so it's still available. All right, so we got Rebecca Howitt. And then we have Melanie over there watching. Great. Crystal Newman. Welcome, everybody. And I'm Darren Chrisman, but that's okay. Did I say Chrisman Darren again? Darren Chrisman. I mess that up all the time, Darren. Man, I don't know what's up. My brain just don't want to say your name. It's like Ryan Annals. Ryan Unnels. I told him the other night, I said, man, I just don't know. There's just something. There's some kind of glitch up in the system. There's a glitch in the system up there. Some names I'm just like, what? All right, let me take some of these CDs off the table so we can start running some auctions. Got to get the table cleared off a little bit, though. Camera's in a really good position. Rebecca says she claimed Ministry. She did. I just scrolled back down to the bottom and seen where Rebecca got Ministry. So that's sold to Rebecca. And then Tate Prime, if you want on the waiting list, let me know. Rebecca had actually claimed it. She claimed it 10 hours ago, to be exact. Let me put that over there for Rebecca. Sorry, I hadn't really focused on those comments yet because I'm over here trying to make sure all these CDs don't crash to the floor. We got to be getting close to 600 sold now the last couple nights, which I'm just kind of like, do what? And now we have Roger Waters. So Tate Prime, which is a new viewer this week over on YouTube. Now the way that works is I can get you another one of those. They'll be in like next Tuesday or Wednesday, and then you'll get billed the following Monday. So if you want on that waiting list, let me know. This Marilyn Manson picture disc. This is Marilyn Manson live in Buenos Aires. That is sold to Brian Jones. Thank you, Brian Jones. That's so to you. And over here, we have the Cars, which is their MoFi copy, the MoFi pressing. And Tate Prime does one on the waiting list for Ministry. Okay, great. So here is the Cars. And this is their self-titled pressing from Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, $44.99. Make sure Cameron Lingefeld's on the waiting list for Repulsion. And make sure now that Tate Prime over on YouTube is on a waiting list for Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Thank you on that. Next LP is Blind Melon. That's the music on vinyl pressing with their hit song No Rain. Obviously a tough album to get. Came out in 1992, so not many pressed on vinyl then. Everybody was buying CDs like hotcakes. And then here is Europe. And we have Europe, and this is so DeCarla, or excuse me, I'm not holding Europe. This is Bill Withers. How did I come up with that? Jamie Diaz got Bill Withers. Thank you, Jamie Diaz. That is so to you. Now, also keep in mind, if you comment, you can watch over on TikTok, but make sure if you want to buy, you do come over here to the main chat on Facebook and YouTube. Now, if it goes okay, we might eventually embed the TikTok chat into this chat. I think we can do that, Jake. And then if that works, then you can watch over there, because it may be, I don't know, their servers are pretty dang fast. It may be the best lag connection. So we'll do that. Tim Graham, I have not done guitars, but I do know where they're at. And we have 2 more left in here. Cinderella Night Songs, which this one's so to Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla. That's so to you. And then I have 1 obituary left, which is Slowly We Rot. Obituary is $38.99. All right, let me go back to the top, make sure I didn't miss anything there. The rest of the stuff's over here in this other crate. Periphery, Mastodon, and Clutch. All that's over here in this other crate, isn't it? Yeah, all that's over here in this next crate I'm about to go through. So welcome, everybody. Now, Preston Minyard. Preston Minyard, is that No Rain? Is that a claim for the Blind Melon? And if it is, we need to get you registered. Just say, yes, I'm a first-time buyer, Preston. Say, yes, first-time buyer. And no, this is a new copy. This is new and sealed. It was music on vinyl. It's probably been made in the last 6 months. It's not OG. No, everything in this crate is new and sealed. All right, somebody said there's only a 2.5 second delay. Now your chat on... that's yours? Oh, you're JT. Okay, that is Jake. Okay, I was like, somebody just has a 2.5 second delay. Yeah, I wish we could see how fast it actually pulls up the restream. We might pull it over there tomorrow just to see. I just need a button. I've been on some TikTok lives before, and the chats are just like crazy. Like if it starts getting shared and hits the algorithm, sometimes there's 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people watching, and there's so much going on in the chat. You can't keep up. And I'm like, we don't need that on here unless people are literally buying records. And if people start buying records that fast, then we got a whole new set of problems on our hands. But hopefully it remains calm, and then we can embed on that. So yeah, obituary is also music on vinyl. Yeah, and then Craig says my mic is slightly low. Really? Let me bring it a little bit closer. I've got it pinned on my shirt, probably about 3 inches lower than I normally do. Let me bring it a little bit closer. Everything else seems fine on my end. Okay, so there's that. And here we go. So how about this, Preston? If you do want Blind Melon, say Blind Melon sold, and then we'll get you taken care of from there, okay? And then let's go ahead and sell Obituary. And Obituary is sold to Jeremiah Stasich. Also, I wanted to read Jetstream's comment. Chad, after you talking about Tool for the 2 years I've been here, I listened to all their stuff. Older stuff, man, Fear Not on my whole other beast, gorgeous stuff. Yeah, I'm in the same way. I like new Tool. I like their probably last 3 albums than anything, you know, from the early. Of course, they don't have a lot, but yeah, Fear Inoculum, definitely incredible stuff. I mean, I've told it to people who they think they would never like Tool because they heard of Tool maybe back in the 90s as like this harder, maybe metal band. And I'm like, no. I know the kind of music y'all like. If you go listen to Fear Inoculum, you'll appreciate it as just a casual listener of just about anything. So, when do you guys get payment ship out? All right, so if you message us, Tanner, if you filled out that first-time buyer form, we'll invoice you on Monday and then give us right now 5 to 7 days to ship. 5 to 7 days to ship. Jake has fixed the volume. Craig says it sounds much better. Awesome. Let's see what's going on over here on this chat. Everything looks good. Okay, we got Elton John live in Moscow. That's $34.99. That's a 2 LP. Live, great stuff there. Rocket Man. John Lennon on blue vinyl. Give Me Some Truth. That is $34.99. And Reba, rumor has it, $29.99. And we have Kiss Unplugged for $36.99. That's a 2 LP. Kiss Unplugged. And Red Fang, that's Deep Cuts, $38.99. In Flames on blue vinyl for $36. Gorgoth, I didn't pull one of those for Sean Fairweather. I knew I missed something in here. Sean Fairweather, thank you. You get the Gorgoth there. And then the next thing in here was the Roger Waters, Amused to Death. That is $64.99. The Cars MoFi 44. We sold one Bill Withers. There's one left. And then Blind Melon. Unless our new buyer over there wants it. And that is a new sealed copy. Okay? The new 311. Which one is that called? Which one is that called? And yes, you'll get an invoice via Monday, via email on Monday. Yep, and let's go ahead and knock out this other crate. Man, we need some new auctions. I hadn't even put up our first auction. Welcome everybody to Collectco. Is this a Paul crate? What's up? Man, Laura's on a blue juice run, which is a shout out to Laura for doing that. And we still got, okay, good. Tanner pulled all that, and let's bring up our Japanese stuff. Here we go. All right, and we got some other auctions too, like Pink Floyd. Here is a 2016 remaster of Pink Floyd, Gorgoroth. Thank you. But isn't there a Gorgoth too? I think there's a Gorgoth too. First thing we have over here is Pink Floyd. And this is 2016 180 gram. And this is very nice. It's EX Plus, near mint minus. It's the newest remaster of Pink Floyd's Metal. That's going to go up for a $20 start. No, you didn't miss a tool. We were just talking about how great Fear Inoculum is. And then Andrew, remind me the name of that 311 and I'll check on it. And then the Cars is not an early press Gore Guts. Maybe that's one thing about. And then... no, the Cars, Toby, is a new sealed MoFi copy. That is from Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. That's an audiophile press. Now, if you're looking for an OG, that's okay. But just FYI, there are a couple great pressings of the Cars that are modern. That one, but the new Rhino analog hi-fi is also incredible. And this camera is just a little bit too close to these crates. We might have to fix that in a second. I'll change it. It's not enough clearance for me to move the crates in and out. Let me go ahead and bend this back, and then we'll fix it in a second. Let me get a crate up here first, and I'll fix it, okay? Just barely enough clearance to get the crates in and out. Actually, I just got to slide this one over. All right, let me just slide this one over. And Pink Floyd's a $20 start. Got a few auctions to get rolling tonight. Let me slide this over. Maybe we can sell everything out of here, and if we sell everything out of here, you know what that means? What pressing is the No Rain? It is a new music on vinyl pressing. New music on vinyl pressing, okay? Time to get some hardcore singles up first. First is this one here. I struggled with their name. I struggled with their name last night too. I think it's, Craig said All Hest. You don't say the C. It's more like an H, All Hest. And that is $29.99. No, Pink Floyd is a new sealed remaster. It's not Japanese. Not sealed. It's a new 2016 remaster. $20 start on that. Dismember, the complete demos. We still have Dismember. These are $29.99. Dismember, and then Incarnation. We got Blood Incarnation. Now, Sean Fairweather put Incarnation. I don't think there's another Incarnation. I think there's just this one. This might have been the one you wanted. Sean, is that right? If so, let me know. And that's $33.99. Pink Floyd is a 2016 remaster. And then we have Dismember again, massive killing capacity. Dismember is $29.99. And then Black, and I definitely figured this one out last night, Dahlia. The Black Dahlia Murder, that's $39.99. I hope I'm still close on that one. And then here's High on Fire. And High on Fire is on hot pink and brown galaxy colored vinyl. That's $36.99. And then, no, here's Incarnation. This is the one Sean Fairweather wanted. So this is also sold, and that's called Profane Nexus. It's on Swamp Green with Splatter. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. Thank you on that one. And then I still got the new Rick James Collected Super Freak. That is $54.99. Rick James Collected. And then Obituary. That is black and Halloween orange, galaxy colored vinyl, limited to 2,500. That is $33.99. And then The Crown, Royal Destroyer. The Crown is on violet, blue, marble violet. That's a lot of, they're doing some play on words there. The Crown is $33.99. Now, we sold a copy of The Sword. We still got The Crown. And then Troy Robinson, that's coming up. Here's him, Greatest Love Songs, for $33.99. Now, Tate Prime has the Pink Floyd for $20. That's going once, going twice on the Pink Floyd. That is to Tate Prime. Let's find my next basket of shingles over here. Let me try to find those right quick. Now, this has been looking at me. This is, I don't know. These were over here in this new stuff. Let's just sell these together. Yellow Brick Roadkill. Yellow Brick Roadkill on yellow vinyl. And Fireworks, Adventure, Nostalgia, and Robbery on red vinyl. Those two singles being sold together for a $7 start. Those two being sold together for a $7 start. Also, we have Europe, their Ultimate Collection. Europe is $34.99. And this one was sold to Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla Brecky. That is sold to you. Appreciate that. And over here, we got Earth. And this one is Primitive and Deadly. Earth is $38.99. Earth Primitive and Deadly is $38.99. That is still available. Also, Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth, that's new and sealed, $24.99. 6 crates of new vinyl tonight. John just dropped off 5 crates before he left. Paul's here marking records. Laura's here marking records. We have a lot of stuff to sell. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Iron Maiden is $34.99. Morbid Angels, $38.99. And we have Clutch, Book of Bad Decisions. And Clutch is sold. Oh, here we go. 1 second. Thank you. Appreciate that so much. And that is exactly what I need. I just got a delivery for Blue Juice, which I haven't had in like 3 weeks. So that's going to be very, very delicious here in a second. I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is sold to Ben Digert. Thank you, Ben Digert. Clutch was sold to you. Nick Goletti, our new buyer, he's wanting Iron Maiden. Nick, you must be an Iron Maiden fan. I think all of your purchases so far this week have been Iron Maiden records. Patsy Cline's Greatest Hits on pink vinyl for $29.99. Tesla, 5-man London Jams, $34. And we did sell this last copy of Slick Rick. Slick Rick is sold to Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy. That is sold to you. All right, and that Pink Floyd remaster just got 1 bid. Not a bad price at all for that at just $20, and that's sold to Tate Prime. Thank you, Tate. That's sold to you. Now the singles have bids for 7 and now 10. If anybody else wants anything else in there, just let me know. We got Tesla. We got Patsy Cline. Darren Johnson wants that last copy of Clutch. Thank you. These are all new and sealed titles. These are all new and sealed titles. Tesla, Patsy Cline, Morbid Angel, Men Without Hats, Earth, Him, The Crown, Obituary, Rick James, Incarnation, High on Fire, The Black Dahlia, Dismember, Blood Incarnation, Dismember, and Alhest. All right, and then Rebecca Barber wants a Patsy Cline Greatest Hits, and that is on pink vinyl, and now we have 1 copy left. Crazy. I fall to pieces. How about Walking After Midnight? That is sold. Thank you on that. All righty. So those singles are still getting bids. We can almost, man, amazing. A few more read-throughs on those. And last night, 6 crate of new vinyl. 6 crates of new vinyl. Last night, 6 crate of new vinyl. I think I can actually put it into 1 crate right now. I can. That's absolutely amazing. So that means last night, and those crates last night were pretty packed. 5 crates of new vinyl, back-to-back nights, and now Patsy, and we're still selling titles. Carla and Patsy Cline, and we still have another crate to go through. So last night, 6 crates of new vinyl. I've got everything right here packed into this 1 crate. That's pretty incredible. That is a lot of new vinyl going to new homes. Now here's what we're going to do. Tanner did a great job earlier pulling some of the pre-owned titles, so you may have got a thumbs up earlier from Tanner and not Chad on the flip video. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up myself. I think I turned back on commenting, but this is going to go a lot faster because they're already pulled, but I'm going to read live right here who got what, and that way you know, and we're going to go ahead and put it in tonight's sold stuff, but the good thing is it's already tagged. Okay, and then now when we go to here, we'll know what's left. So let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be, I think I got more Pink Floyds in here. Is this OG? Here's a 1975 pressing. This is Pink Floyd Harvest. That's the label. Pink Floyd Obscured by Clouds. It's a 1975 U.S. reissue. It is a VG Plus copy, and it needs to go up for a $30 start. And that's a 75 U.S. reissue Jacksonville Pink Floyd. And don't forget, Rebecca Howitt, you've been outbid on these 2 singles. Jeff Brinley now has it for $15. And that is Yellow Brick Roadkill and Fireworks, Adventure, Nostalgia, and Robbery. Those are both on colored vinyl. So here's who got what. John Durden got the Rolling Stones for $6.99. The Doors went to Mike Bartlett for $19.99, and then the Supremes was for Jenny Potts for $14.99, And then Eric Clapton Backless was sold to Jeannie Potts for $14.99. And Heart Magazine was sold to Jeannie Potts for $14.99. And Bob Dylan was sold to Jeannie Potts for $9.99. And Bread was sold to Jeannie Potts for $9.99. And Richard Pryor was sold to Jeannie Potts for $9.99. And Clifford Brown was sold to Kathy Collinsworth for $14.99. We have Lou Reed was sold to Sean Hibbler for $14.99. Tom Petty was sold to Sean Hibbler for $19.99. Emmylou Harris was sold to Jeannie Potts for $14.99. Sam the Sham, the best of, was sold to Robin Glenn for $6.99. Pat Benatar was sold to Robin Glenn for $9.99. The Beatles was sold to Phil Freeman for $14.99. Ozark Mountain Daredevils was sold to Joe Salamo for $6.99. The Youngbloods was sold to Joe Salamo for $9.99. The George Jones was sold to Joe Salamo for $14.99. The Dwayne Allman was sold to Gary Wellman for $9.99. Willie Nelson was sold to Gary Wellman for $9.99. Fleetwood Mac was sold to Tony Hall for $14.99. Don Henley was sold to Patrick Lear for $14.99. Christofferson was sold to Robin Glenn for $9.99. Sinatra was sold to Peter Mazzolino for $19.99. The Firm was sold to Rebecca Howitt for $9.99. Rebecca Howitt also got Doctor and the Medics for $9.99. Survivor was sold to Rebecca Howitt for $14.99. Brian Ferry was sold to Rebecca Howitt for $14.99. Booker T was sold to John Smetzer for $19.99. The Who was sold to Lucas Patterson for $14.99. The Animals was sold to Chris Bachek for $6.99. And then Greg Preston got Phil Collins for $9.99. Now, 3 minutes ago was the most recent claims. Brian, and Christopher Nagy. So I'm going to turn off the comments after we pull this. Jefferson Airplane sold to Brian Call for $14.99. You heading out, John? Thank you. So Brian Call got Jefferson Airplane. That's the most recent comments. I'm officially turning those off for a second. And the reason I'm going to do that is so nobody watches the video. And so, Brian Call, you do get Jefferson Airplane. Now, we can show live what's left. It's just a handful, but maybe we can sell them all right now, okay? A quick update. 45s are at $15, $16, and now Pink Floyd's a final call for $30. And these two singles are sold to Jeff Brindley for $20, excuse me. Those are sold to Jeff Brindley for $20, essentially 10 apiece. And once again, a Pink Floyd has one bid for $30 final call. So first, the only $14.99 record left. No, this was sold. Here's another one. My bad. We got one more. Danny Thomason got J.J. Cale. Danny Thomason got J.J. Cale. Sorry. Danny Thomason got J.J. Cale. The only $19.99 record left was Percy Mayfield Sings. And whoever's watching the video live, don't worry, Tanner's already got all those tagged. They're probably like, whoa, what just happened? Percy Mayfield is on Orange, RCA, beautiful copy, $19.99. That's the only $19.99 record left. And then the $14.99 stuff was Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. Robert Plant was in shrink wrap with the original on her sleeve. That is $14.99. Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. That is only $14.99. Free Ride and Frankenstein, and it's on the original label. And Waylon Jennings, an earlier one here, it's called Waylon Jennings and the Kimberleys. It's RCA. It's on the orange RCA label. No condition notes. It's $14.99. And then Roxy Music, Flesh and Blood. And if this didn't get claimed, then it needs to go to Brian Call as well. It does. So Brian Call also gets Roxy Music. And that's stuff that's been claimed in the last 50 minutes. And then Nancy Sinatra is only $14.99. I can't believe no one got that. It's in such beautiful condition. And then the last two, $6.99. These are only $6.99. Marshall Tucker Band with no condition notes. And Asia, it is VG Plus. Those are just $6.99 each. Asia and Marshall Tucker. Wow. Tate Prime, you get another Pink Floyd, and this is sold to you for $30. I see Bob Reiger watching over on TikTok. Welcome, Bob. Now, we can't see your comment over here on the main channel, YouTube and Facebook X feed, but I can see you over here on my alternate monitor. Longtime customer, Bob Reiger. I posted approved your post today for your visit to Coletco. Thank you. And Bob, I have a blue juice myself over here. Amazing. So, anybody else on this flip crate? I can't believe another Pink Floyd went unclaimed there. Michael McCullen gets Asia for $6.99. Now, 3 nights in a row, we have sold these suckers out. We're not too far away from doing it again. Here's what's left. Sherry Darnell gets Marshall Tucker. Both $6.99 records are gone. There's only a few $14.99ers. Nancy Sinatra, Waylon Jennings, the Edgar Winter Group, and Robert Plant, and then just one 19. Now, last night somebody went ahead and made an offer on the remaining records. If anybody wants to do that, let me know, or go ahead and claim them. They're no less unless you go ahead and do the rest. Chris Bachek on Edgar Winter. Joe, somebody already got Marshall Tucker. Now there's just a handful. Wow. These have been very successful. And that just saved a lot of time, right? We're definitely going to try to watch it beforehand. And that saved so much time doing it beforehand like that. Hopefully I just have someone here that was will be able to do it. So let's go ahead and put the straw in this drink and let's get all new auctions. Let's try to sell the rest of these records first, though. I haven't had blue juice since I was a little boy. Here's what we're talking about. This is exactly what we're talking about. I laid off of them for a while. I found out they were very high in sugar, so this is probably the first true sweet thing I've had in like 5 days. So I consider it a Friday treat. And thank you, Laura, for going to get that. No, Tanner and Jill didn't. The deal is if you go get Chad a blue juice, you get one free. And they're like $10 drinks. Now, I asked Laura to. She didn't say no. I didn't feel like she would. But she had the right to refusal, and she went and got those. And appreciate that. Anybody else? It's like a blue slushy. Roxy Music is gone. Roxy Music's gone. The only thing left was those few records. Y'all broke my heart. We didn't sell them. We didn't sell them. Yeah, we're going to have to fix this camera. We're going to have to move this up and then bend this around like that. It's still not going to work. If I can't slide the crates in and out, then there's a problem. Let's do that. I may just have to, what I may do is just swing it like that. Yeah. If I get it just right, I can just swing it, the camera. It's on like a swivel here. I'll just do that the next time. Okay. All right, we still got to tag these. I forgot about this crate. This was some of the, so Laura marked 3 crates last night, and this is all that's left. It's mostly straight price metal stuff, but I bet we can sell the rest of it or most of it right here. So right now. And let me go back to that other video then. I forgot about this crate. And that's going to be really a slobber knocker. Yeah, everybody thinks it's Windex. What happened to this video? There it is. Can't find my own videos. That means this might be hard for everybody else to. All right, so here's what was left in here. Deep Purple Machine Head. Let's get another auction or two going too. Deep Purple's $27.99. Machine Head, that's still available. Cattle Decapitation was sold to Tony Clem. Thank you, Tony Clem. That's so do you. Appreciate that. Cattle Decapitation. Also over here is Scale the Summit Subjects. Scale the Summits is on red and black splatter. That is $24.99. Cypher, No Halos in Hell. Cypher is sealed for $24.99. And over here, we have Windhand Soma. That's a doom metal album, green and orange splatter, $34.99. The only thing I'm still looking for is the Sword, Gods of Earth, and Periphery and Mastodon. That's the only ones that have sold here. Call of the Mastodon, there's one of them, and that's sold to Chris Smith. Thank you, Chris Smith. That's sold to you. And then the last few in here was the Sword. The Sword here was sold to Darren Wortman, and that was $29.99. And then we had Baroness, the Yellow Album, for $24.99. Here is another Periphery, and this was also sold to Chris Smith. Thank you, Chris Smith. That's sold to you. So he got both of his claims taken care of. And then over here was Baroness, the red album, for $24.99. There's In Flames, a pre-owned copy on red for $29. This was a Venom Prison, Erebos. And then this one was a Genocide Pact, Order of Torment, $19.99. And then the only thing I didn't see there was Darren Warman put Gods of Earth. Now, I wonder if that was something in the new band, Gods of Earth. I think I have a band called Earth. Are they known as Gods as Earth? Here's the disc, Hiram. It's like green and orange. And now let's get into another discount bin. So normally I would be doing the flip crate. That was what I've been posting in the group. But now we'll just do a discount crate live where everything's available, which will make it a lot more easier for people watching live. So the only thing Darren Wortman wanted was Gods of Earth. Now, I need some of y'all. Oh, that's the name of the album. Okay, so he just got that one claim. Thank you. That was the name of the album. Gotcha. All right, so everybody got everything except we need to get one waiting list for Cameron Lingefeld on Repulsion. Both of the Baroness albums are black. No, the red album is on pink and white merge. Machine Head, I don't know. This is a 2006 pressing, John. But yeah, it does have a lyric insert just like the original. Nobody gonna take my car. I'm gonna race it to the ground. Highway Star, Deep Purple. So yeah, it has an insert just like the original. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. And we have a Beatles here that I think is a bootleg. And I believe another Pink Floyd. So let's see what's up with this Beatles album right quick. And this one is the Beatles Tour Years, 63 to 66. Interesting. So this is a bootleg 2LP on Eva Records. It is around a VG copy. There's none for sale. It's banned on Discogs. And it's essentially a Beatles comp called the Tour Years. And I'm assuming that's live in Empire Theater, live at Festival Hall, Red Rock Stadium in Boulder, Colorado, and the part of the Budokan. Sounds pretty cool. $25 start. What's on the cover here? Looks like an old oil can or part of an airplane or something. $25 start. I have a handful of Japanese we didn't get to last night. Just like 5 or 7 over here. And I think most of them are Beatles. But if you give me a second, I will bring them over here to the main auction block. How about I go ahead and put one up right now? In the Japanese box, I have Eagles, John Lennon, ABBA, Beach Boys, Beatles, Styx, Clapton, Bad Company, Beatles, Simon and Garfunkel. I don't know who that is. Paul McCartney, Dylan, Presley, and Duran Duran. We'll go ahead and put up Elvis Presley. This is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Elvis is with the insert and Obi. $35 start on that. Now, over here, Machine Head. And then we showed the Baroness album. And Hiram says he will take the Windhand Soma. All right, and that has filled up already our first full crate of the night. And we're about to start our first vintage discount bin. Hope everybody has hit the like button. Hope everybody has hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate that. Welcome, everybody. We'll be here till it was Bad Company. Bad Company, Rough Diamonds. I'll be here till about 1:30 tonight. Selling records. We have 6 crates of new vinyl. That's going to be exciting. And John's got already 5 crates over here. And there was 2 crates from last night that we didn't even get to. And I can tell I have not cleaned up my station in about 2 nights because I can barely walk. If I don't take almost an hour to push all this stuff around and organize it the next day, it's pretty chaotic back here. We sell a ton, and there's so much left over. So I'm going to move some of this over here and get it a little bit better organized. Otherwise, I can't get to these vintage crates to show you all the next discount bin. All right. And then where's the hardcore singles and all that? There they are. Boy, we found some good ones last night. We found a NoFX single and a Nirvana out of the trays that I pulled from. NoFX and Nirvana. You should have seen Jim B. He was happier than a kid in a candy store. He actually won the auction too. Some people threw up a fight, but he got it. Of course, I made such a big deal out of it. Hope I got more sheet music over here. I'm going to put that in the auction bin. Let me push some of this around. All right. And let's see if I can get to this one. All right. Push this. Okay. Final call on the Beatles boot for $35. Final call on Elvis for $35. Going once, going twice on those. I think I have found the crate I want to go through. This is going to be a buy it now or best offer crate. Vintage pre-owned before we've put up our first crate of new stuff. And in the meantime, I'll be adding more new auctions, okay? There is an autographed Lou Reed in one of the new collections, yes. It will be for sale soon, just not tonight. The John Lennon looked like Plastic Ono Band. Yeah, it's Plastic Ono Band. All right, so these are buy it now or best offer. Walt Disney's Hansel and Gretel, VG condition, $9.99. Walt Disney's Hansel and Gretel, VG $9.99. Bob Dylan's Nashville Skyline, Johnny Cash plays on this album, VG plus $24.99 for Dylan. Another Disney record, Scandalous John, VG plus $14.99. And Winwood, Steve Winwood, EX condition $17.99 for Steve Winwood. And Annette and Anka, that's Anka. Paul Anka. Annette sings Anka. VG condition $14.99. Her last name is Annette Fuccichetti or something like that. The Eternals, VG plus $14.99. And Buffalo Springfield, last time around. Springfield is in VG plus condition. Has the original Unipack design, $24.99. This is Buffalo Springfield, last time around. That is the first label. Has just a generic inner sleeve. It's VG plus $24.99. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Funicello. There it is. Thank you, Michael. And now we have our next three singles from the basket over here. We have this one. I don't know what it is. And then Negative Degree. And then Negazion. And those are all three for a $10 start. Our first lot of hardcore singles. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. We have Jimi Hendrix. That's known as Band of Gypsies. That's VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99 for Jimi Hendrix. Toby McGowan on Buffalo Springfield. Thank you, Toby. That is so to you. And everything in here is a buy it now or best offer. So for anybody that's relatively new, that means everything in here is technically on sale, but you can go ahead and just buy them too. It's kind of up to you. You can do whatever you want to do. You can go ahead and make an offer, and I'll either say sold, pass, or I'll counter. Next is Tape Prime on Jimi Hendrix. Thank you on that. Everything in here is probably hadn't been shown. Yeah, these are April 28th, and I know I didn't go through them, so these hadn't been shown in like 3 weeks. Little Feet, Down on the Farm, VG plus $17.99. Kevin Cassidy said he would do $15 on the Winwood. Sell that to Kevin Cassidy for $15. And then John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band, Tough All Over. John Cafferty is VG condition, $9.99 for John Cafferty. Over here we have Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. Willie Nelson's VG plus $9.99. And Fleetwood Mac's Mystery to Me, VG Plus, $17.99. First, Elvis is a buy it now for $35. It was a no bid from Elvis Presley Boulevard, Memphis, Tennessee. And then I was about to make the Beatles a buy it now, but there's a question. What's on the Beatles bootleg? And then John Darden gets the Willie Nelson. That's sold to John Darden. And then nobody bid on these 3 singles. This is a buy it now. This buy it now here is $10 on those 3 singles. So the Beatles is tour years, the 63 to 66. It's got 4 concerts: Liverpool 63, Melbourne 64, Boulder, Colorado 65, and Tokyo, Japan 66. It is a double LP, VG condition, looking for a $35 start. I'm about to drop the hammer on it. Twunker Bell got Fleetwood Mac. Thank you. Selling some great titles out of here. Welcome, everybody. Hope you've hit the like button. Hall & Oates, Along the Red Ledge. That's VG for $9.99. And JJKL Troubadour. That's VG plus $24.99. That was just in a flip video last night, and somebody bought it. Let's go ahead and put up 3 more singles. 1, 2, and we have 3. And then we have, these are called Neocons, and Neogasmo. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. I've got a timer on the Beatles. It's been up for a while. I'm about to drop the hammer on it. The Doors is called Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine. That's VG plus $24.99. And then Joe Walsh, The Smoker You Drink, The Player You Get. And that's VG plus $14.99. We have Janis Joplin, VG condition, $14.99. I've got them old Cosmic Blues Again, Mama. That's VG, $14.99. A Columbia 2-eye pressing on that one. Columbia 2-eye pressing. That is the OG original label. That was the OG original label for that. Fred does have the Beatles. Final call on that. Let's grab another Japanese pressing here. And the next Japanese pressing I have for you is the Eagles. A beautiful copy of Hotel California. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair. And it has the poster, and it's just very, very nice. It is, let me double check this, the one I was looking at before. Yeah, this is just a really nice top copy. It has the poster with it. There's the poster and the original inner sleeve. It's going to go up for a $45 start. No one bid on these 3 singles. They're a $10 buy it now. Fred, you asked, you bid, and you get the Beatles for $35. Thank you, Fred Morris. That's sold to you. I'm going to sell that to Fred Morris for $35. Tony Clem has thrown out $10 for Joe Walsh. Tony, thank you. That's sold to you for $10. Todd's already in on the Eagles at $50. That now has a bid. Elvis is still a buy it now. We've already got several no-bid lots of singles. I have a huge lot of sealed albums here I'm working on. A huge lot of sealed albums. And I think I've offered some of these individually, and now I've offered some of them maybe quick buy it nows, and then I've added a new one. So we're going to just try to sell off a huge sealed OG lot. Everything in here is either an original pressing or like some sort of vintage compilation or reissue. And we got Paul Young, Bobby Whitlock, he played with Eric Clapton and Derek and the Dominoes, Pretty Things, Crosstalk, ABBA, a sealed ABBA, Jukebox Saturday Night, which is a great country compilation, Johnny Bond, Robert Johnson, Peter Gordon, Wide Boy Awake, Martin Mull, The Lone Ranger. I meant to do that one individually. I'm going to leave it in there. Herbie McGee and Molly. And then we had Ocean. We had Country USA with Dolly on the cover. 1968, a Time Life comp. Charlie Rich and John Schneider. All of those sealed albums. How many are here? There's a bunch of them. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. There's 16 sealed albums there. A $25 start. And it's all vintage vinyl, sealed. $25 start. They're all being sold together for a $25 start. Janis Joplin is sold to Mike Bartlett for $10. Welcome, everybody. We're doing a buy it now best offer vintage crate. We've got great auctions up, and we're about to put up more singles. Barbie Benton, something new, VG plus $14.99. And we have Yours Forever, Billy Ward and his Dominoes. That's VG condition, $14.99. Edgar Winter's White Trash, VG condition, $9.99. And then Paul Butterfield Blues Band, In My Own Dream. This is VG plus $19.99. And Stevie Wonder, nice, I Was Made to Love Her. That's a classic. Tamala Motown original, VG condition, $19.99. The Eagles, 56. The Eagles, 57. The Eagles, 62. The Eagles, 65. The ABBA is part of the sealed lot. And the name of the Charlie Rich album was right here. It looks like it's a sealed either original or it's a Camden press. She Loved Everybody But Me. All those are sealed, and they're going up for a starting bid, and we have a bid of $25 and $25. First is Michael Butler on Paul Butterfield Blues Band. Donna, how about 15 on Stevie Wonder? That'll be 5 off. Tougher album to get there in high grade. Eagles is at 72. Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees is VG plus $17.99. And then Robin Trower, twice removed from yesterday. Robin Trower is VG $9.99. Keith Hartley Band, Overdog, VG plus $24.99. And Keith Hartley Band, The Time Is Near. That's VG plus $19.99. Donna gets the Stevie Wonder for $15. Now the bundle's tied. Thomas, you're out. Josie's bid came in first. Welcome, everybody. If you're watching on Facebook, make sure you hit the like button, maybe the share button, and make sure you follow our page. If you're watching over on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. Go ahead and share it if you want to as well. Also, make sure you subscribed. If you're on X, make sure you followed us over there, shared the video, reposted it. And if you're watching over on TikTok, I can see you watching. I can see your comments, but if you have to purchase, come over to YouTube, come over to X, come over to Facebook. You can join us there to actually make a purchase. We have it streaming over on TikTok so people can find us and maybe come join us over here. Maybe by tomorrow or the next day, we'll have the comments actually embedded over here where you can watch as well. It's looking pretty good right now. So thanks everybody for joining us over there. Welcome. And I have 3 more singles. Actually, I have this one and this one. That's a duplicate. So let me grab a different one over here. And I've got 3 more singles. And this one may be something vintage. It is Least Bizarre Monty Python's comedy album. That's some kind of vintage Monty Python charisma. So we have New Junk City, Robot, and Neon King, King Kong. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Welcome, everybody. We're in a Buy It Now Best offer. We got an offer for Robin Trower for 7 and Robin Trower for 7. The first person was Mike Bartlett. So, Mike, that goes to you. Mark Riley, you were a close second. Those 3 singles are at 10. The Eagles is at $79. Another Keith Hartley Band, the Battle of Northwest 6. That's VG $14.99. And Peter Gabriel, the Melt album. Peter Gabriel is VG plus $24.99. And The Tubes is VG plus $17.99. And Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey. Van Morrison's VG plus $24.99 for Tupelo Honey. Van Morrison. I'm going to take a drink of blue juice. Man, this stuff's delicious. I can already feel it dehydrating my lips, though. Man, we've had such a busy week. Everybody here is doing a great job. We got amazing customers, amazing people who work here. What a time to be alive. And I've got blue juice tonight. Amazing. I'm already out of breath. These sales have been exhausting. You know why? Up until 1:30, usually at the end, I'm just trying to find some. We've been selling CDs, and like up until the end, I'm like sweating and out of breath showing CDs. It's amazing if y'all have been catching it at the end. It's been absolutely insane. Carlos Santana, Havana Moon. Carlos Santana is $19.99. James Taylor Flag, that's $14.99. James Taylor Flag. And Boz Scaggs, Slow Dancer. Boz is $19.99. We're back into non-check condition records, it looks like. Neil Diamond, Hot August Night. Neil is $16.99. And Evelyn Champagne King Music Box, that's $9.99. So here's where we're at. The sealed bundle, there's 16 sealed records back here that I counted. Thomas Baumhart was at $40. And that means, Josie, you were out. And then the singles got bids for 14, 13, 12. The Eagles got a bid for 88. The singles got a bid for 16. The sealed bundle got a bid for 45. The singles got a bid for 20. The Eagles got a bid for 89. The singles got a bid for 20, and now 22, and now 40, and now 25. And wow. So first thing we have is we have Josie Sinkbell on the bundle at $45, and then Donna Turner on Santana for $12. Donna, I'm going to go ahead and sell that one to you for $12. And now Rebecca has these for $25. Todd Fisher, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Neil Diamond for $14. There was one more thing I think I missed. No, it comes up later. And that was Evelyn Champagne King for Robin for $7. And then Donna was second. All right, and the 45s are at 31. Now, I do not have, do I have Fear or Not? No, I think I have Lateralis up there. Jetstream, I'm going to walk through the racks, but actually before I show new vinyl, because I've got a couple box sets, and I'll see if I do. I think I do. Unfortunately, Fear Inoculum is a pricier release, but I'll go see if I have it. Here's what's in the sealed lot. The sealed lot is the Lone Ranger, Weber, McGee, and Molly, original radio broadcast. Ocean, put your hand in the hand. Country USA Time Life, 1968. It's got Dolly, Waylon, and Dolly's on the cover, and other country artists. Charlie Rich, and these are all sealed. John Schneider, Martin Mull, Wide Boy Awake, Robert Gordon, Robert Johnson, Johnny Bond, Jukebox Saturday Night, ABBA, Pretty Things, Bobby Whitlock, Paul Young, and then there's the Lone Ranger. Very cool. Now, they're all sealed, and the last bid on Eagles was $95 and now $104. It's a beautiful top copy, complete with insert and poster. These singles are at $50 with Rebecca Howitt, and the sealed lot is now going once, going twice, and the high bidder on that is Josie Sinkbell at $45. $45 on that. Moving on, this is a vintage crate of buy it now or best offer. We got Graham Parker. Graham Parker is called Squeezing Out Sparks. That's $9.99. Also, I have the Alan Parsons Project. I Am the Eye in the Sky, Looking at You, $19.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Cosmic Messenger. That's on a Super Disc audiophile grade. That's $39.99. And nice, Buddy Miles Express, Electric Church. And wow, what a nice cover. And it's on the original Mercury label, $29.99. But that's a good reminder. How about we go ahead and make a note right now, regardless if Jetstream wants one or not, and we need to make a note to order some tool Fear Inoculum. I'm trying to figure out, Jake, how we find our own stream. I'm trying to figure out how I want to be able to view our own live stream, and I'm like, how the heck do I find it? There we go. I want to see what it looks like over here. Okay, I'm going to leave it up over here. I was just curious what it looks like. Cool. Awesome. You hit the like button. Nice. Colectco liked the live. Awesome. Now, do I have to scroll? Will that move automatically? It's hit the bottom over here. Let me see if I got to scroll this. Automatic. No, okay, it's updating live. Okay, cool. All right, sorry about that. I just wanted to see. I hadn't actually got to see it on my own phone yet. Okay, Eagles 104, 105, 110. And then Sandy, you're first on Alan Parsons, but right after you, somebody claimed it at sticker price. So, Sandy, it's yours for $19.99. If not, it's Colleen's. The singles are now at $60. Rebecca, Autumn said she's done, and the Eagles is at $111. Less Variations, Moroccan Roll. Less Variations is $19.99. And the best of Carly Simon. The best of Carly Simon is $9.99, and Van Morrison Wavelength is $34.99. Van Morrison Wavelength is $34.99, and that is everything in here is a buy it now best offer. And this is, check this one out, Joe Walsh. You won't see this one very often. Ordinary Average Guy. It is from 1991, $39.99 on that. So Sandy Villa, let me know on Alan Parsons. Josie Sinkbell, thank you on the sealed lot. All these sealed albums are sold to Josie Sinkbell for $45. Thank you. That's a sealed bundle sold to her. These three singles here are sold to Rebecca Howitt for $50. Thank you. And now we have a cat. This was our new buyer for this week, Colleen Kavanaugh. Thank you on the Alan Parsons. That's so to you. We got an offer on Joe Walsh for $38. Let's take it for Todd Fisher. And then Robin on Carly for $7. That's so to Robin Glenn. Michael, you were second on Joe Walsh. And what was the next thing that I have here? I have no for $60. What did I say? These three singles here are sold to Rebecca for $60. Let me correct that. These three here are sold to Rebecca for $60. Dr. Zebo, you were second on Carly Simon. And next thing I have here is JT Like the Live. Thank you, JT. We have, that's Jake, Almond Brother, or excuse me, the Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager, $14.99. Boy, we still got a heck of a battle going on for the Eagles. George, it's back to you. Todd Fisher has it for $120. Heck of a auction going on for that. They are throwing haymakers, slobber knockers, whatever you want to call it. Here's our first sealed auction from the advertised stuff. This is the 2020 pressing of Alice in Chains Facelift. Alice in Chains. It's sealed for a $25 start. Sealed for a $25 start. We Die Young. Man in the Box. Sea of Sorrow. Bleed the Freak. Put You Down. So many great songs on here. A 2 LP remaster. That's going to go up for a $25 start. They're still bidding on the Eagles. Let's grab this crate of singles and put up 3 more. I told y'all this crate here had some surprises. Last night we pulled a Nirvana, a NoFX, and there was a random Monty Python I'd never seen before. So you just never know about these. You really just never know. We got hundreds, if not thousands of more. We have Moment a year ago today. We got Monster X, Human Greed, and Monster X and Ebullition. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Alice in Chains, Alice in Chains, Alice in Chains. Yeah, Slobber. Who was it? JR? Is that JR or King? His name was, man, I don't know. As much as I watched wrestling growing up, and as much as I'm into broadcasting, I never can remember those 2 guys' names. Jerry the King Lawler and Jim Ross. Thank you. Jim Ross and Jerry the King Lawler. Man, iconic. Absolutely iconic. Free Heartbreaker, $24.99. Hey, free, $24.99. Darren's in on the singles at 10. Alice in Chains is at 26. And we have also the Beatles Love Songs. This is $34.99, 2 LP, no condition notes with the book. $34.99 on that. $34.99 on that. And we have the best of George Harrison, $24.99. If I Needed Someone, My Sweet Lord. So many great songs. This is essentially the best of his Beatles career and the best of his solo career. The track list is insane. You got to have that one. And then Neil Young, Everybody's Rockin'. That's $24.99. And then Jimmy Buffett, Songs You Know by Heart, Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits. Just $19.99. How did no one buy that originally? I can't believe we're going back through records. This looks like a new arrivals crate. I can't believe this is stuff I've already shown before. Best of George Harrison, the best of Jimmy Buffett. They're both OG pressing. What is going on? Maybe it might be this Blue Juice. Maybe the Blue Juice are making the records even better tonight as well. And then let's go back up to the top and figure out what happened. So the Eagles was at 127. And then 130. Alice in Chains 26. The singles are at 10. The singles at 10. Alice in Chains 35. And then that was with Jerry Ferguson. Free is sold to George Sambaris for 20. Now, this Alice in Chains is still in print, but this is the 2020. So the first time they reissued this was in 2020. And then there's another reissue that's still in print, and we might even have a copy or 2 tonight. There was supposed to be a couple come in. I think I can see the top of them here. Yeah. So, but just so you know, this is the 2020 version. And they repressed it again officially in 2023. And of course, it came out in the 90s, and it never was even released in the United States on vinyl. Twunker Bell got the Beatles, and then Karen Robbins on George Harrison. Tate's out on Alice in Chains. We have Jimmy Buffett 18, Jimmy Buffett 15, and Colleen at sticker. So Todd, Jimmy Buffett's yours for just $2 more if you want it. There was actually 2 other people who claimed it as sticker. And then it's you, then Bob Panozniak, and then Colleen, and then Dr. Zebo, and then Toby McGowan, and then Michael McCullen on JW. That he probably meant Jimmy Buffett, is that right? And then there's another offer that just came in. And then Darren Johnson, you were the only bidder on these singles. Let's roll them. No, they did get a bump, didn't they? It was Darren, Joe bid, then Joe's out. All right, so yeah, Darren, you get them. You get them for $10. Now the Eagles has a new bid, and he says he's going to pass on the Buffett at $19.99. So that means, Bob Panozniak, do you want it for $19.99? If not, it goes to Colleen for sure. So we'll see what Bob says. And then that last bid on Allison Chains was Jerry Ferguson at $35. Going once, going twice. Jerry Ferguson going once, going twice. Next singles. We're going to have a lot of stuff to go through. I mean, we got Paul here marking records, Laura here marking records, 6 crates of new vinyl, and John marked 5 crates, and he had 2 crates last night I didn't even get to. So let's do the math. That is 2, 4, 7 John crates, 6 new crates, and then an undetermined amount from Paul and Laura. Holy moly. Here's our next singles. I don't know. Iron Lung, Sava, and Keel Life, Seal. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Bob said he will take Jimmy Buffett at sticker. That's so to him. Eagles is still getting bids. Next is the Beatles 67-70. The original Apple pressing, no condition notes, $49.99. Next is Firefall, self-titled, $9.99. We have the band, The Last Waltz, $49.99. Triple LP with book, $49.99. And Difford and Tilbrook, that is members of Squeeze, $19.99. Jerry Ferguson, you get Allison Chains for $35. Darren Johnson's in on the singles at $10. Our next Japanese auction is John Lennon. No, it's actually a nice copy of Imagine. I told you wrong, David Johnson. Yeah, I think I've had this one up before, but man, it is absolutely beautiful. Let's reduce the price a little to a $35 start. Vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the amazing poster of him playing the white grand piano there at his house. It has the original inner sleeve, which also has the lyrics on it. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. There's the original Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi. A $35 start on that. Next was FF7. Firefall, that is sold for $7. These 3 singles have 1 bid for $10, final call. And then Sheena Easton, If You Could Have Been With Me. Sheena Easton is $9.99. The high bid on the Eagles is at $160. Glenn Fry, the all-nighter, that is $19.99. And Christopher Cross, he played at Newman's Newmanium. New Year's Day, 2000. He was booked, $9.99. Big Noise from Winkenta, Gene Krupa. Gene Krupa is $19.99. Also, Poco, Rose of Cimarron, that's $9.99. And we have the Doobie Brothers, one step closer. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. What about Climax Blues Band, Sense of Direction, $9.99. Darren Johnson, you get these 3 singles for $10. Thank you. Michael is the lone bidder on the John Lennon. Now, Todd, your last comment said Eagles and nothing after it. Is that a bid that didn't come through, or was that an out? Let me know. George has it for $160. John Lennon just has 1 bid for $36. That's a final call. And now here is our next 3 singles. And they're going to go up right now for a $10 start. We got Mindset, Nothing Less. Mid, The Carson, July, and Jazz, June. And Iron Lung, Demonstrations in Pressure and Volume. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Poco is sold to Sandy Villa for $7. Michael McCullen on Joe Walsh. Michael, I think you're slightly behind. Unless there's another Joe Walsh. We had a copy of The Smoker You Drink, The Player You Get. That already sold for $10. Then we had that scarce 1991 album, and we've already sold it too, and there's no other Joe Walshes in here. But I will say, when I started this crate, there's almost 50 new viewers watching than when I started. And I am going to try to just read these titles one more time before we show one of our first crates of new vinyl for the night. And I've lost Todd Fisher officially on the Eagles. His last comment just said Eagles, and there was no bid or no text. So George has that for $160. I'm definitely about to sell it. We might even have to bring the gavel out for that one. It was a heck of a bid war on that one. Now, Yeah, 6 crates of new vinyl. We better go ahead and get going through those. I try to show them when everybody's watching the new vinyl, but that way, you know, we have plenty of opportunities to take waiting lists and everything. But there's so much tonight, I may have to go ahead and at least bring out a crate, especially because there's waiting list, and there might even be a pre-order in here. Yeah, there's a pre-order in this first crate, and I think y'all know I definitely try to do that stuff as early as possible so we can get to some of these other ones. There we have it. Okay, so it said Eagles out. Okay, I just don't think you commented the word out. I think you hit send before you hit the word out, but who knows? So yeah, this is sold, and John Lennon's also gone. No more bids on the auctions. These are sold. 160 George Samberes, beautiful top copy of that, and then another one on this. He did say out. Wow, yeah, must be some kind of interesting delay there. Sorry about that, Todd. You had already done your due justice or diligence. I keep saying due justice. And this is sold for just $36 to Michael Butler. Michael, thank you on that one. Imagine you listening to that record, Michael. Now, Joe DeGaldo, once again, you're out on the singles. Darren Johnson's bid came in first. That's, I think, the second time that's happened. So y'all were tied. Darren's bid came in first. And then what's the price on the tubes? Let me find that. I remember showing that in here. Let's wait till I get to it. 1 second, Joe. I'm about to probably get to it. Let me just show you some stuff that's still left in here. Hansel and Gretel was VG $9.99. Bob Dylan VG Plus $24.99. Scandalous John VG Plus $14.99. Annette was VG $14. The Eternals was VG $14.99. Little Feat VG Plus $17.99. John Cafferty VG $9. Hall & Oates was VG $9.99 as well. J.J. Cale VG Plus $24.99. The Doors was VG Plus $24.99. Barbie Benton is VG Plus $14.99. Billy Ward is VG $14.99. Edgar Winter was VG $9.99. And let me pause right there with Fleetwood Mac, VG Plus $17.99. Susie does want Hansel and Gretel. Darren Johnson, you get those 3 singles for $10. Time for all new auctions. But first we have Keith Hartley, Keith Hartley, Keith Hartley. And those 3 Keith Hartleys were marked VG Plus 24, VG Plus 19, and VG 14. Peter Gabriel still available, VG Plus $24.99. And here's the tubes, VG Plus $17.99. Our next auction is going to be some vintage sheet music. Last Monday, Tuesday, we sold what? The Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis. We sold the Johnny Cash. This one's pretty cool. Elvis Presley in the Ghetto. Elvis Presley, 1969, original sheet music. There is some humidity damage right up here, but Elvis is going to go up for a $10 start. Where is Regina Tabor? She would bid immediately. She still might be at work. Melanie Jennings wants the Blue Beatles album. Thank you, Melanie. That is so to you. And then the J.J. Cale was called Troubadour. And that was VG Plus $24.99. We have Van Morrison. I meant to check the label on this one. Van Morrison Tupelo Honey. That's on the original Green Warner Brothers label too. Nice. $24.99. That has the hit song on it, Wild Night. Great Van Morrison song. Wild Night. Van Morrison's VG Plus $24.99. All right. Our next Japanese pressing is ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2 with Dancing Queen. It's near mint minus and pristine. Very nice vinyl. It also has the Japanese insert and the original inner sleeve. ABBA is going to go up for a $35 start. James Taylor Flag, no condition notes on that one, $14.99. Boz Scaggs is still available. Graham Parker, Squeezing Out Sparks. Somebody might have asked about that. It's $9.99. Joe Delgado gets the tubes for $15. No problem. Also, we have Jean-Luc Ponty. We got Buddy Miles. Less Variations. Van Morrison. Now, this Buddy Miles, I'm surprised, is still available. Electric Church is $29.99. Our next few singles are going up right now. 1, 2, and 3. Did I grab 4? No, these are just very thick ones. This is The Men. No, I did grab 2. Okay, let me put that one back then. All right, so we got The Men. We have Mind Force and Micah System, Criminals Are Made, Not Born. And that one was originally marked $15. Those 3 up for a $10 start. And there's Buddy Miles. And then the last few was the Moody Blues, Neil Young. We still got the band, Dilford and Tilbrook, Sheena Easton, Glenn Fry, Christopher Cross, Gene Krupa, the Doobie Brothers, and Climax Blues Band. Final call to get a bid on Elvis for $10. Final call to get a bid on ABBA for $35. And those singles just got laid down for a $10 start. Let's go through our first crate of new vinyl for tonight. And yes, I do have a sleeve, technically a board and a bag to put Elvis in. So give me a second. I'm going to board and bag him. I'm going to get this old retail price on it. Somebody had this marked $25. That Elvis sheet music back there. I was like, wow. But I have sold some expensive sheet music. Fred had some we've sold in lots. And we had a couple lots one night when we were going through Fred boxes that did very well. But there's that. And there's that. Okay. Now, let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. All right, and then Elvis has a bid for 10. Robin said she had already offered 7 for Sheena Easton, and I missed it. Let me see if I can find that right quick. If not, George Samberez asked the price, $9.99, and Robin put FF for 7. FF, was that supposed to be for Sheena Easton, and you got auto-corrected or something? Because that's the only other thing I missed there. And I don't think, was that something else, FF? If that was supposed to be for Sheena Easton, then that's sold to you for 7. That's the only thing I see right after the Poco. Was there something else in here, FF, that I missed too? You put FF. You might have, that's might be why I missed it. And then how much was the Peter Gabriel? That one, Donna Mitchell, was VG plus $24.99. If anybody wants ABBA, it's a $35 buy it now. And then we have also here the Elvis sheet music, which I've covered up, does have a bid with George for $10. That is a final call to him. And we have these singles are a no bid for a $10 buy it now. So if anybody wants those, they are a $10 buy it now. And then George, let me go ahead and put this right here. I'm about to drop the hammer on that. Okay. And then she said, I've already got it. Okay. I don't think your Sheena Easton comment came in. I'm going to do one more scan, but that should definitely been after Poco and Firefall. But I will look. If not, it technically goes to George Samberez if he wants it, because your comment didn't hit restream, which means it's invisible. I'm sure you sent it, but that also might have been when we were having trouble getting Todd Fisher's bids in. So technically, I think that is George if he wants it for 7, and then if not, then it goes to Robin Glenn. Okay. And I cannot take this crate out unless I make y'all seasick and move this camera, okay? It has gotten repositioned in an awkward way. So let me move it over here. And then like this. We might have to leave it like this tonight. And I'm going to move this light like that. It's okay. Y'all can see that in the corner. I'm going to turn it like this. All right, so let's sell this to Robin. All right. And then Elvis is, okay, hold on one second. So next was Donna Mitchell, got Peter Gabriel for 20. George surrendered the Sheena Easton to Robin for 7. William Drugovich said he'll take those last 3 singles for 10. So the last 3 I had up or sold to William for 10. Now, Michael McCullen is pretty far behind because his feed is really far behind, but he also bid 10 on Elvis. George was in first. I'm about to sell it to him. And then Jim B, you were second on the singles. Now, let's also try to bundle the no-bid singles already. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If anybody wants those 6 unsold for $12. There are 6 unsold singles if anybody wants those for $12. And so far tonight, there's only 2 no bids, Elvis and ABBA. And those are $35 each on those. Okay? I'm putting the timer on Elvis. Unfortunately, I think Mike McCullen's pretty delayed. And then William Drugovich wants these for $12. Let's go bring over the new crate of new vinyl. I think I have my camera situated now where it's not going to shake. I can slide the crates in and out. And here's where we're going to get started with new vinyl. And now Elvis is sold to George Samberez. Now the good thing is he wants to give that to Regina as a gift. And we don't even have to send it to her because Regina picks up locally. She drives down from Crossville and picks up her order. So thank you. That is sold to George Samberez for 10. And then we're going to charge him. And he said he wants to give that to Regina Tabor. What a nice gesture because she's at work right now. She probably had no idea that was even sold. I'm going to put that down in the crate. So whoever's watching the sale, that's going to be slipped down in the crate. So make sure we don't accidentally place that between records. Those little tiny items like that are easily lost in the crates. And here we are. Now, I think we're good to go. As soon as I drink some blue juice, I've got new vinyl, and I know I'm going to need my laptop because this should be a lot of waiting list stuff. But we'll go ahead and get started until the meantime, okay? First is The Cure's Greatest Hits. This is a 2 LP, The Cure's Greatest Hits, $44.99 on that. The Cure, and that is their Greatest Hits. $44.99. 2 LP gatefold, The Cure. And then I know for sure, right here, this Veruca Salt, I know for sure there's a waiting list. And sometimes I bring my laptop back here, and sometimes I don't. So let me go ahead and introduce the next auctions. The next auction I have going up right now for you is Miles Davis. And this is a 1975 Italian reissue compilation. The bottom seam split. The bottom, or it's not actually a compilation, it's just a 75 Italian reissue. Miles Davis. It is in VG, and there's a little bit of cover damage, but we're going to start that for just $5. We're going to start that for just $5. Now, over here, Sandy Villa on The Cure. Sandy Villa gets The Cure, and I have one copy of that. I'll let you know on Veruca Salt. If you for sure want one, go ahead and comment, because there might be 1 or 2 left, or if we happen to sell out, then you can go on a waiting list. Let me go grab that. I can't believe I forgot it. It's right up here, though. All right. Vinyl pre-order master sheet, and I'm looking for Salt. There's actually 3 copies and 3 people on a waiting list. Yeah, I had a feeling they were pretty low stock. I thought they were pretty low stock when I ordered them, so it sounds like they were. And these are sold to Andrew Shaw, Bob Riger, and Bill Samus. Andrew Shaw, Bob Riger, and Bill Samus. And this was Veruca Salt, $29.99. Now, if anybody else wants one, I'm pretty sure I put in for like 5, and there was 3 in stock, which is the exact number I needed. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. Those 3 are already spoken for. Did anybody else want that other Cure? I guess not. Sandy got one. Now there's 1 left. And now Miles Davis, 5, 7, 10, 12, 15. And then the next auction I have over here is another Japanese pressing. I feel like we sold one of these last night. I know we did. And here's another copy of Styx. Kilroy was here. It's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. There are the Japanese inserts, and there's the very nice cover of Obi. That's a $35 star. So Miles Davis at 15. There's Styx. Let's grab 3 more singles out of here and put them up for a $10 start. We got 1, we got 2, and we got 3. And we have Velocipede. We have The Jury and the Kill City Babies. Proof positive of the loophole theory. Those 3 up for a $10 start. The Cure's Greatest Hits is a gatefold 2 LP, $44.99. So we sold out of Veruca Salt. We sold out of Veruca Salt, American Thighs. And those are $29.99 if anybody else wants back on the waiting list. Now, Michael, I'm glad to see you back on Facebook. Your YouTube was really far behind. I don't think you were watching live. So your YouTube got really far behind. But you tied George Samberes on the Elvis, and then I never did hear back from you. And now your bid just came in for $12. And we sold Elvis 5 minutes ago. So I think you're pretty far behind, maybe even on Facebook somehow. This is Thorns. There should be more metal stuff in here that I ordered that didn't come in until this delivery. Thorns is $33.99. Thorns is $33.99. And then we have Monster Magnet, and this one's called Spine of God. Monster Magnet is $33.99, and I've got 3 copies here of Dismember, and they're very popular, Like an Ever-Flowing Stream. Dismember is $33.99. This is on Sign and Black Marble Vinyl, $33.99 on that. Also, we have Nile, Annihilation of the Wicked. Now, Nile, we had a copy come in yesterday. Here's the other copy, Blood Red with Splatter. Nile is $33.99. The Facebook lag varies from day to day, week to week. All that depends on Facebook servers, YouTube servers, internet connections, our connection, y'all's connection. Some days people have 10-second delays. Some people have 40-second delays. The next day they'll have a 50-second delay. The day after that they'll have a 10-second delay. It's very bizarre. I think a lot of stuff has to link up in the world for you to have a positively quick, fast connection. If not, then I don't know. It's just a bizarre thing. All right, so let's go back to the top. Veruca Salt was not MOV, just a standard pressing on that. And then the singles have bids for 10 and 10. So Brian Call, you tied Rebecca. Rebecca came in first. John Howard got Monster Magnet. That's so to John Howard. Next comment was Ivan R. Ivan, if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list for Monster Magnet. Only had one of those. Only had one of those. So if you want one, I'll put you on a waiting list. No problem. And then the Smith's bootleg, we have a waiting list for. This is Rome. What difference does it make? And that's on orange vinyl. And Rome over here, R-O-M-E, R-O-M-E. And then Rome is Michael Butler and Robert Warner. And these are back in on orange vinyl for $29.99. So thank you, Michael Butler, and thank you, Robert Warner. If anybody else wants a Smith's, I have two left. They're $29.99. And I have one copy of Amon Amarth, Deceiver of Gods. That's $36.99. I do not have that Japanese Sticks compilation. Sometimes we have it, sometimes we don't. So Ivan R. on a waiting list for Monster Magnet. Bob Reiger on a waiting list for Veruca Salt. These three singles have a bid for 11 and now 12. Sticks does not have a bid final call. And Miles Davis was already a final call. And Miles Davis is sold for $15. And this is sold to Donna for $15. That's sold. Ken Crooker on a Amon Amarth. There should be some metal from in here that we didn't get to the other day. And good luck getting through here, Paul. You might have to just put it on John's stack. Is this your other crate here? You can pass it off to me. I'll just pass it off to me. We're having to pass around crates. We can't even walk around here anymore. I'll figure it out eventually. Okay, Sticks is at 35. And then Bob Reiger. Ben says he thinks you got one. The Veruca Salts. We run out of room here. Bob Reiger, you already got one. Yeah, Bob, you already got one. Bob, you already got one. You already got one, okay? And now the singles 13, 14, and now 15. Also, we have what? We have Wolves in the Throne Room. This is the Diadem of 12 stars. Wolves in the Throne Room is $38.99. There is two of those. And then we've got 5 copies here of Faster Pussycats Greatest Hits, $44.99. And there was a waiting list for Faster Pussycats. So let's look this up right quick. And the waiting list for Faster Pussycat was Solarplex, Angela Lewis, and Rebecca Barber. Faster Pussycat is Solarplex, Angela Lewis, and Rebecca Barber. So those three are all sold. And I have 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. All right, so no waiting list for Bob on Veruca Salt. He already got one. Ken Crooker got a Amon Amarth. These singles had bids for 13 and then 14 and now 15. And now Rebecca's out. Brian, you have those for 15. Final call to you. Michael Peevler's in on Sticks at 35. That's going once, going twice. And then I've got 2 copies of Weezer Maladroit. Wow, I don't see that one too often. Weezer is $33.99. If you just joined us, we're going through new vinyl. Before I swap out crates, I'll show you everything that you may have missed. I'm going to go ahead and put up another auction right now. Ever heard of Fat Boys? This is called Crushing. Fat Boys, unfortunately, though, is in G condition. It is in G condition, so less than VG minus. Very low grade record, but just a $5 start on that. $5 start on that. Also over here, we have Nile Black Seeds of Vengeance custom spinner with splatter. Nile's $33.99. Robert Vladicek on Weezer. That is sold. And we have Exodus. And Exodus was a pre-order. Let me go ahead and pull that up right quick. Thank you. And then let's pull this home. All right, now Exodus was a pre-order. I don't think they've all come in yet. I think it was a split delivery. And here's everybody that's got one so far. Exodus is a new pressing of Bonded by Blood. First, these 3 singles are sold to Brian Call for $15. Now the Sticks is sold for $35. And that's sold to Michael Peevler. Thank you, Michael Peevler. That is sold to you. And what else do we have here? There's Exodus Bonded by Blood. And this is $31.99. $31.99. This is a new pressing. Yeah, this has been out for a while. Bay Area Thrash starts here. Exodus Bonded by Blood, 40th anniversary on onyx colored vinyl. Now, I don't even have enough, I think, for the first wave of pre-orders, but let me go ahead and pull them. Jeff Brindley, Sean Fairweather, Sean Druin. Jeff Brindley, Sean Fairweather, Sean Druin. Scott Markheim, he got 2. And then John Howard, and also Brian DeLeon, and then Dave Kavanaugh, okay? Now, if anybody else wants on a waiting list, there should be more coming. That was a split delivery. That was a total of how many that showed up there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was 8 that showed up, and that was Jeff Brindley, Sean Fairweather, Sean Druin, Scott Markheim, John Howard, Brian DeLeon, and Brian Kavanaugh. Ken Crooker is still on the pre-order. John DeZarco still on the pre-order. Paul Conway still on the pre-order. Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. still on the pre-order. And Justin Deckelman from just 8 hours ago, he's still on the pre-order. So I've got 5 people still on the pre-order, and I have 0 left, but I think it was a split delivery, meaning there might be more later. Now, up at a certain point, we sold the singles, we sold Sticks, we sold Weezer, Fat Boys 5. We have multiple requests to auction the Damned. I will do that a little bit closer to 8 o'clock, and then, or maybe 7:30. Probably close to 7:30. Chad, can you get the Veruca Salt 8 Arms to Hold You, the next album after the one you just showed here? I think there's nothing else in print by them, but let's make a note to see if we can at least. 8 Arms to Hold You, because it sounds like Veruca Salt's pretty dang popular. And then add MT Matt to that Exodus list. MT Matt, I will add you to the pre-order. The Fat Boys is in G condition. Stacy has it for $10. Now, my crate's almost full, but first I'm going to go ahead and show the next record, which is $34.99, Creator, Calls for Conflict. And there actually may be a waiting list for this Creator. I'm pretty positive there is. Creator, Calls for Conflict. Michael Salazar was on a waiting list. So thank you, Michael Salazar. You're on a waiting list. I appreciate that. And let's sell that to Michael Salazar. Now, Fat Boys is at $10 with Stacy Brown. Chad needs a sip of blue juice right quick. I got to mix it back up. Hitting the blue juice tonight. Oh boy. This could get completely out of hand. Bear with me. Now, before I swap out my crates and we lose all the stuff we've sold out of, let me go ahead and show you what there's waiting list for. The waiting list for Veruca Salt is for American Thighs, $29.99. We only had 3 of those, and there was 3 people on a waiting list. We got 1 person at least on a waiting list for Monster Magnet. That's Spine of God. Monster Magnet is $33.99. There's Monster Magnet, and I think that's the only thing so far I've, quote, sold out of, except for the record I just showed, Exodus, okay? And it looks like we're going to sell out of Creators. But before I do that, let me take this crate that we've already filled up off the table, and let me grab a new empty one, and let's pull those Creators and put up new auctions. So we have Creator sold to Alonzo and to MT Matt. Thank you and thank you. Fat Boys is sold for $10 to Stacy Brown. Thank you, Stacy. And now let's put up some new auctions. I have a tab here that says 15 under and less starts. And that's from Lower Sorting. And we're going to go ahead and run some more of those up first. So, unfortunately, this is VG minus, but it is the debut album from Devo, Are We Not Men? Yeah. 1978 U.S. original under sleeve, VG minus. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Devo, Are We Not Men? So that is now a $5 start. Just a $5 start, folks. $5. You probably have that in your jacket pocket and don't even realize it. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Bob Dylan. This is called Grand Prix 20. It's a beautiful Japanese compilation. That is going to be a $35 start with insert and Obi. Dylan is now up. How much is Exodus? How much is Creator? Any more Creator? I will answer all those questions in 1 second. But first, here is our next 3 singles. Our next 3 singles are this, Iron Lung, Less Than Jake, and Libyans, Crash Course. The Libyans. Those 3 are a $10 start. Now, any more Creator? Ivan, Creator is a waiting list. I can put you on yet another waiting list for Creator. Ivan, if you want one. Cause for conflict. Exodus is $31.99. I don't know when they'll be back in, but it's a waiting list. It could be Monday or Tuesday. It could be in 3 weeks. Next is King Crimson, 3 of a perfect pair. And this was a special request or order for Thomas Clark. Thomas, I don't know if you're on, but here is your King. I don't know if this was a replacement or what, but it's supposed to go to Thomas Clark. Thank you. That is so to you. And then we got 2 copies here of Wolves in the Throne Room. And Wolves in the Throne Room is Primordial Arana. And that is on Gold Nugget. That is $29.99. Wolves in the Throne Room, that's $29.99. And then, hey, there's those Allison chains. So we just sold a 2020 pressing. Here's the most newest remaster facelift. Allison chains, $38.99. $38.99. Put Paul S. down for an Exodus waiting list. So it's now him and MT Matt on that from tonight. There's Allison chains. That is $38.99. Thomas Hujar wants Wolves in the Throne Room. And then Tate won Nia. And that was Prime. What is your YouTube handle? Remind me of that again, Tate. So Tate's watching over on Facebook now. And that is Allison Chains is so to Tate. And remind me of your YouTube handle again. We still got an extra Allison Chains. And here's the Cure's Classic Disintegration, $44.99. The Cure is $44.99. Tate Prime. So thank you. Thank you, Tate. That's Tate Prime. So Tate W is the same as Tate Prime for whoever's tagging this show tomorrow. So just so y'all know, we have people who come in the next morning and tag all these sold records. Sometimes they're here as early as 6 a.m. rewatching these sales, which is only, 4 or 5 hours sometimes after I'm done. And they're right back in here watching all 8 hours to get all this stuff tagged to the right people. And then Dire Straits. We had somebody want me to order a new copy. They were looking for the newest remaster of Dire Straits. Now, there's a couple different versions. There's MoFi, and then there's this version, which is a standard 2LP remaster that's a little bit cheaper. And Tim Graham, if you're watching, this one is sold to you. So Tim Graham got Dire Straits Brothers in Arms. That's $44.99. And we have Violator 33. No, you don't have to change your Facebook name. You do not have to do that. No, they will keep up with it. Trust me. The people who tag this, they've got spreadsheets. They've got charts. They know people's handles. They know people's real names. I try to keep up with it myself. But no, you don't have to change anything. You don't have to change anything. All right. And then here's the Depeche Mode Violator. Let me make sure I didn't have a waiting list for Violator. I actually may do because we sold out on the button the other night. Or maybe I just made a note. I probably had them make me a note to say order more. That's probably what I did. Yeah. All right. So Depeche Mode. Wow. What a first great crate of new vinyl there. A lot of cool stuff. And let's run through those again. Already lots of waiting list. And Thomas gets Violator. So I hadn't updated bids in a while. And I didn't even answer Carol's Puckett of Devo's OG. It is a 78 US original, but it's VG minus. It's VG minus. It does have the original on her sleeve. It's VG minus. Donna Mitchell has it for $8. Jerry has Dylan for $35, and that's a final call. He has that for $35, and it's a final call. And then these 3 singles have bids for $11 with Jeff Brinley. Jeff Brinley has these for $11. And that's the Less Than Jake in the lot. Somebody wanted information. It's called Crash Course and Being an A-Hole. And Less Than Jake is a picture disc. It's got Your Love, Teenager in Love, and Freeze Frame. And those 3 are being sold together. Okay? Now, we've got a couple different Cure albums. The first one, Jeff, is Disintegration. New and sealed, $44.99. And then over here, we have the Cure Greatest Hits, $44.99. And that's the Greatest Hits. Hey, Boontar, I just looked over to the TikTok chat. So we're also streaming tonight on TikTok. You can watch on there, but your comments are not showing on the main feed, but I can see them. We did that intentionally. We wanted to experiment first, but I can see y'all watching on TikTok. So Boontar, hopefully you're still on the chat. I can actually see your transmissions. I can see your chat. So welcome. And Man of War. There is a Man of War waiting list. Yes, there is a Man of War waiting list. All right. So yeah, we're streaming on there now. And tomorrow we're going to try to add Instagram. Right, Jake? I see Jake's watching. Right, Jake? we had to apply to go live. I don't know why, but we had to apply last night, and they approved it immediately. So, or they approved it by tonight. So here we go. Thanks everybody for joining us. Make sure you've hit the like button. And hello, Jeremy Dalton and Jake said right. Okay, so welcome. All right, now because that way the TikTok chat doesn't interfere with this, but the way I see it is obviously these comments here come first. If there's a regular watching over on TikTok and you make a purchase and nobody else is buying it, then I'll go ahead and give it to you. But if you got a bid on something, you definitely got to be watching on Facebook or YouTube or X. That way we have the official chat. But if you are watching over there and you're like, hey, I'll take one of those disintegrations and nobody else has bought it, and you are watching over, and I know who you are, like Bob Reiger, Boone Tar, Jeremy Dalton, I'll go ahead and pull it for you. But if you want to bid on something, or if you're new and you're watching over on TikTok, tonight you have to come to Facebook, YouTube, or X. Maybe by tomorrow, because we got to figure out maybe how to get you registered. There's DMs on TikTok, so you can DM us on there. But right now, we'll just keep it to these 3 platforms, okay? Now, first is Dylan. That sold to Jerry Ferguson for $35. Thank you, Jerry Ferguson. That sold to you. Only bidder on that. And I actually think I have a duplicate. So if anybody else wants a Dylan, I'll go ahead and sell this to. Did you bid on this, Jerry? Hold on a minute. I could have swore it's been up for so long. There's been so much going on. I could have swore he bid on this. Yeah. Boy, he bid on this 6 minutes ago. I thought it was a long time ago. So Jerry got that for $35. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I do have another one, okay? What pressing? I'll scan it right quick. It's whatever the most recent. Unfortunately, it's new and sealed, so I don't have a lot of information unless I try to scan it myself. Let me try to scan it myself, and I'll let you know. And then let's update these other. I think Devo got a couple new bumps. If I scan this cure, it comes back as probably this one right here, the 2020 US. It's probably that one right there. It also shows up as a 2010 and a 2000. Whoops, sorry. If I scan the barcode, it shows up as these 3 pressings. It's probably this one right here, which is the 2020 remaster. And that is probably what this one is. But it also shows up as 2010 and 2010. I have a feeling it's 2020 remaster, which the last one just sold for $50. I've got these at $44, and these are new and sealed. Now, the singles are at $30. Todd Doris says he'll take the other Dylan I have for $35. Let me make sure there was another one. There's another Dylan. So let's sell that to Todd Doris for $35. Let's sell that to Todd Doris for $35. And then over here, we have Paul S. on YouTube. Paul S. on YouTube also wants on the Man of War compilation, Greatest Hits. That's from yesterday. Jeff Halsworth does want to cure disintegration. And the next thing I have is a question on the Smiths. And this is a live unofficial on orange vinyl. This is $29.99. This is the Smiths. Rome, what difference does it make on orange vinyl? $29.99. Yeah, TikTok Live is a really interactive format. It's really cool if you ever watch a live over there. You can do all kinds of stuff. It's pretty crazy what you can do over there. I think both as a viewer and as a streamer. Their technology is pretty wild. And these singles here, George Samberes has it for $30, and that's a final call. Now, the Devo is what I have to update. The Devo is Donna Mitchell went out, and that's after Carol Puckett bid $15. And Carol, you have this. It's in VG minus. It is OG, but I'm about to sell it to Carol. And I hadn't updated that since he bid. I didn't even know he had actually placed a bid. I saw Donna went out, so that's 15, and that's a final call. The clock is on, and Patrick Fu gets the Smiths. And now I finally updated the singles, and George Samberes has those for 30. Now, I'm about to recap this bin. Now, busy night. Y'all got me running in circles. We got the Cure Greatest Hits, So there's two Cure albums, Greatest Hits for $44.99 and Disintegration for $44.99. They're both double LPs, and we've sold one of each. One each remains. We had a waiting list for the Smiths, and then we just sold one that's live in Rome on orange vinyl, 1985, $29.99 on the Smiths. One remains, and this is Thorns. That's a new metal order that I meant to have show up yesterday, and that is $33.99. And Devo is sold to Carol Puckett for $15, and George Samberez gets these 3 singles for $30. Thank you, George Samberez. Those are sold to you. Now, that also means that those sold to George for $30. That also means Paul McCartney was Tug of War. Paul McCartney was Tug of War, and I'll go ahead and do that right now, and let's throw up another advertised auction, okay? And those 3 singles go to Rebecca Howitt. George Samberez, he says he wants to pay for those 3 singles and send them to Rebecca Howitt. So first, there's Paul McCartney, Tug of War. Let's go ahead and start him for just $25. $25 on that. And then Rebecca, these 3 are heading your way. Make sure we get those to George Samberez, okay? All right. So, finishing up this crate, let me introduce some new auctions. But here's Dismember, and this is by far their most popular streaming album when I was doing research on them. And the hop sticker actually says one of the greatest death metal albums of all time, like an ever-flowing stream, and that is Dismember, and that's $33.99. We have one copy left of Nile, Annihilation of the Wicked for $33, and I've already forgot what this one was, Wolves in the Throne Room. Now, Thomas, I sold you earlier this Wolves in the Throne. No, I sold Thomas a Wolves in the Throne Room. Where is it? Yeah, Thomas, I sold you this Wolves in the Throne Room. Did you want this one as well? So the one here that's a double LP is called Daedum of the 12 Stars. And then this one here that I've already sold to you, Thomas, was Primordial Arana. So let me know if you want one of each or just one. And then Nile, Black Seeds of Vengeance. There's another Nile for $33. Faster Pussycat is $44.99. Another Greatest Hits from Friday Music on colored vinyl. 2 remain. Weezer, Maladroit was $33.99. Alice in Chains Facelift was $38. Dire Straits Brothers in Arms, Tim Graham, you got one. There's one left, $44.99. And Depeche Mode Violator, and that is $33.99. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. The next auction is going to be The Clash, Rock the Casbah. Rock the Casbah. It's actually their full album, Combat Rock, Should I Stay or Should I Go? It is an 82 OG Terre Haute repress. I should say, excuse me, I used basically a double negative there. It's a 82 Terre Haute repress. The originals were on a custom Clash label, and that is with the original inner sleeve, has the original inner sleeve with the lyrics, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. But that is an 82 Terre Haute pressing. Paul has one bid for $25. That's a final call, and Melinda gets Depeche Mode. The one I got is cool. Okay, great. I was trying to sell you another record, though. You know, I was trying to do my job. I was trying to sell you another record. Let's put up 3 more singles. Single batch so far tonight's been good. Nothing left over. Here's our next 3. My Luck is Frozen. Miss Georgia Peach. And this is Kill Your Idols, Peace Delusions. And it looks like it's on red vinyl. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Should I stay or should I go? Alrighty, this means Chad needs some blue juice. All right. We have not auctioned Temple of the Dog. We have not sold The Damned. I don't even know what version. I gotta find these records. Some of the stuff's being named off, and I'm not for sure even what it is. I definitely know what Temple of the Dogs is, and I know what The Damned is, but I don't know which one it is. Man, we got some great stuff to auction. Holy moly. Have y'all seen the auction hype? Have y'all seen the auction hype pictures? Goodness. All right. That is the first crate of new vinyl. And let's go ahead and go through a crate that maybe Paul just dropped up here. You know what? I hadn't even peeked at John's stuff. Oh, there's so much stuff around me. This is overwhelming. I'm almost tunneled in here. I can't get over there. I can't get over here. I keep setting crates behind me. Y'all have no idea. I'm in a mess. I'm in an absolute... I can't get to the next crates hardly. I don't even know what I just did with that crate Paul brought me. And somebody just commented earlier, I think it was Karen. She said she's in the store. She said, I can't believe how many records are up front. And I was like, up front? You should see what the back looks like. Let me try to get over here and get one of these. It is overwhelming. I know what I've got to do on Sunday. I know what I've got to do on Sunday. We got to get this place cleaned back up again. Let's see. I think John's marked a killer crate here. Holy moly. Is this check condition? Oh, man. This is a great one. Yeah, he's done it again. Folks, he has done it again. Wow. Yep, just great titles. Yep. Yep, let's do this one. I love going through records like this. Wow, I see a Rolling, not in this crate, but I see a Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge. That's always good. All right, so new check condition stuff that was just priced today. Hope everybody's ready. If you're not, I need you to get ready. I posted several pre-orders today. Let's update all these auctions. Okay. The Clash. The Clash. 15, 18, 15, 18, 15, 20, 16, 20, 19, 21, 17, 22, 25, 22, 25. Fred bid 10 on these singles. The Clash, 30, 31, 30, 35. When is Brian's Jonestown Massacre going up? When is Sex Pistols going up? When is The Dam going up? When is Temple the Dog going up? Clash 36, Clash 49. The Gin Blossoms come in. I'm not aware of that. Clash 50, another $10 on that. And then Clash 60. And Todd Fisher, you're the only bidder on Paul McCartney, $25. And my mom says, I know what we can do Sunday, go shopping. Sounds like my mom wants me to take her to the mall. So should I come here and clean up the store Sunday or go take mom shopping and out to eat? Let's see what the people say. Let's see what the people say. These three singles are at 11 with Darren Johnson. Fred, you've been outbid. And wow, what a war on the Clash. Rebecca has it for $60. That is going once, going twice. It's an 82 Terre Haute repress, VG with the original inner sleeve. That's an 82 Terre Haute repress. 82 Terre Haute repress. There's that. There's a lot of votes for Mom. A lot of vote for Mom. I do need to go to the Lego store and buy the new Steamboat thing. I do need to go buy the Steamboat Lego. All right, looks like we're going to Paula Deen's restaurant and going Lego shopping. Here we go. Charlie Daniels Band, Midnight Wind. VG Plus, $17.99. New Vintage Arrivals, check condition, priced as marked. Leonard Skinner, Gimme Back My Bullets, first label, EX $32.99. The Cars, Panorama, EX condition, $19.99. The Best of Merle Haggard, the best of Merle Haggard, EX condition, $12.99. This is a soundtrack from Tick, 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 VG Plus $14.99, which was a Sidney Poitier film. And The Outlaws, EX condition, $17.99 for The Outlaws. Now, here's where we left off. The Clash is at war, and so are these singles. The bid was 60, and then 61, and then 65, and then the singles got a bid for 11, and then the singles got a bid for 12, and then Clash got a bid for 66, And then the singles got a bid for 15. And then the singles got a bid for 13. And then Todd Fisher got Charlie Daniels. That was right here. That's so to Todd Fisher. John Darden on Merle Haggard. Preview of the 45s. And then Tim Turner second on Merle Haggard. We have Kill Your Idols, spelled Killlyr. Modern Pain. And Modern Pain Peace Delusions. So, I think earlier I said Peace Delusions and Kill Your Idols. Those actually may be tracks. It's on red vinyl. Then Miss Georgia Peach. And then My Luck is Frozen. Okay? Clash is at 75. George Ellis on Skinnerd. And now Todd Fisher's out on Clash. All right. What is today? Friday? Tomorrow's Saturday. Okay, we're talking about stuff for Sunday, right? Yeah, okay. All these plans. I could go to Paula Deen's. I could use some fried chicken, meatloaf, macaroni and cheese, mashed potatoes. It is a pretty good restaurant. Paul Simon, still crazy after all these years. Just step out the back, Jack. The Beatles, Hey Jude, EX Edition, $34.99. And REO Speedwagon, Lost in a Dream, EX, $17.99. So these singles are a final call. The last bid I seen come in was Darren Johnson at $15. Darren Johnson has those for $15. Now, here's some of the auction records. Depeche Mode, Rush, Sex Pistols, Butthole Surfers, Chameleon, Rush, Thin Lizzy, Echo, Jesus and Mary Chain, Helmet, Stevie Ray Vaughan, R.E.M., Tupac, Radiohead, The Damned, which has been requested a bunch. We have Jonestown Massacre, Brian Jonestown Massacre, Randy Travis. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's Underworld, the soundtrack. Rush, R.E.M., Neil Young, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Linkin Park, Dave Matthews Band, Jane's Addiction, Temple the Dog, Kings of Leon, Queens of the Stone Age, Soundgarden, Guardians of the Galaxy, B-52s, Albert Collins, Booker T, Talking Heads, and Brimstone and Treacle. Wow. Did y'all hear all that? The Damned, Machine Gun Etiquette. This is a 2014 U.S. limited to 1,000 numbered copies on red vinyl. It is numbered, number 759 of 1,000. It does have the original inner sleeves. It is a $25 start. That is now up for bid. Now, the last thing was a final call on the Clash. Can you show the album Behind the Outlaws again? The album Behind the Outlaws was the soundtrack to Tick, Tick, Tick. VG Plus, $14.99. And now, we still have a gift card to Paula Deen's from Ed and Neva. Hey, there we go. Free meal tomorrow. Thank you, Ed and Neva. Thomas Ujar has requested the Chameleons. Chris has requested Tupac. JK has requested the Butthole Surfers. Jesus and Mary Chain's been requested. The Butthole Surfers has also been requested. Did I say there was another Pink Floyd? Yeah, that's in the surprise auctions. Another request for Tupac. A request for the Underworld. And the Damned has bids for $25.25. And now we have a bid for $40. And now $45. And now these three singles are sold for $15. And those three singles are sold for $15 to Darren Johnson. Now, I was about to drop the hammer on the Clash. And there's a question from Leslie. Where's the Clash at? It is a final call after about 700 bids. Rebecca has it for $75. It's on the clock. $75. We started it at $15. It's on the clock. We have a request for Temple the Dog. We got a request for Linkin Park. And then David V wants Hey Jude. And as you can see, we're right in the middle of a new arrivals bin of vintage check condition stuff. We've got 5 more crates of new vinyl, 6 more John crates, not counting the ones from last night that I didn't get to, and 2 Paul crates. Wow. We have Queen, News of the World, VG $14.99. What grade is the Clash? It's in VG condition. We have Zappa, Ship Arriving Too Late. That's VG $14.99. Bruce Springsteen, VG $9.99. David Bowie, The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. VG plus $24.99. Now the Damned is at 60. Prince is VG plus $24.99. Johnny Cash is EX $12.99. Neil Young Harvest is VG plus $24.99. I'm doing a 15-second middle countdown on the Clash before I drop the hammer. Everybody's seen it. Everybody's thinking. Rebecca's in. She's about to get it. Here's our next 3 singles. Our next 3 singles is No Lives, Reply Halt, Life of Halt, and Lock the Cycle. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Michael McCullen got David Bowie, then Dennis Ludich, and then Diego Sanchez, and then Donna Mitchell, and then Moses got Johnny Cash, and then Diego got Neil Young, and then Cody was next on Johnny Cash, and now the Clash is sold to Rebecca for $75, and now the Damned is at $60 with Fred Cardinale, going once, going twice. These 3 singles are a $10 start. We have Leonard Skinner, VG Plus, $24.99 on the MCA Cloud label. That is available. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction, without further ado, is going to go up right now. And it's Randy Travis, Always and Forever. And this is sealed. It's never been opened. And it has this hit song, Forever and Ever, Amen. Randy Travis, a sealed club original copy, $25 start, and Randy Travis is not in print, nor has it ever seen a reissue. I don't know why. Don't ask me. Ask Warner Brothers or whoever owns his catalog now. I'm sure it's been sold, or he still could own it. I don't know how that works sometimes. Leonard Skinner sold to Joe Delgado, but we could sell the fire out of them and nobody's making them. So ask them, not me. Lou Reed, Street Hassle. VG Condition, maybe I'll just call Randy myself. VG $14.99. Ted Nugent, Scream Dream. VG plus $9.99. Faces, A Nod is Good as a Wink, VG plus $24.99. That's Rod Stewart, Ron Wood, VG plus $24.99, original green label. And Sly and the Family Stone, EX Condition, $32.99. And this is on the Yellow Epic label. Yellow Epic label. Final call on those 3 singles, and that's for $10. Nobody else's bid. Our third auction, we're going to go 3 wide with our albums, is a 1980s pressing, a Carrollton press of Pink Floyd's Wish You Were Here. There is a barcode on the back. It's still a vintage copy. It's from the 80s. It is around a VG Plus copy, and Pink Floyd's going to go up for a $25 start. Next is the Billie Holiday Story, Volume 2, a 2 LP compilation, VG Plus $17.99. Diego on Sly. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? I would greatly appreciate that if you haven't. Welcome to Friday Night at Coletco. Venus and Mars, Paul McCartney and Wings, EX Edition $22.99. And Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida, VG Plus $14.99, a Monarch copy. Lonnie, everything in here is sticker price. I can't believe no one bought Prince. He's VG Plus $24.99. And Willie Nelson Stardust in shrink with the hype stickers, VG Plus $9.99. Nobody bid on these singles. Those singles are a buy now for $10. No bid on those. Also over here, Todd Fisher on Wings. That is so to Todd Fisher. No one has bid on Randy Travis. Final call for a $25 start. Pink Floyd already has bids for $25, $26, and now $30. John Darden on Willie Nelson. The Damned, I'm waiting for Fred Cardinale to say in or out. Fred, you're outbid. Rebecca has it for $75. It's up to you. Now Steve McGee's in on Randy Travis at $25. If anybody's a first-time buyer, you can jump in anytime. The records in the bin are first come, first serve. So you've probably heard me read multiple people's names, right? Like boom, 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 boom. Those are being read in succession of who was first, second, third, and fourth, and that compiles YouTube, Facebook, and X comments. And back here, auctions, there's not really any time limit. I just ask 1 or 2 things. If you're bidding, please stay active. The bids pop up here in the chat. I try to call every one of them out. If you get outbid, you can bid higher or you can say out, and that way we can expedite it. It's already 7:45. We got probably 3 more hours of auctions to do, and I have enough new stuff over here to keep us busy for 3 nights. So I'm in speed mode. We got a lot of stuff to go to. First thing is we sold wings. John got Willie Nelson. Danny was next. Thomas, I'll put up the Carmelians next. The Faces is not live. No, this is an original studio album. And plus, this has their hit song, Stay With Me. An absolute rocker there. Lonnie, if you don't want Prince, I'm going to sell it to Rebecca Barber. So Prince is either sold to Lonnie at $24 or Rebecca at $24.99. Randy Travis, $26, now $28. The Dam got another bid for $80. Now it got another bid for $90. And now Randy Travis is at $27. Now Randy Travis is at $30. And here's Jimi Hendrix. And he's EX $27.99. The high bid on Pink Floyd was Tate. Tate has Pink Floyd at $30. Todd Fisher, you were outbid. Todd, let me know if you want back in. We have an out on Randy Travis. We have another out on Randy Travis. Lonnie Jolly does want Prince at sticker price. Of course, these are all sticker price. They're new arrivals. And George Ellis takes the Faces. Stay With Me. Great Rod Stewart song there. Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, $14.99. There's new bid on Pink Floyd, new bid on Randy Travis, and Fred, you've been outbid again on The Damned. Rebecca Howard has it for $90. Steve Perry, I think this one's really cool. It has the hype sticker mentioning he was in Journey. This is his solo album, Street Talk, VG Plus $14.99. It is Steve Perry of Journey, includes Oh Sherry, The Damned, info again, you got it. This is The Damned Machine Gun Etiquette. It is a 2014 U.S. limited and numbered to 1,000 on red vinyl. It is still in the original baggie. It came in with the hype sticker and the sticker here that says colored. I like that sticker, colored vinyl. That's pretty cool. And it is foil numbered, and it's pressed at QRP. And it's at $90 with Rebecca. And Fred, it goes back to you. Randy Travis, 32. Randy Travis, 34. Tate's out on Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is an 80s pressing. So, yeah, this is not from 75. They just barcoded as 80s. It's actually a 7th issue. That's what they call it, a 7th issue. I think that's what Discogs classifies that one. It's in a Carrollton press. It does have the original inner sleeve. How I Wish You Were Here, Shine On You Crazy Diamond, Have a Cigar, Welcome to the Machine. So many great tracks on that. Of course, an epic album. The next thing we had was PF Out with Tate. And the last bid on Pink Floyd was $31. And then Stacey Brown was first on the Steve Perry. Then Tim Turner. The sealed Randy Travis is now at $35. Colleen third on Steve Perry. The Jimi Hendrix is kind of an off-label compilation. It's called Jimi Hendrix, and it's on the Shout label. It's called In the Beginning. This actually might be recordings when he played with Curtis Knight. So, as y'all know, after Hendrix passed away, hundreds of albums were released. Compilations, unreleased tracks, bootlegs, lives, this over and over. And there's so many different Hendrix. That looks like compilations when he was with Curtis Knight. EX $27.99, and then Randy's at $40, and then Ivan R wants Zappa, Ship Arriving Too Late. That's sold to Ivan R. Now Randy Travis is at $35. Fred's out on The Damned, and we have Heart, and that's VG Plus $24.99. All right, and now let's go ahead and put up let's go ahead and sell The Damned, and this is sold to Rebecca for $90. We had a request from the Chameleons. I hope Thomas isn't leaving the chat. I was going to do that one next, and this is the Chameleons, a collection of classic early recordings, the Chameleons, the Fan, and the Bellows. And this is an 86 US OG compilation. It's been out of print ever since. This has never been reissued. There's the Chameleons, and it's a $35 start. Now Pink Floyd has a new bid for $35. Now Randy Travis has a new bid for $36. And James Hicks, you were very late on Steve Perry. Next is the Beatles, Something New. It's in shrink wrap. It's a 68 green Target Winchester press, EX condition, $39.99. That is the Beatles, Something New, EX condition, $39.99. So the Chameleons is up at $35. Randy Travis is at $46. And Pink Floyd's at $35. Todd Fisher, you're out. Creedence, Clearwater Revival, Cosmos Factory, VG Plus, $24.99. That's on the OG Blue and Gold Fantasy label, $24.99 on that. So the Chameleons has never been reissued. That's a compilation, a collection of classic early recordings, the Fan and the Bellows, never been reissued. And then right there in the middle, Pink Floyd still getting bids. And guess what? Randy Travis is still getting bids, but now it's at 46. Bruce Springsteen, We Were Born to Run. VG Condition, $9.99 for Bruce Springsteen. And Rick Springfield, Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Out. EX $12.99. And Billy Stewart teaches old standards and new tricks. Billy Stewart on the chest label, VG Plus $24.99. The Chameleons, going once, going twice to Thomas Hujar. Pink Floyd, I have not heard back from Todd Fisher. Sandy Villa has it for $35. Todd's bid was $31. Todd, if you're still watching, let me know. Now, George has really bumped up the Randy Travis. He's at $46. Does anybody else want to bid? It's now going once, now going twice. Chad's going to take a drink of some of this energy drink. Thanks, everybody, for spending your Friday night on Coletco. Friday night's one of those nights, as the show goes on, more and more people watch. And then by probably by 9 and 10 and maybe even 11 o'clock, we're at peak viewers. Friday night, viewers tend to increase. It tends to peak like right around now and then go down. Fridays and Saturdays are different. It kind of starts off slow and then it kind of just keeps rising all night. And Randy Travis is at 35 or 46. Pink Floyd 37. I usually keep a note on the view counter. It's weird. It's just all night it keeps rising. Rick Springfield is Colleen. I'm assuming everybody's done on Randy Travis, and Fred wants to know what the Chameleons is. The Chameleons is called a collection of classic early recordings. You just almost missed it, Fred. It is The Fan and the Bellows, a 1986 U.S. original. It's been out of print ever since. It is near mint. It has one bid for $35, and we're about to sell it. And then there's Pink Floyd. And now it has a new bid. Sandy Villa, you're out. Todd was back on, and now he's bumped you. You're back out. Here is Stevie Wonder. It's in shrink wrap. And this is VG Plus, $17.99. That's Stevie Wonder. And the Beatles is a 1964 OG Monarch, VG Plus, $49.99. There's a new bid on Randy Travis for $50. George Samberes, it goes back to you. There is a new bid for $50 on the Randy Travis. 1 second, please. The Chameleons has another bid for $37, and now Pink Floyd $40. The Beatles is a 1964 original Monarch. That is Songs, Pictures, and Fabulous Stories. That's one you won't see as often just randomly in a bin. I usually set those aside for us to auction. The Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, VG Plus $24.99. And the Yardbirds Over, Under, Sideways, Down, VG $24.99. Sorry, I'm over here verifying a couple channels right quick. Let me verify a couple channels and pages over here. There's some new bidding. All right, and then, okay. All right, well, they have old accounts, so we're good. We have Alan Parsons' Project Eve, EX Edition, $17.99, and Dolly Parton's Greatest Hits, VG Condition, $12.99. So Randy Travis, $56. The Chameleons is at $38. The Chameleons is at $40. Pink Floyd's at $40. Todd Fisher, you're out. Wow, everything's still getting bids. Everything's still getting bids. It's really hard to put up any more additional auctions. There's 3. That's about all I can handle. I can't start putting up 4 and 5 LPs. I'll be spending more time calling out bids than showing records. 3 Dog Night, Cyan, EX17, everything just keeps getting bids, keeps getting bids, keeps getting bids. Steely Dan, The Royal Scam, nothing wrong with that though. $14.99 on Steely Dan, and Kiss, Alive 2, I almost said 3, VG Plus $29.99. And I'm going to go ahead and show you before somebody asks. Kiss has 1 original inner sleeve. Kiss has 2 original inner sleeves, and that's it. Kiss has 2 original inner sleeves, and that's it. Kiss has 2 original inner sleeves, and that's it. That's it. VG Plus $29.99. If you have any other additional questions, just let me know. Randy Travis, Josh Brown, it's up to you if you're still watching. The new bid's $56. The Chameleons is at $38. Now the Chameleons is at $40. And then David V got RS, and that was for the Rolling Stones. Now Pink Floyd's at $42. Brett's out on the Chameleons. Next was Randy on the Rolling Stones. Robert Barnett on Dolly Parton. Todd Fisher on Kiss Alive. The Chameleons is at $45. Colleen, you were next on Kiss. And we have... Next is, wait, there's no records in Kiss. No, I was just saying it has 2 original inner sleeves. If I don't say what's included in a Kiss album, I'll bet you $1 to a donut I'm going to get asked. What's in the Kiss? Does it have any book, tattoos, pictures, photos, autographs, inserts, hair follicles, etc., etc.? Next thing is Pink Floyd. The final bid that came in on this was Todd Fisher at $42. It's up to Sandy Villa. Sandy, it's up to you. Now, Josh is out on Randy Travis. That's a sealed 87 OG Club copy. Final call on that. Diego Sanchez has the Yardbirds. The final call on Randy Travis was going to be to George Samberez at 56, and now it's up on the Chameleons. Thomas has it for 45. Fred Cardinale, you're out. Fred, just go ahead and bid $75 and we'll wrap this thing up. Fred, just go ahead and bid $75 and we'll wrap this thing up. It's going to get there anyway. We'll just go ahead and bid $95 and we'll wrap this thing up. Go ahead and bid $105. Now, I am going to read you the titles that's left in this check condition bin, okay? The first thing I have here is the Cars Panorama EX Edition 1999. We have the Outlaws EX 1799. Paul Simon, Still Crazy after all these years. VG Plus 1499. REO Speedwagon, Lost in a Dream. EX 1799. The Tick Tick Tick. The music's by Tom Paul and the Glasser Brothers. It has a promo stamp on the back. And, of course, that is a Sidney Poitier movie, VG Plus, and it's a promo label. So it's a yellow label promo for that one, $14.99. Queen is VG $14.99, and Bruce Springsteen is VG $9.99. I've lost Fred Cardinale. Fred, are you out there? Clock's on the Chameleons. The high bid on the Chameleons right now is $45. Just go ahead and bid $125, and we'll wrap this thing up. Now, Todd Fisher, you've been outbid on Pink Floyd, but I can sure, without a doubt, confidently sell Randy Travis, and this is sold to George Samberez for $56. Thank you, George. That's sold to you. Timers on the Chameleons. Fred, are you out there? Lou Reed, VG $14.99 for Street Hassle. Ted Nugent, Scream Dream is VG Plus $9.99. Todd, you've been outbid on Pink Floyd. Next is the Billie Holiday Story, Volume 2. This is a 2LP Columbia compilation. $17.99 for the Billie Holiday Story. VG Plus $17.99. And Alan Parsons, Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida, VG Plus $14.99. We have had a monstrous request. All these albums, I had no idea there would be this many requests for the Brian's Jonestown Massacre. I don't know. I feel like this is something we should put up together. It's a Volume 1, Volume 2. Should we sell these together? I feel like this is something that should be sold together. Or somebody just looking for one volume. Because I feel like that should be sold together. But I'll see. Give me 1 second. Donna Mitchell on Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. The Chameleons 50. Pink Floyd still getting bids. And we have Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. Clapton's VG $14.99. Now the Chameleons at $75. Fred, you've been outbid. Just go ahead and bid $75 and we'll wrap this thing up. It's at $55 with Thomas Hujar. And now there's a new bid on Pink Floyd. The high bid on Pink Floyd right now is Sandy Villa, 46. Todd Fisher bid 46. 45, now 46 with Todd Fisher. Sandy Villa, you've been outbid. Just go ahead and bid 75 and we'll wrap up Pink Floyd. Jimi Hendrix is EX $27.99. We have Heart. That's VG Plus $24.99. And the Beatles, something new. A 68 Green Target Winchester Press in shrink wrap, EX edition, $39.99. Now we have new bids. We're waiting for Fred on the Chameleons. We're waiting for Sandy V on Pink Floyd. Cosmos Factor is VG Plus $24.99. Bruce Springsteen is VG $9.99. Billy Stewart teaches old standards, new tricks. VG Plus $24.99. Stevie Wonder is VG Plus $17.99. The Beatles is a 64 Monarch, VG Plus $49.99. There is a new bid on the Chameleons for $77 with Thomas Hujar. Now, Fred, just go ahead and bid $125. Now, Pink Floyd. Sandy Villa, are you out there? Final call on Pink Floyd. Todd Fisher has it for $46. Alan Parsons Project, EX $17.99. Three Dog Night Cyan, EX $17.99. Steely Dan is VG $14.99. Let's go ahead and put up the Brian Jonestown Massacre. We have the votes win to sell them together. So Laura had this tagged as a 2013 UK and a 2014 UK, both sealed at 25 and 25. So both volumes are going to go up for a $50 start. Brian's Jonestown Massacre, this is both volumes, a $50 start. Now the Chameleons is at $80. Now Pink Floyd's at 51. Thomas, just go ahead and bid 125 on the Chameleons and we'll wrap this thing up. Sandy's been outbid on Pink Floyd. Sandy, just go ahead and bid $95 on Pink Floyd and we'll wrap this thing up. Brian Jonestown Massacre has a bid for 55 of Craig Thomas. Anybody else on anything in this bin? Those are both sealed copies. I've got the Cars. I've got Outlaws, Paul Simon, REO Speedwagon, Tick, 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 Queen, Lou Reed, Ted Nugent, Billie Holiday, Iron Butterfly, Eric Clapton, Jimi Hendrix, Heart, Beatles, CCR, Springsteen, Billy Stewart, Stevie Wonder, Beatles, Alan Parsons, Three Dog Night, and Steely Dan. Awesome. If anybody else wants anything else in there, just let me know. If not, we're going to go straight into some more new vinyl over here. Welcome everybody to CollectCo Friday night. We got some absolute heated auctions. Unbelievable. And we're still trying to get bids on the Chameleons. I've lost Fred, and now I have lost Sandy V again on Pink Floyd. So let me go through my spiel and try to get all those bids wrangled back up. Brian's Jonestown Massacre has taken off like an absolute rocket. It has launched off, and the bids are here, there, and everywhere. And I've still got to update these two heaters over here. We got royal rumbling going on back here in the back. People are getting thrown out of the ring left and right, over the top rope, over the turnbuckles. Metal chairs are being brought out from underneath the ring. Ladders, baseball bats wrapped in wire. Chad's going to drink some blue juice. Triple H, Stone Cold, The Rock. All right. So, new sealed vinyl in here. Let's see what we have. It's been a great night so far for that. And we've only been through one crate. We've only been through one John crate as well. We still got crates of beer from Paul. Now, when I got here, this store was full of CollectCo employees. Jay, Tanner, Paul, Laura, John, Jill, Jack. Everybody was here. A few minutes ago, I looked around. There's nobody here. Laura's gone. Paul's gone. John's gone. Tanner's... Everybody's left me. I don't know what happened to everybody, so I guess it's just me and whatever records are priced in this building. Everybody's left. I don't know where they went. And Laura told me earlier, she said, I had no idea this much new vinyl. She's got these crates packed tight, and they are full of vinyl. So, let's update where we're at on these auctions. Let's update who we are on life. Yes, and I never did say that. George Sambaraz has gifted yet another record. George Sambaraz is giving away records left and right tonight. He wants to make sure this goes to Robin Murphy Glenn. George Sambaraz has gifted yet another record. He got the Randy Travis, and he wants to send this as a gift to Robin Murphy Glenn. Make sure we make a note of that, please. Yet another gifted record from George Sambaraz. All right. Where are we at on Pink Floyd? We're at $65 on Pink Floyd. Sandy Villa. Todd Fisher just bid $66. Where are we on the Chameleons is the question from Fred. That is a great question. The last bid on the Chameleons is with Thomas Hujar at $80, Fred. Thomas Hujar at $80. The Brian Jonestown Massacre, both volumes are at $122. Also with Thomas Hujar. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other claims during all that ruckus. And Pink Floyd is an 7th issue 80s pressing VG condition. Next thing we have is Depeche Mode, Music for the Masses. $33.99. Never Let Me Down Again. Depeche Mode, Music for the Masses. $33.99. I love that first track, Never Let Me Down Again. Depeche Mode. Chameleons has a new bid for $85. Thomas, just go ahead and bid $125 and we'll wrap this thing up. The Brian Jonestown Massacre is at $122. Tim Colino, you're out. And then Sandy Villa, you're out on Pink Floyd. Todd Fisher has it. Now the Chameleons is at 88. Battery, Under the Sign of the Black Mark. And I'm almost positive there was a waiting list for this. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to open back up my laptop computer, and I'm going to look up Battery. And I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list, and Cameron Lingefeld's on it. Thank you, Cameron Lingefeld. There's one Battery left if anybody else wants it, okay? Now, we have Thomas Hujar gets a Depeche Mode. We have Sandy out on Pink Floyd. Tim's out on Brian Jonestown Massacre. That means we got one battle left. This is between Thomas and Fred. Thomas has the Chameleons for 88. The Pink Floyd is a final call to Todd Fisher, and that's at 66. And a final call on Brian Jonestown Massacre, both volumes sealed. Thomas has it for 122. Next is Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia. A music on vinyl pressing, Screaming Trees is $38.99. New and sealed MOV, $38.99. Nirvana, Live in Rome, 1991. It's called Rome As You Are. Nirvana. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for Nirvana. We've had so many Nirvana bootlegs. There's not. I actually don't have a waiting list for anything Nirvana anymore. It's all been fulfilled. So this Rome is available. $29.99. Live at Castle Theater, Rome, $29.99. And then Beck Odelay. Now, we started a waiting list on these before I even realized, or after I ordered them. So there was a waiting list for Beck when we sold a pre-owned copy out of a Laura crate last night. And somebody's like, man, I really wanted that. And I was like, I've already got 2 on the way. And Chris Bryant said, I'll take one. And Jerry Ferguson says, I'll take one. So these are sold already. And if anybody else wants on a waiting list, this is a well-in-print, big-selling record. So if anybody wants one for next week, let me know. These were already spoken for last night. It's time to drop the hammer. Todd Fisher, time for more New York. Have y'all seen the auction lines up for tonight? We're just getting started. Todd Fisher gets this for $66. These 2 here are sold to Thomas Hujar. Thomas Hujar has these for $122. The Chameleons is now at $90. The Chameleons is now at $90. Thomas, just go ahead and bid $125 on this and we'll wrap it up. Fred has it for $90. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this has also been a heavily requested one. This is the limited numbered music on vinyl pressing. Now, Laura says she believes it's unopened, but buy it as if it's near mint minus. You can't really say music on vinyl pressings are sealed because they all come in resealable baggies. So technically, unless you bought it from me and you know you never kept it open, but technically you can't call music on vinyl pressing sealed because they're in resealable baggies. They actually don't come shrink wrapped. So we think it's unopened because sometimes you can tell just how nice the perforation or the baggie is, but we don't really know. But buy it as if it's near mint minus. This is the numbered edition. The first time music on vinyl pressed at number 1616 of 5,000, a $95 start. So this is official. It's on purple vinyl. It's on purple vinyl and it's numbered. A $95 start on that. $95 start. Fred Cardinale on the Beck Odelay waiting list. Melanie Jennings on the Beck Odelay waiting list. Now the Chameleons is at 100. Fred, you've been outbid. Fred, just go ahead and bid 125 on that, and we'll wrap that up. But there they are, the Chameleons and Temple the Dog. And Dennis is already in on TOTD, Temple the Dog. We already have a bid for $95. Our next 3 singles are going to go up right now. We have Look Back and Laugh, Street Terrorism. Look Back and Laugh, Street Terrorism. And whatever this is here. What's Your Name? Sub 38A. That's a $10 start on all 3 of those. Temple the Dog, 100. Temple the Dog, 120. Does the Beatles and Last Great have the 3/4 gatefold cover song Speak Stories? Yes. It is the OG Monarch with that 3/4 cover. Fred has the Chameleons at 105. Next is Collective Soul, Hence Allegations and Things Left Unsaid. This has the hit song Shine and Breathe on it from Kraft Records, $33.99. Now, I'm about to blow your mind right now with this next record. This is a limited numbered, now out of print, purple vinyl, music on vinyl pressing. They're bidding on that right now. The next record I have, perfect timing, because here is the 2 LP, now in print, black vinyl, Temple the Dog, and these are $44.99. $44.99, and I can get more. I've been ordering the single LP. I've switched it up a little bit, and now this is the 2 LP. There's actually 2 versions of this album still being made, a single LP and a 2 LP. This is the 2 LP black vinyl, $44.99. This music on vinyl pressing is highly desirable. One, it's official on colored vinyl, and anything like that always demands more money, especially from music on vinyl. If you want to settle right now with the 2 LP, I have 2 of them for $44.99. I'm going hungry. I'm going hungry, literally. And now, Temple the Dog had bids for $95, $100, $120, $105 on the Chameleons, $121 on Temple the Dog, $110, $120 on the Chameleons, $130 on Temple the Dog, and Charlie DeFrank wants the Beatles from the last crate. Great decision. That was a 64 OG Monarch, and yes, Charlie was asking, does it have this kind of cover? It does. It does. And thank you. That is sold to Charlie DeFrank. Thank you on that. All right. Temple's at 130, and now the singles has a bid for 10. And Jerry Ferguson wants a Temple the Dog, and Randy Klein wants one as well. Okay, thank you. Now, the next thing I have is what? The Chameleons is out with Fred. Thomas has it for $120. Temple the Dog is at $130. Jerry bid $130, and then Manish. Everybody else is out. Now Josh has it for $140. Next thing in here is Page and Plant going to California. And we got Volume 1, Volume 2. And also keep in mind, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Volume 1 and Volume 2. And then here is Page and Plant, Volume 1. And the reason I'm pulling out this one, there should be a waiting list for this one. And it is Danny Thomason. Danny, you needed Volume 1, right? Yes, this is a live Robert Plant, Jimmy Page unofficial. A live Jimmy Page, Robert Plant unofficial. And I'm pretty sure Danny needed a Volume 1 because I have a Volume 1 and a Volume 2 left. Yep. Okay, so we're good to go. Now, the 3 singles are sold for $10, and those were sold to Darren Johnson. And now the Chameleons is sold, and that is sold to Thomas Sujar for $120. Stephen A. Young wants a Page and Plant Volume 1 and Volume 2. And then Temple the Dog is at $155. George Sambarez also wants a Volume 1, Volume 2. If anybody else wants one, let me know. All right, I was talking about this last night. Candlebox. Somebody had requested their first album. That's not in print anymore. Lucy's not in print anymore. Candlebox Happy Pills is music on vinyl. We sold 2 last night for $46. And then this is a bonus disc. So essentially, a 7 LP Candlebox, $159.99. And MT Matt said he wanted it. I told everybody these were on the way. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That's actually already sold. Somebody spoke for it last night when I said they were on the way. If anybody else wants one, those other couple Candlebox albums are not in stock / print anymore. Foo Fighters live, Things to Do in Stockholm, $38.99. Let's get another auction going. Temple the Dog's at $155 with Jerry Ferguson. We sold out of the 2 LP black vinyl already. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that next auction, boy, there's so much to pick from. I know there's been a lot of requests. Let's see what's going on with the Thin Lizzy, though. This Thin Lizzy is called Still Dangerous, live at the Tower Theater in Philadelphia. And this is a 2009 U.S. repress with a bonus 7-inch, and it's a $45 star. So this is official. Thin Lizzy, Still Dangerous, with a bonus 7-inch. And that is going to go up for a $45 start. Jerry Ferguson says he would like a candle box set. And the reason I'm leaving this over here, because I don't know if I can fit it into the crate right now. I can. I'm going to put it in the next crate. So I've got a few more records left to put in there first. So here's Depeche Mode live at Hammersmith Odeon, London, 1983. Depeche Mode's $29.99. So Temple of Dogs at $180. Make sure Jerry Ferguson's on the Candlebox Maverick years. Thin Lizzy, that looks really cool. It's a gatefold, $45 start on that. And then here's a live Soundgarden. Ugly Truth, Soundgarden live at the Paradise Club in Boston, 1990, $29.99. $29.99. Wow, they're doing Beyond the Wheel and Burden in My Hand. There's Chris Cordell, $29.99. Soundgarden. We have 3 copies. Thin Lizzy has a bid for $45, and there was a waiting list for this Guns N' Roses. It's called the Ultra Rare Tracks, Guns N' Roses, Rarities, Obscurities, and Oddities. And this is $36.99. GNR. Let's take a look at this right quick. GNR, Ultra Rare Tracks. Lily McCurry was on a waiting list. Lily McCurry was on a waiting list. So Lillian, thank you. That is so to you. And now there's 2 extra copies. That is on red vinyl, by the way. Guns N' Roses is on red vinyl. Next is Queensryche Promised Land. That is on clear vinyl for $34.99. And Nirvana, this is commonly known as the Black Album, $33.99, which is essentially a compilation. All right, so Temple the Dog, $160, $180, $170, $190. Somebody just go ahead and bid $225, and we'll wrap this thing up because there's a bid for $200. Heck, you might have to bid $325. And now Thin Lizzy's at $55. And now, if anybody else wants a Guns N' Roses, let me know. We sold out of the Page and Plant. That's a live Jimmy Page, Robert Plant concert. If anybody else wants a set of those, it will be next week, but I can get them. And once again, another great crate here. Let's do this one more time. Depeche Mode, Music for the Masses, $33.99. Gatefold single LP, nice. Battery, Under the Sign of the Black Mark, $36.99. Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia, that's $38.99. Nirvana, Roam As You Are, $29.99. A live Nirvana concert, 1991. Collective Soul, Hence Allegations and Things Left Unsaid, $33.99. Foo Fighters, Things to Do in Stockholm, Foo Fighters is $38.99. Depeche Mode live at the Hammersmith, that's $29.99. And Soundgarden, and this is Ugly Truth, Soundgarden live in Boston, $29.99. Guns N' Roses, Rare Tracks, Obscurities, and Oddities, red vinyl, 2 LP, that's $36.99. Queensryche Promised Land was $34, and Nirvana's $33. It has About a Girl, and Sliver, and Smells Like Teen Spirit, and Come As You Are, and Lithium, and Heart-Shaped Box, and In Bloom, and All Apologies, and The Man Who Sold the World. And Thin Lizzy is called Still Dangerous, live at the Tower Theater, Philadelphia. It's a 2009 U.S. repress with 7-inch. It's live in 1977, and it does have the 7-inch. The last bid on Thin Lizzy was $55. Temple the Dog is the 2013 Music on Vinyl press. It is numbered 1616 of 1000 on purple vinyl. It's the limited numbered edition, and the new high bid's $235. Thin Lizzy's there. Fred wants a Guns N' Roses, and I'm going to make that the last record in this bin because I've got to swap out. And the first thing in the next bin is going to be that Candlebox box set that you see back there. And if anybody else wants a Candlebox box set, I've got one on order now for Jerry Ferguson. And let's move this right here. And I'm going to try to condense this with the first crate of new vinyl we had tonight for 2 reasons. One, I need the space, and one, I need the crates. There's this right here. So let's move these right over here. And then Guy Shard wants the DP Live, and that was Depeche Mode. So that's going to be the next thing here. That's so to Guy Shard. It's 1616 of 5,000. 1616 of 5,000. I might have said 1,000. 1616 of 5,000. All righty. And it appears unopened. We're advertising it as appears unopened. Of course, like I said, technically, unless you know you're getting it from me in distribution, or you bought it new, you really can't call Music on Vinyl pressing sealed. They don't seal their records. They put them in resealable baggies. Usually you can look at them, though, and be like, yeah, I don't think this has been opened, because it kind of, the bag the bag usually has like, you can just tell. I don't know. I've had thousands of them. I can look at them and tell. Laura knows what to look for, but you can kind of tell if a resealable bag's been open. But sometimes if it's been open once, you know, but either way, if you're going to open and play in it, we'll guarantee it to at least be near mint minus. All right, let's find the next crate. Give me 1 second. I have so many new arrivals to go through. Let's do this over here. I need to check something over here too while I have my laptop open. All right, the last John crate was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, let's grab another one. So the first thing is this new crate right over here. I have a feeling Paul's put out some really good stuff too, if he's marked some stuff. Let's try to keep it balanced because we only have 2 Paul crates. So to do that, we probably need to do new. We've done new, John, new. We probably need to do John and then probably back-to-back crates of new vinyl and then a Paul crate to keep everything kind of balanced. So, and then here's this Voodoo Lounge. I'm going to pull it out and double check the pricing on that. It seems pretty accurate, but I want to make it close, or I might just double check it and run it for auction. But John left me in the front of this crate, he left me a Rolling Stones Voodoo. So I'm either going to show it here in a minute pretty much at random and just say here's the price, or check it, put it at the starting bid. Let me see what else he's marked over here. A couple great crates here for me to pick from. Man, I'm flipping through 2 different crates here. I'm going to try to figure out which one to go through. Both of them are full of just great titles: classic rock, pop, soul, jazz, mostly rock and pop. And I don't know which one to go through. Let's go through the one that I actually pulled the Stones out of. And he left me one other record to auction, which is another Randy Travis. So yeah, let's get those going right now. Sorry for the delay. I was working on a few things over here. And let's see here. Now, I have the following. Jim Croce, The Life and Times, $14.99. No condition notes on anything in here. Operator, $14.99. Very nice. We'll get a way to start the crate. Now, Thin Lizzy, Gregory has this at $75. And he also had Temple at $275. But Jerry Ferguson just bid $285. Jerry Ferguson just bid $285. And this is Temple the Dog. It's at $285. And this is Jerry Ferguson's $285 final call. Manish is still bidding, and it was between those 3 people, so they're still bidding. And Gregory, the Thin Lizzy's a final call to you. Jim Croce, very nice. I love his music. You got to have at least one Jim Croce album. There it is. This has been the record of the week. I feel like I have sold 5 copies of this. There's another OG orange label, Edgar Winter. Well, it might be on yellow first label. It could be. But it's either yellow, orange. I think it's yellow. Nice, clean copy, though. $26.99. Jose Feliciano, Light My Fire, in shrink, $9.99. And we have Tony Bennett, Hometown, My Town. Tony Bennett is $9.99. Tony Bennett's $9.99. And John Cougar Mellencamp, $19.99 on John Cougar. And then Seals and Croft, I'll Play For You, $9.99. Thin Lizzy is sold to Gregory Roberts for $75. That is sold to Gregory Roberts. And the next thing I have over here are these 3 singles. We have Loser in Life, Loser Life, and Loser Life. I think they're all called Loser Life. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. And then, Fred, you just missed out on Thin Lizzy. I just sold it. And then next is Rush, Clockwork Angels. Rush is a 2012 U.S. original. Hopefully no one is going to leave the chat tonight. If you leave the chat tonight at any given second, you're probably going to miss something absolutely incredible. So hopefully you have your dogs fed, your fish fed, your gerbils put to bed, your children's in bed, your wife is asleep, your husband's asleep, your significant other's asleep, and you're locked into Collectco with me for the rest of the night, Fred. I hope so. I don't want you to leave the chat again. Rush is a $45 start, a 2012 U.S. original. They're still bidding on Temple the Dog. Manish, you're out. Next is Romelu on Tony Bennett. Tony Bennett. Rush is a 2012 OG pressing, near mint minus. Final call on those 3 singles for 10. The Beach Boys, 15 big ones. The Beach Boys is $19.99. We have Paul Desmond, take 10. Paul Desmond is $19.99. Jump Up Calypso, Harry Belafonte. That is $9.99. Every Mother's Son is $19.99. Rush does not have a bid. Todd, make sure you put 4-5. Now Josh Brown has bid 50. Temple of Dog, we're waiting for Manish. Manish, are you out there? And then Bee Gees, Turn Around, $9.99. We have Irene Reed, It's Too Late. That's a 1966 mono, $39.99. Irene Reed, It's Too Late. And then Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, Mr. Rhythm Blues, Finger Poppin' Time, $9.99. And the Beach Boys is $19.99, the MIU album. Also, the Judds, Rockin' the Rhythm, $24.99. Manish, I didn't see a bid after Jerry bid $300. Jerry Ferguson bid $300. I haven't seen a bid from you yet. If so, it didn't come through on Restream. And then Fred Carnell on PD for Paul Desmond. That's so to Fred Carnell. And then Ryan Mustaine was second. Nobody bid on these 3 singles. They're a bot now for $10. Chad's going to mute his mic for 1 second and take a drink of blue juice. I desperately need it right now. 1 second. Okay, I'm here. Sorry. I was trying to find my chapstick too, and I have located it. All right. Now, we have Rush 70. Temple the Dog, Manish, you tied Jerry Ferguson. Jerry already had it for $300, and then you've bid $300. Now Rush is at 70. Now it's at $310. Now it's at 80. Now it's at 90. And now Jerry's out. We have Chris Christopherson. This is $14.99. Chris and Ruta, Full Moon. Dale Hawkins, Good Night, Sweetheart. Dale Hawkins is $19.99. Good Night, Sweetheart. And Country Music Time Life, Johnny Cash, I Walk the Line, Folsom Prison, Ring of Fire, Guess Things Happen That Way, One Piece of Time, Jackson, Daddy Sang Bass, Boy Named Sue, and Sunday Morning Coming Down. Wow, $14.99. I think we're done on Temple the Dogs. I said it would probably take $325 to buy it. That's the bid I kept on throwing out there. I said, does anybody want to go ahead and bid $325? Does anybody want to go ahead and bid $325? Manish has bid $310. $325 might get it, but Manish has it right now for $310. We are about to sell it. This is the 2013 Music on Vinyl, numbered to 5,000 on purple vinyl, and we are about to drop the hammer for $310. Rush is the 2012 OG pressing of Clockwork Angels. Rush is the OG pressing of Clockwork Angels, and that's a 2012 OG. The high bid's 110, now 120, and now 130. And that is OG, the last Rush studio album. That was the last one they made. Now, the last bid on, or the last claim that come in was we sold Paul Desmond, and then we had Johnny Cash to Cody Wright. That is sold. Going through new arrivals here. First is Tina Turner, Private Dancer. What's Love Got to Do with It? $24.99. Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind. That's $14.99. And Jimi Hendrix, War Heroes, $34.99. There's no New Orleans singles around me tonight. Just working out of this hardcore bin. Unfortunately, no New Orleans singles tonight. We have Mix Up the Mix, Jerks Are Creeping, A Plague Upon Your Hissing Corpse, and this is whatever that is. And that is going to go up for a $10 start. All three of those are being sold together. Rush, 120, 130, 140, 150, 175. Graham Parker, Another Gray Area. Graham Parker is $9.99. Tina Turner, The Ike and Tina Turner Sessions, $19.99. And the Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request. The Rolling Stones is $39.99. These three singles are a $10 start. Rush is at $175. Santa Esmeralda is $9.99. And Willie Nelson is $14.99. Willie Nelson is $14.99. Now, Temple the Dog is officially sold to Manish Puri for $310. That is sold. And then we have, what was the last three? Loser Life, Loser Life, Loser Life. Also Lock the Cycle, Life of Halt, and No Life's Reply Halt. I don't really know if I'm saying all those right, but that's those three. We have Bob Dylan and the Band, Before the Flood, $44.99. We have Crazy Horse at Crooked Lake. I don't know if I've seen that before. Crazy Horse at Crooked Lake with the die-cut horse cover, $34.99. And Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks, $19.99. I have not heard back from MT Matt on Rush, or Colleen Kavanaugh on Rush, or George Sambarez on Rush. Todd has it for $175. Those bidders have not set out. I'm about to sell it to Todd for $175. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is Depeche Mode, Speak and Spell, a 1981 USOG Winchester pressing. A 1981 USOG Winchester pressing. Nice. OG Depeche Mode, VG++ EX, a $35 start on Depeche Mode. That is now up for bid, and I repeat, that is an OG Depeche Mode. Now Rush is at $190. Now Rush is at $190. Hank Williams' Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap, $24.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, also in partial shrink wrap, little torn here, but very nice copy, $19.99. Depeche Mode is at $40. Nobody bid on these three singles. These three singles are going to go up for a $10 buy it now. Now Rush is at $190. Now Depeche Mode is at $40. We have Dr. John, I've Been Hoodoo. Dr. John is $34.99. Dr. John, Bee Gees, Spirits Haven't Flown. Bee Gees is $9.99. And Creedence Clearwater Revival, Chronicle. That is a 2LP, $32.99. CCR Chronicle, $32.99 on that. We have Prince and the Revolution Parade. That's an 86 SRC pressing, and that is $39.99. All right, so Depeche Mode 40, another bid for 40, now another bid for 45, and now Todd Fisher, you're out on Rush, and that means MT Matt, you're out on Rush, and Colleen Kavanaugh, you're out on Rush. George Sambarez has it for $190. Travis Woods on Tina Turner. Travis, have you bought from us before? If not, just say first-time buyer, or no, I've bought from you before, but I don't think I've said your name too many times. So thank you, Travis. That's so to you, and then we'll get additional information in 1 second from you. Rare Earth, One World. Rare Earth is $19.99. Also, Richard Pryor, Wanted. Richard Pryor is $9.99, and now Depeche Mode is at $50. The next three singles I have are going to go up right now. We got 1, we got 2, and we got 3. 3 more here. Let's see if I can make out what these say. My Luck is Frozen. We had that one earlier. In Spot and Inside Meth Leopard. Not Death Leopard. It's Meth Leopard. Meth. Methamphetamine Leopard. That's 3 going to go up for $10. Submitted a few days ago. Welcome to Colectco Travis Wood. Now, it is Friday night, so you've got 2 nights of combined shipping. For those that started buying Sunday, we got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 7 days unlimited shipping for $8. $8 unlimited shipping. That will end tomorrow whenever I say good night And that's it for this week. So in the meantime, you have $8 in limited shipping. You can buy 30,000 more records. I'll ship them to you for $8. For anybody else that's watching you for the first time, welcome. James Rayner got Richard Pryor. So Todd's out on Rush. MT Matt's also out on Rush. George Sambaraz, $190, going once, going twice. Rick Springfield, hard to hold. Rick Springfield, $14.99. Also, Graham Parker, $9.99. Jimi Hendrix, Midnight Lightning, $34.99. Allman and His Woman, Greg Allman and Cher, that is $34.99. Also, Blackberry Winter, $49.99. Blackberry Winter, wow. Next thing we have here is a question on Dale Hawkins. It's called Good Night, Sweetheart. Dale Hawkins is in shrink wrap for $19.99. That is $19.99. Also, Little Feet, Waiting for Columbus. That's a MoFi pressing, randomly in the bin, $99.99. The MoFi pressing of Little Feet, Waiting for Columbus. All right, here's where we're at. What are the auctions? Rush Clockwork Angels is a 2012 US OG pressing. OG Rush, we're about to sell it. The final call is George Sambaraz. He's had it now for 4 minutes for $190. I was waiting for like 5 people to say out. Most of them have. Now Colleen's back in at $195. George, we're not done. The other auction is these 3. They're a buy now for $10 on those singles, including Meth Leopard. And in Depeche Mode. Depeche Mode is an OG copy. Rebecca Howitt has it for $50. Kristen Barnett's out. And this is a 1981 U.S. Winchester Original. U.S. Winchester Original. And that's at $50. George, you're back out on Rush. The next thing I have is Waitresses Bruisology, a 12-inch single. That's $9.99. And then Chase, quadraphonic pressing. Chase is $14.99. Charlie Daniels Band Windows is $24.99. And we have Blues Helping by Love Sculpture. Love Sculpture, a 74 UK, $29.99. Also, these 3 singles are a buy it now for $10, and Brian Call got them. So Brian gets these 3 singles here for $10. And now, here's the unsold ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bundle for $18. For the 9 that hadn't sold tonight. There's 2 LPs that did not get bids earlier. Elvis Presley, Japanese 35. ABBA, Greatest Hits Volume 2, 35. Rush is at 200. She's out. How much in conditional Little Feet? Little Feet, John has no condition notes on it, so it should be near mint minus. Let me take a peek at it. Of course, they're in MoFi sleeves. It's near mint minus. It's beautiful, as it should be. Yes, very nice copy. The jackets, VG Plus or better, $99.99 on that. Of course, that's a long out of print. And then a very important album. Brian also takes the bundle. So Brian gets those next 9 as well for $18. Kelly was next, then Rebecca, then Matt Crum. And then Fred Carnell said sold. And I'm not for sure what he even asked about. Which, what was sold, Fred? I don't even see where you asked about something. Who asked about this? This was asked about by George Ellis. That's who I seen. Okay, Depeche Mode is sold. It's time to sell these. Depeche Mode is sold to Rebecca for $50. And then Rush is sold to George Sambaraz for $200. There we have it. One second. It's time for new auctions. Next thing I have, what time is it? Oh, it's definitely time for this. Soundgarden. Soundgarden, this is long out of print. Telephantasm. Soundgarden is a 2010 U.S. original limited edition compilation. Soundgarden is near mint minus. Very, very cool. It's a triple LP compilation. It has the insert book with it and a really nice trifold jacket. Soundgarden. $95 start. It's time. Now, the first thing was, oh, Fred was trying for the bundle. Gregory Roberts, nice pickup there. Gregory gets the MoFi Little Feet. Gregory, thank you. That's so do you. George Sambaris says he would like to pay for the Rush Clockwork and send it to Colleen Kavanaugh. George Sambaris says he would like to pay for the Rush Clockwork, $200, and send it to Colleen Kavanaugh. It's a gift. Soundgarden's at $95. Soundgarden's at $95. Now, we had an offer on ABBA. ABBA is $25. And this is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. Alonzo, this is sold to you for $25. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on outside the store. I hear like a loud truck and sirens. Sounds like someone's getting pulled over. I'm barricaded back here in a concrete block building, so one second, please. Okay. Now, I'm going to get refocused. I had to reply to a couple messages, and I think I'm done with that now. So let me move this over here, and let's put up some new auctions. So this crate, we've only been really gone through it once. We have so much more to go through. So let's move on. And Soundgarden had a bid for $95. Soundgarden had a bid for $95. And then Soundgarden has a bid for $125 and $155. If I've missed anything else, please remind me, okay? If I've missed anything else. This next crate of new vinyl is absolutely packed full. This could be probably 2 crates. The way I like to keep them so we can stack them. This could be closer. Look how much new vinyl's in here. Oh my gosh. So let's try to sell everything in here. It's up to y'all to see if we can do that or not. The first thing in here is the Cramps. Look, Mom, no head. The Cramps is $29.99. I've got 2 copies available. We haven't had that one in stock in a little bit. $29.99. I've also got 2 copies of Kansas. Somewhere to Elsewhere. Kansas is $36.99. 2 LP red vinyl. That is Kansas. Somewhere to Elsewhere. 2 LP red vinyl. $36.99. And I've got David Bowie. And this one's called Earthling, $39.99. David Bowie Earthling, $39.99. 2 LP gatefold. There it is. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble, Live Alive. A 1986 U.S. Carrollton original, EX edition, a $35 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble, Live Alive, EX edition, a $35 start. It is an OG Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's now up for bid. I haven't had this Bowie in quite some time. So first is Soundgarden at $160, $175, $180, $205. Rebecca gets a David Bowie. Thomas Hujar gets a David Bowie. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll put you on a waiting list. Next is Daft Punk. I ordered this because we sold an original the other night, or a early repress. Daft Punk is a 2 LP, $39.99 for Daft Punk. $39.99 for Daft Punk. That's a gatefold 2 LP, $39.99. And I have Korn. Take a look in the mirror. Korn is $38.99. Another 2 LP. There's Korn. Stevie Ray Vaughan is an 86 U.S. Carrollton original, EX, and that is a $35 start. Now, Soundgarden is at $205. Fred Cardinale, just go ahead and bid $250 and we'll wrap this thing up. Go ahead and bid $250 and we'll wrap this thing up. Here's our next three singles. I'm going to put them up right now. We have Insurance Risk, we got Vegas Integrity, and we have Intent to Injure Reinforcement. Those three singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Next in here is Elvis. Elvis Presley, 30 #1 hits, $39.99. With a bonus track, A Little Less Conversation. You've probably heard that one before. Really cool, $39.99 on that. And here is Korn, Life is Peachy, which I haven't been able to get in quite some time. Korn is $39.99. Life is Peachy. Is the chat working? Test 1, 2. Is anybody out there? Fred just claimed a David Bowie for a waiting list. Unfortunately, Fred, I'm waiting for you to bid on Soundgarden. A high bid's at $205. David Bowie is $39.99. Let's put Fred Cardinale on a waiting list for Earthling. Does anybody else want one? Stevie Ray Vaughan does have a bid for $35. I'm glad somebody's out there commenting. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. And I have another Cramps, and this one's called Smell a Female. Cramps is $24.99. There is Live Cramps, and I have Cinderella Night Songs. Cinderella is $38.99. Night Songs. That's a music on vinyl pressing, new and sealed. I'm curious what this right here is. Screaming Trees. Oh, this is a new release. Sweet Oblivion. Yeah, these are never in stock. I think it's new for today. Let me think about this. I think this is a new reissue. Yeah, I think this is new for Friday. Screaming Trees, Sweet Oblivion, $33.99. Or it's been out of stock for quite some time. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $35. Now it's at $36, and now Soundgarden's at $225. Soundgarden's at $225. They're Screaming Trees. I don't remember the full story on that, but I went ahead and bought 10 of them. And then the Cramps, Big Beat from Badsville, the Cramps is $29.99. And this is also new and sealed. A lot of Cramp stuff in here. That's $29.99. And David Bowie. Here's another one you won't see as often. The Buddha of Suburbia. David Bowie, that's new and sealed, $39.99. Now, when I say that, what I mean is this originally came out in, I think, the 90s, and you just won't see OGs of that too often. So there's David Bowie. That one's $39.99. And based on the recent uptick in David Bowie sales, I was like, man, I need to go through his discography and order as much as human possible, as much as physically possible. And we just sold out of Earthling, and now we've sold this one and this one to Rebecca and Kelly. Nobody has bid on these three singles. They're a buy now for $10. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, for the longest, was at $35 with Sandy Villa. And now Jackie's bid $36. So Sandy, you're out. Jackie has it for $36. Now Soundgarden's at $230. MT Matt, just go ahead and bid $275 and we'll wrap this thing up. Thomas, I'll put you on a waiting list for David Bowie. You bought a copy of Earthling. I thought the Vlodderchicks would buy a copy of Earthling too. But here is this, and this is David Bowie, the Buddha of Suburbia, and put Thomas Hujar first on the waiting list. The next thing I have is Screaming Trees, and that's sold to Tim Colino Jr. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $38. And Sarah McLachlan, this is called Surfacing. And Sarah McLachlan is $33.99. This is the original Grammy Award-winning album featuring the hit singles Angel, Building a Mystery, and ADIA. That's $33.99. Kelly already has Earthling. There we go. I figured if there was the Bowie fans were watching, they probably would have had them by now. And then Soundgarden is at $255, and Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $40. The next claim was Brian Call also wants a Screaming Tree, Sweet Oblivion. I should have 8 copies left now. And then I've got Elvis Christmas album. They've kind of made it look like that original 1957 Elvis Christmas album. It does have those tracks on there. It's only $29.99. Fred Cardinale also wants a Screaming Trees. That's sold to Fred Cardinale. And I've got 2 copies here of Sturgill Simpson, the Metamodern Sounds in Country Music. And this is on the Stoughton Jacket 10th Anniversary Edition, $38.99. SM, Sarah McLachlan, that's sold to Jetstream. There's 1 copy left. Now Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $40 with new bidders. And Fred, it goes back to you again. Soundgarden's at 255. Now Fred's bet 260. MT Matt, now it goes back to you. Let's go ahead and try to grab 3 more singles. Sometimes I hit a good one. It's kind of like playing roulette or something. I don't know. This one was originally marked $24. The Good Elevators. The Mood Elevators, that was marked $24. Let Go, Modern Atlas, and Much Worse, Proper Execute. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. I'll do the next in the stacks next. Those 3 up for a $10 start. Now Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 45. Now Sandy Villa also wants a Sarah McLachlan. And now the singles are at $10. And now we have Living Color Vivid, Cult of Personality. Living Color Vivid is $33.99. Living Color Vivid is $33.99. And the Cramps Flame Job. The Cramps is a music on vinyl press. New and sealed Cramps, $39.99. Soundgarden's at $265 of MT Matte. That means Fred Cardinale, it goes back to you. I told you about 20 minutes ago, just go ahead and bid $275. We're going to get there anyway. And now Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 45. Nick Bargeron, you might as well go ahead and bid 75 on that one as well. Now the singles are at 10. Now the singles are at 11. I've got Korn, and this is Korn self-titled for $46.99. It's a 2 LP music on vinyl pressing. Korn self-titled. Let me see who was on the waiting list for this. CORN. And Korn self-titled goes to Rebecca Barber. That goes to Rebecca Barber. Thank you, Rebecca. That is so to you. Korn self-titled. That is so to Rebecca. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a new bid for 46. Now Sandy's out. And now the singles are at 11. Craig, you're out. But also Fred, you're out on Soundgarden. And now Fred's at 270. MT Matt, you might want to go ahead and just bid 3 1/4 and we'll wrap this thing up. Here's Metal Church, The Human Factor. Metal Church is limited edition of 1,000 on yellow vinyl. Metal Church is $39.99. That's the Human Factor. Also, Kelly Vlodarchek on Korn. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Another copy of Korn sold. And I've got 3 Seethers here. Is this new? This actually made me new. Yeah, Hold On to Strings, Better Left to Fray. The groundbreaking classic for the first time ever on vinyl. Exclusive limited edition twilight colored vinyl. Seether. I've got 3 copies at $33.99. Soundgarden's at $275, but it looks like we're done on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stephen Tuttle had it for $45, out, and this is sold to Stephen Tuttle for $45. Devo did sell already, yes, and now our next auction, we still got Rush, the Sex Pistols, the Butthole Surfers, Rush, Echo and the Bunnymen, Jesus and Mary Chain, Helmet, R.E.M., Tupac, Radiohead, Underworld, R.E.M., Neil Young, Crosdales Nash, Linkin Park, Dave Matthews, Jane's Addiction, Kings of Leon, Queens of the Stone Age, Guardians of the Galaxy, B-52, Albert Collins, Booker T, Talking Heads, and let's go ahead and introduce this Jesus and Mary Chain, Darklands. And this is a 2010. It's now out of print. And it's a $45 start. Jesus and Mary Chain is a 2010. Also, I've got 2 copies of Nouvelle Vogue by, what does this say? I don't even know what I've ordered here unless it was ordered by somebody else. But it's $38.99. Chuck Edgar, you get Seether. Thank you, Chuck Edgar. That's so do you. Also, I've got 2 copies of Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. That's a limited edition of 3,000 on pink vinyl. That's $39.99. And then there's another Cramps, Rockin' and Reelin' in Auckland, New Zealand. And the Cramps is $29.99. All right, these 3 singles are with Craig at 12. Do I still have Soundgarden? Soundgarden's with MT Matt at $275. I ordered some food for later tonight, and it's out on my porch. So let me go grab, I got to go all the way up front and grab that right quick before it gets, a homeless person grabs it and takes off running with it, which they might actually need it, but I'm going to need it later tonight myself. And then I got to refill my blue juice with purple juice. So give me like 60 seconds, maybe 120 seconds. This crate has had like 5 different Cramps albums. Let me know where y'all are watching from because I'm going to be walking away from the screen for about 2 minutes to go get that and fix my drink, etc., etc. So don't go anywhere because we obviously are right in the middle of auctions. And when I come back, I'm going to see what claims and bids I missed. I've had a malfunction in my ice machine tonight, but I think I'm good to go. Okay, so what is going on? My mom said, hey, what's going on? You'll have to ask Marvin Gaye. Now, I have probably 100 things to update over here, and I'm good to go. No, sorry. Let's figure out what's happening. Let me clear off all this stuff I got back here now. Goodness gracious. All right, we've had bad luck with the ice machine, but I think we got it working all of a sudden. Okay. Now, we have, when I walked away, we was in the crazy bin of new arrivals. A big night for new vinyl. There's still, I've lost track of how many crates. We have the Soundgarden and Jesus, Mary Chain and these 3 singles. Now, there's no telling how far I'm going to have to scroll up to find these. It always stinks when I do that and I have to walk away. The last thing I had was Chuck Yeager. Thank you, Chuck Yeager, on Seether. And then Jesus and Mary Chain bid 45. And then Fred bid 50. And then Donna bid 50. Now, Fred had asked, do I have the Soundgarden? And before I walked away, MT Matt had it for $275. So Fred had it for $275. Then Fred bid $280. And then Matt bid $285. And then Jesus and Mary Chain $55. And then Jesus and Mary Chain $70. And then everybody was sharing their location. We got viewers all over the country. And then Jesus and Mary Chain $75. And then Jesus and Mary Chain $80. And then we had next is these 3 singles, which I think are sold to Craig. Because when I walked away, I said Craig had them for $12, right? Craig had these for $12. Craig Thomas had these for $12. And I said Fred had bid 11. And Craig had them for 12. And I said that. And Fred never did bid again. So I'm assuming Fred didn't want to bid again. And so those are sold to Craig Thomas for $12. Now, there was also a claim that said AC when I was gone. And AC was for Alice Cooper. And that was sold to Fred Cardinale. And now they're still bidding on Soundgarden. And they're still bidding on Jesus and Mary Chain. And somebody said that I missed a bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan earlier. Is that right? The final call on Stevie Ray Vaughan earlier was the Stevie Ray Vaughan high bid. I may have missed something. Jackie said she had it at 40. Who did I say got it? Jackie had a bid in for $46 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. I might have said Stephen Tuttle at 45. It was supposed to be Jackie's at 46. I don't know how much I screwed that up, but I probably screwed it up pretty big. Now, Soundgarden's at $305, and that's with MT Matt. The Jesus and Mary Chain, the last bid that came in on that was Brett Thies at $80. And then Jeff Brindley says he wants a Nirvana Black Album and GNR Rarities from the previous bin. All right, so here is the Nirvana Black Album. And let's pull one of those GNR Rarities out for him as well. So that was the last copy of GNR Rarities, but I do have more Nirvana Black Albums. If I need to redo Stevie Ray Vaughan, let me know. I think I do. And Stephen Tuttle, let me know if you're watching. I think I missed a bid, and I think I said sold to the wrong person too quickly. Kelly Vladerchek also wants a Nirvana Black Album. We're now sold out of Nirvana Black Albums. Now, this was a brand new crate of new arrivals. It was actually so full, I had to pull stuff out. And let me go ahead and put that stuff back in, and let's just breeze through these again one more time, okay? The first thing I have is Cramps. Look, Mom, no head. The Cramps is $29.99. That is new and sealed, the Cramps. Several Cramps albums in here. Next is Kansas, Somewhere to Elsewhere. Kansas is on red vinyl for $36.99. Earlier, when I said sold on Stevie Ray Vaughan, I think I said sold to you for $46. The actual high bid was with Jackie Reynolds at $46. So this is still going. Jackie has the high bid at $46. I missed a bid. I said sold, and you had it at $45. She was in at $46. Okay? Jesus and Mary Chain's at $85. Fred, you've been outbid on Soundgarden. Daft Punk, $39.99 for Homework. Korn, Take a Look in the Mirror, $38.99. Elvis, 30 number one hits, $39.99. Korn, Life is Peachy, $39.99 for Korn. And that is a music on vinyl pressing. She can have it. Jackie Reynolds, you get the Stevie Ray Vaughan for $46. Sean, the Nirvana Black Album is $33.99. Sean, the Nirvana Black Album is $33.99. Fred, you're out on the Soundgarden. MT Matt has it for $330. Fred, are you out there? Next thing I have is Cramps, Smell a Female, $24.99 on the Cramps. 2 copies of Cinderella Night Songs. Cinderella is $38.99. Kelly, you did get a Black Album. And then I showed the Screaming Trees, Sweet Oblivion. The Screaming Trees is $33.99. Badsville, Big Beat from Badsville, The Cramps, $29.99. The Elvis Christmas Album, also $29.99. Sturgill Simpson, Metamodern Sounds in Country Music, the 10th Anniversary Edition, $38. Living Color Vivid, The Cult of Personality, $33.99. Now Soundgarden's at $350. The bid with MT Matt was at $330. We have Soundgarden, Telephantasm. This is a triple LP, Soundgarden, triple LP, trifold jacket compilation. The starting bid on this was $95. It's a triple LP, near mint minus. We have now hit $350. I told Fred and MT Matt about 20 minutes ago, just go ahead and bid $375 and we'd wrap this up. We're going to get there anyway. MT Matt has it for $355. And then Jesus and Mary Chain Darklands. Jesus and Mary Chain. Brett Thies went out after Thomas Hujar bid $85. That's at $85. Josh Brown, Life is Peachy. Now, Josh, is that officially your first purchase with us over on YouTube, Josh Brown? If so, just say yes, first time buyer. I've had a lot of Korn lately. A lot of Korn. I haven't had Life is Peachy in a while. That's so to Josh Brown. Next is the Cramps, a music on vinyl pressing, a flame job for $39.99. There is Korn. That's $46.99. Metal Church is $39.99. The Human Factor, yellow vinyl numbered. Seether, Holding On to Strings, Better Left to Fray, $33.99. Novell Vague, 20th Anniversary, a limited edition, or 20 ANS. I'm not for sure what this is or who ordered it. If I ordered it, I don't remember. And then next is Alice Cooper. We sold one to Fred. There's one left for $39.99. And then the Cramps again, Rockin' and Reelin' in Auckland, New Zealand, $29.99. Okay, now, Fred, you are out on Soundgarden. It's at $365. Next is Rebecca wants Korn. I'm assuming for Life is Peachy. Rebecca Barber. And then Darren Wortman got an Alice Cooper. And now Thomas Hujar gets Jesus and Mary Chain for $85. And now we're ready for a new auction. That is sold. All right. We've almost filled up already 4 crates tonight. Amazing. Our next auction. If you're waiting for something to be put up, remind me so I can bump it. We still got some crazy stuff to do like this. Josh Brown is a first-time buyer. I thought so over on YouTube. Josh, make sure you click on the link to our website, which is in the description of this video. We need you to fill out the first-time buyer form, please. First-time buyer form. first-time buyer form. I would greatly appreciate that. We got to have that information so we can invoice you on Monday. Anybody else watching on YouTube that want to go ahead and register, the first-time buyer form is in the description of this video. Fill that out. That way, when you make a purchase, you're already registered and we're good to go. $8 in limited shipping. That's open box all week. That expires on Saturday. This is a 1990 US OG pressing. This is a 1990 US OG pressing. One more time. This is a 1990 US original first pressing. VG Plus, a $75 start. This is a 1990 US OG pressing, VG Plus, a $75 start. Soundgarden, 370, and then 300, and then 405. Price on Novell, $38.99. Life is Peachy has sold out. We just sold the last copy to... No, there's one left. Rebecca Barber got one. Josh Brown got one. There's one left, Brandon. Alice Cooper is Hey Stupid on pink vinyl. We got a request for Rush. Any more Alice Cooper? No, but I can have some here next week. Hey Stupid is a limited numbered music on vinyl pressing on pink vinyl. We have a request for the Butthole Surfers. We have a request for Sex Pistols, Helmet, Tupac, and Butthole Surfers. Jane's Addiction has a bid for $70. Fred's out on Soundgarden, going twice, going 3 times. MT Matt has it for $405. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. It's been war on some of these auctions tonight. Raw is war. Final call on Soundgarden. I'm making sure nothing else happens before I take this crate off. There are so many great auctions. I hope everybody's tuned in tonight. Hopefully you never leave the chat. I would never swipe off. I would be right here. I would have it somewhere where you can watch unfeathered, untethered, unbothered. As I'm selling records, I'm also cleaning up around me. Soundgarden, the hammer's about to be dropped. We still got Queens of the Stone Age. We've got about a dozen requests for Butthole Surfers. Sounds like I'm going to do it next. I'm going to keep all of the new vinyl I've shown right here next to me because there is so much more to get to. Holy moly. I'm probably going to do one of Paul's crates next. Definitely to do one of Paul's crates next. We've done John, Paul, new, something like that. Let's see what's over here in one of these Paul crates. I'm having to move half the store around to get to it, though. I'm pretty much trapped in ice over here. What was this? That was a best offer bin. That was the first John crate. Here's the second John crate. Underneath that was the leftover metal from last night. And underneath that is this Paul crate. We're bringing the gavel out for this one. No more bids on Soundgarden. MT Matt, thank you. When I saw that in the hot picture, I went, oh my gosh. You know, that's almost something we could keep for Thursday night. Laura went ahead and brought it out tonight. Laura decided, you know what? We need this thing tonight. Sold empty mat, $405. Done. I'm going to delicately put all this back in a sleeve. Wow, what a night. I mean, I'm kind of like dizzy. What a battle some of this stuff's been. It's only 9:13. We still got 3,000 or 4,000 CDs to go through in the last couple hours. Hundreds of new arrivals still to be shown. And I'm about to go over Jane's Addiction. Full inspection, head to toe on Jane's Addiction. That I get a Life is Peachy. You're about to get one right now because I never did see your comment. All right. Jane's Addiction is a 1990 U.S. original. Laura has graded it VG+. 1990 U.S. original. Jane's Addiction is a 1990 U.S. original. Just has a white generic inner sleeve. VG+ condition. The high bid on that is $80 with Brett fees. $80 with Brett fees. And then Brandon Lack. I never did actually see where you said I'll take a corn. But guess what? You're going to get one right now. I had 3 copies of Life is Peachy, and they're all gone. Does anybody else want one? Okay. Next auction. This band here, the demand for it is wild. The band is the Butthole Surfers. Their fan base and following is incredible. When I have this artist come in, it is all hands on deck because you're about to see some bidding. The Butthole Surfers is a 1984 U.S. original. The vinyl is EX. It's going to go up for a $35 start. The cover does have some damage. The cover right here does have some damage. So a VG minus cover. EX, a $35 start. There they are. We're about to go through a new arrivals bin from Paul. I still got 3 more crates of new vinyl to go through. Another Paul crate and 3 more John crates from today and 2 from yesterday. I don't know if we'll get through all those. Austin Roberts and Advent. I can tell we're in a Paul crate already. This is a prog album. It's called 8 Days, A Personal Journey. Austin Roberts and Advent. A 1976 U.S. prog album. $19.99. There's no telling what's about to pop up in this Paul crate. Social Distortion. Mommy's Little Monster. A Barnes & Noble all analog green vinyl sealed. $34.99. Social Distortion, Barnes & Noble, $34.99. Alice Coltrane, Transfiguration. A Vinyl Me Please 2 LP, all analog from Ryan Smith, $39.99. Orange Breakout, Stillman Davis Band. Anybody a Clemson fan? Sealed, $19.99. With a special appearance by Andy Griffith. Sealed Clemson picture disc. It also has Andy Griffith's What It Was Football. $19.99. Creep Almighty. Alias with Marcus Archer. Unseen Sights. George W. Bush, In War We Trust. And this is a 2004 U.S. experimental hip-hop album, $14.99. The last bid on Jane's Addiction was Josh Brown at $120. Josh Brown bid $120 on Jane's Addiction. Brett went out. Then Useless Eaters bid $81. Somebody's already bid $120. Jerry Ferguson was first on Social Distortion. And then Rebecca Howitt. The Butthole Surfers has a bid for $40. Gregory Roberts was next on Social Distortion. And then Donna Mitchell. And then Fred Carnell wants the Prague album. Then Jane's Addiction at $85. There was already a bid for $120. And then Fred was next on Social Distortion. Then Chris Bachek on AC. Alice Coltrane. That's sold to Chris Bachek. Rick James busting out of L7. $14.99 on Rick James. Somebody Loan Me a Dime. Fenton Robinson. $29.99. Somebody Loan Me a Dime. Fenton Robinson. Otis Rush. Right Place, Wrong Time. A 1986 US, $24.99. The Prague album's already sold. The Butthole Surfers just has one bid. We're about to sell it for $40 to JK over on YouTube. Alice Jane's Addiction has been at $120 for a long time. I'm about to sell it. Josh Brown went all in on it. It's a final call to him. Next was Donna Turner on Rick James. That is sold to Donna Turner. Another Vinyl Me Please, Hound Dog Taylor and the House Rockers, Natural Boogie. A 2023 VMP, all analog, black vinyl, $29.99. These are all recent acquisitions from our most recent collection purchases. All new arrivals priced as marked. Our next three singles are going to go up right now. 1, 2, and 3. We have The Mugwumps, Slit Your Tire, The Multoot, and Mutually Assured Destruction. Those three singles are at $10. The next comment is Steve Davis on Fenton Robinson. Sold to Steve Davis. The Butthole Surfers has a new bid for $41. Chris Brachak is on Otis Rush. Bob says he knows the Prague album sold, but he just wants to see what it is. It is 8 Days, a personal journey by Austin Roberts and Advent. Jane's Addiction's at $120 with Josh Brown again. And Fred Carnell got Hound Dog Taylor. The clock's on. The only reason I've extended this is because, Josh, you bid $120, and then some people bid like $80, $85, $80, $81, and they probably didn't already know you was at $120. But those same people also hadn't said out, but it's about to be yours because I think they said, okay, I'm done. AC/DC Back in Black, a 2003 remaster, $29.99. Now all of a sudden there's new bids on the Butthole Surfers. This is an incredible great crate from Paul. Burnt Weenie Sandwich, The Mothers of Invention. A beautiful 1970 OG copy, $39.99. The cover has a little bit of ring wear on the back. Nice, $39.99. Band of Horses, Everything All the Time. $21.99 for Band of Horses. You Better Run, The Essential, Junior Kimbrough. $27.99. Junior Kimbrough, The Essential. The Helicopters, Eyes of Oblivion. Silver and gold split colored vinyl, $29.99. The Helicopters, Eyes of the Oblivion. Josh, I'm selling you the Jane's Addiction for $120. New buyer over on YouTube, Josh Brown. He gets the OG Jane's Addiction for $120. The Butthole Surfers. The last bid was JK at $41. The person who bumped it was Useless Eaters. I'm waiting for them to see if they want to bid again. The clock is on. Carla put BH, and that was for Band of Horses. Fred Carnell got the Mothers of Invention. JK got JK. JK got Junior Kimbrough. His name's JK, and he bought JK. David V, 63 on AC/DC. David V, 63 on AC/DC. And now my crate is really full. And now I'm going to swap them out. Hup. 4 packed full crates of sold vinyl tonight. Wow. Let's keep the show rolling. Great stuff here from Paul. Garrett has been 10 on the singles. There was already a bid for 10 on that. So we have the Mugworms, Slit Your Tire, Multude, and Mutually Assured Destruction. Final call on those for $10. Garrett, actually, Fred had bid first. I still haven't heard back from the Useless Eaters. I'm about to sell it to JK. The Helicopters is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Next, in this Paul crate, is the Grateful Dead, a 50th anniversary limited edition picture disc of Oxo Moxo Oxo, $34.99. Now Garrett's in on the singles at 12. Fred, you're out. And Tammy Wynette, We Sure Can Love Each Other. 2 things. I've never seen this album, and I've never seen it in quad. It's in shrink, a little bit of color discoloration. 14. The ultimate listening experience for Tammy Wynette in quad. Next auction is Helmet. Helmet is a 2011 U.S. reissue with insert, a $25 start. Helmet, a 2011 U.S., a $25 start. That's now up for bid. The singles are at $12 with Garrett Cypher. Fred, you're out. Streisand and Christofferson, Guilty, Half-Speed Master, 1980, $24.99. And Queen, News of the World, a 2022 Half-Speed Master, $27.99. We Will Rock You. These 3 singles are sold to Garrett for $12. Butthole Surfers is sold to JK for $45. I never did hear back, unfortunately, from the Useless Eaters. I lost them. Helmet 25, but Bradley opened it at 35. The next LP auction is going to go up right now, and that is Tupac Shakur, All Eyes on Me, a 2001 US 4LP, near mint minus, a $45 start. Next, Prodigal, Electric Eye, a 1984 US hard rock album, EX2299, presenting Lothar and the Hand People, an original 1968 US Los Angeles press, VG Plus $39.99. Lothar and the Hand People, VG Plus $39.99. Gliding Bird, this is a tough to get Emmylou Harris album, VG Plus $11.99. It doesn't demand a lot of money, but it's pretty much her first release, I think. $11.99. And Johnny Cash, Out Among the Stars, a 2014 US. It has some sticker residue. It looks like something was taped to the back of it, but Johnny Cash, just $17.99. Now, I put up a Helmet album, and it got bids for $35, $25.25, $25.30. I said Chris Christopherson earlier, I was trying to figure, what does everybody say about Barry? I misspoke there. I called Chris Christopherson Barry Gibb, or I called Barry Gibb. I apologize to both Barry Gibb and Chris Christopherson. Probably more so Chris Christopherson. This is Barry Gibb. Streisand and Christopherson did an album together too, didn't they? I'm pretty sure they did. I messed up. Yeah, that is Gibb and Streisand. Sorry. I messed up on that one. I was like, what is everybody saying about Robin Gibb? I was like, I hadn't shown a Robin Gibb album. Okay, Tupac, 45, Tupac 45, Tupac 45, Tupac 50. Useless Eaters put $46. Helmet 38, Romelu C on Emmylou Harris. Mike Burson was second. Tupac 55. Kelly Vlodarchek on Johnny Cash. Helmet at 40, Tupac 60. Helmet at 40, Tupac 65, 65. Helmet 42. And the Queen album. Queen is News of the World. It's a 2022 half-speed master, $27.99. Undercover, Boys and Girls Renounce the World. A 1984 Christian power pop album, VG condition, $9.99. This is Clarence Carter, an original 68 Terre Haute, VG Plus, $44.99. VG Plus, $44.99. Al Green, Let's Stay Together. Al Green is a 72 Club album, VG Plus, $19.99. Now, I feel like the helmet bids are out of order, but let me update both auctions so we can figure out where we're at. And I have just shown a whole streak of great LPs there that need to sell. First is Tupac. Tupac is called All Eyes on Me. It's a 2001 U.S. reissue. It's a 4 LP set with no condition notes. Tupac is at $80 with Donna Turner. Tupac is at $80 with Donna Turner. The last bid on Helmet, which I'm assuming is the high bid, is JK at $42. And Helmet's a 2011 US with the insert. And I'm assuming that's at $42 with JK. Now, yes, I'm thinking about the album A Star Was Born. Chris Christopherson and Barbara Streisand did an album together. That's why I called Barry Chris earlier. Tupac got a new bid for $90. Now Tupac's at $100. And Todd Saul wants Queen. Lonnie Jolly got Al Green. Jerry's out on Tupac. Donna has bid $100. Next, somebody wanted to see Lothar and the Hound People. Here's Lothar and the Hand People for Bob Panasniak. It's an original 1968 Los Angeles pressing. Should be on a Capitol label. VG Plus, $39.99. Helmet has a new bid for $45. Sunny by Bobby Hebb. An original 66 Deep Groove Mono. VG $14.99. Eddie Kirkland, The Devil and Other Blues Demons. A 1972 US only time on vinyl. EX $22.99. The Clarence Carter Gregory is in a 1968 OG Atlantic pressing. VG Plus $44.99 on the green and blue label. That is OG. Tupac is a final call to Donna for $100. The Helmet is a final call. Never mind, JK's back in. The Temptations Solid Rock. VG condition, $9.99. Bobby Moore and the Rhythm Aces, Searching for My Love. An original 66 US mono. That's VG $14.99. Bob Panasniak on Lothar and the Hand People. If that's the same one, John actually pulled that out of a crate yesterday when he was over here working next to me. He handed me this. He said, I don't know if you want me to go ahead and mark this or auction it. And I think Paul came and got it. And Paul says, I'll clean it, I'll price it, and we'll put it out tomorrow. Clarence Carter, so to Gregory Roberts. If it wasn't that copy, then there's another one laying around here somewhere. But there was. John handed me that album yesterday. That's probably the very same one. Here's an unadvertised auction that I pulled out of a tub over here. And it's a 1990 Randy Travis, which has never been reissued. It's called Duets, Heroes and Friends. And Randy Travis is a 1990 BMG Club copy. And it's going to go up for a $35 start. This album's not in print, nor has it ever been reissued. It's in really high grade. and it's a $35 start. Gregory got the Clarence Carter. Thank you, Gregory. We'll put REM or Echo up next. Helmets at 47. Fred, you're out. Bob got Lothar and the Hand People. I've already pulled that, haven't I? Yep, I've already pulled that. And then Clarence. Susie got Temptations. And Nicholas Hostler on Undercover. Donna Turner, you get Tupac. That's sold to Donna for $100. JK, you're out on helmet. Fred, you're out on helmet. JK has it. Randy Travis has a bid for $35. And now, REM, Dead Letter Office. REM is a 1987 US EMW original. And it is on the translucent brown vinyl when you hold it up to light. That is a $35 start. An 87 US EMW. REM is a $35 start. It also has the original on her sleeve. Next is Rez, Between Heaven and Hell. An 85 US, VG Plus $14.99. Wilson Pickett, Right On. And Wilson Pickett, one I don't see as often, is also on a white label promo. VG Plus $19.99 on Wilson Pickett. Curtis Mayfield, Back to the World. Curtis Mayfield is VG Plus, and that is $19.99. Rushing Wind, that is an 85 Christian rock album. VG Plus $59.99. This most recent collection of the 20,000, I've been calling it the 20,000. This guy had a pretty crazy gospel section. Now, typically, I wouldn't think a lot about that. Paul started going through them, and he texted me, I think it was last Monday. Maybe it was this Monday. He said, man, I've been going through these gospel records, and some of these are demanding really good money on Discogs, meaning they're pretty sought after and therefore probably pretty good. So for certain kind of Christian gospel albums to start selling for 30, 40, 50, 60, I think we found some for 100 plus. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. This is VG Plus. It's a Christian rock album from 85, Rushing Wind. Of course, I know a lot of like Christian metal stuff like Stryper and what was that other band? I've had new reissues. Of course, that stuff's really hard to get and very desirable. But I think he's ran across some pretty good stuff here. It's probably something you might have to go sample if that's something you're into. But evidently, we've ran across some pretty good stuff. This guy had hundreds, if not maybe like 1,000, gospel albums that are like more like rock or pop albums. Okay, now Fred came back in on helmet. JK, you've been outbid. Fred has bid on helmet. He's going to make me do some math. He said helmet plus 2. So the last bid on helmet was $42. $47. So now helmet's at $49 with Fred. Now Randy Travis is at $42. Now REM's at $35. Now REM's at $35. Now we have JH on YouTube on Curtis. JH, are you a first-time buyer? We got a lot of JKs. I got some JLs. I got even some JMs. I don't think I've sold a JH over on YouTube. If you're a first-time buyer, let me know. Let me verify your account here and then just say, yes, first-time buyer. And then I need to give you some first-time buyer instructions, okay? All right, you're good to go. I just need you to say, yes, first-time buyer, and then I'll give you some quick instructions. REM has another bid, and then 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 another bid, and now Helmet has another bid. So first-time buyers, please fill out the first-time buyer form if you're on YouTube and you don't have Instagram or Facebook to message us. The link to our website is in the description of this video. $8 in limited shipping, and that's for the rest of the night tonight and tomorrow. It started on Sunday. We do 7 nights of unlimited buying for $8 in limited shipping. Thank you and welcome. Welcome to Collect Crow. I almost could crow like a crow some nights. Welcome to Collect Co., which is short for Collect Company, as in collectibles. But as you probably have witnessed, we are a 90% record store here. At some point, my dream is to have 25% comics, 25% coins and knives, 25% vintage toys, 25% records, 25% movie posters, 25% memorabilia, 25% this, 25% that. But I am so enveloped every night in vinyl, I can't even think about anything else. So welcome to Collectco. We buy and sell everything. If somebody called me right now and told me they had a Golden Age comic book collection in Boston, Massachusetts, they had key issues and high grade, I might even go fly up there tomorrow. But I am so wrapped up in records every night, I can't even think about the other parts of this business. So, but we are record dealers. We sell records here every night. At some point, my dream is to be doing this on every collectible stage. I want a stream like this going, selling toys, comic books, autographs and memorabilia, movie posters. I'm going to need a lot of help though, okay? I'm going to need more Chads. I'm going to need more shippers, more buyers, and a lot more computers and laptops and bandwidth and manpower and women power. So, but we'll do it eventually. This right here takes up a lot of my time, as you can see. REM was at 40, and then REM was at 50. Helmet got a bid for 50. Randy Travis is at 52, and it was Barren Cross. Yes, William Warner. Barren Cross is the other Christian rock metal band. Yes, Barren Cross. Out on Helmet, out on REM, and that's 200%. I know. I could keep naming stuff off. Don't forget about CDs, cassettes, and other media. Helmet is a final call. A 2011 with insert. JK has it for $50. Randy Travis is an 89 club copy, 1990 club copy, 1990 club copy, and Cody has it for $52. The next highest bidder was Josh Brown. Cody has this for $52. I'm about to drop the hammer on it. Cody buys a lot of country albums from us. And then REM, Dead Letter Office. This is an OG first pressing on the high-quality translucent brown virgin vinyl. And the high bid on REM, the last bid, was Rebecca Howard at $50. That's where we're at. Welcome all first-time buyers. Make sure you fill out the form. Make sure you've registered. Send us a message, however you can get in touch with us. We'll invoice you on Monday with all of your purchases. Let's finish up this bin. Paul Simon in Quadraphonic. EX condition, $27.99. I don't know if I've seen that in quad. Paul Simon. Wow, another quad, an amazing album. Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark. EX, $27.99. The White Stripes is EX, $22.99. And the Mothers of Invention, Freak Out, and Early Stereo Repress, VG Plus, $29.99. Oh yeah, also don't forget about books. Did I say coins and pocket knives? That's honestly probably our second biggest following as far as our total customer database is record buyers, which also buy CDs, music-related items, etc. 2 is probably coins and pocket knives, because that's what I started doing here on Facebook about 6 years ago. And that's the majority of our next batch of customers. And trust me, they would be on here every night buying stuff like this if I was streaming it. Cody Wright, you get Randy, or excuse me, I'm holding the wrong record. Cody, you get Randy Travis for $52. Cody gets Randy Travis for $52. Rebecca gets REM for $50. And Helmet is sold to JK for $50. We're ready for all new auctions. Let's do it. Let's do it. JK got the Helmet for $50. Let's do it. All right. And James Hicks on WS for White Stripes. And then there we go. Yeah, it was hard. We sold off Fred's posters. I haven't really... I was telling everybody when we were selling those posters, I was like, listen, there's not many people who have 10,000 movie posters like Fred does. So when all this gets sold off, unless I get really lucky and we find another find of a lifetime, I probably won't be able to consistently get in movie posters. I've advertised, but man, Fred is that was a once-in-a-lifetime deal. I hope there's somebody out there in the country that has a warehouse full of movie posters again that's been untouched for decades, but that would be a once-in-a-lifetime deal. I mean, I think Fred's truly was. But maybe one day I'll get a call and say, hey, my dad or my grandpa has a warehouse full of movie posters from the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and we need you to come buy them. And then we'll start selling posters like we were selling them with Fred. But, man, that was amazing. We probably sold off 10,000 plus in about 8 months. Lincoln Park is a 2021 limited edition red vinyl. Lincoln Park Hybrid Theory 2021, a $25 start. $25 start, 2021 limited edition red vinyl. It's now up for bid. All right, now our next auction is going to go up right now. I have a tab here that says $50 and up, and that's where Queens of the Stone Age is. Queens of the Stone Age is a 2010 US with the original inner sleeves. That is a $55 start. $55 start on Queens of the Stone Age. That's our next auction. All right, what a great Paul crate. Let's hit those one more time, and I've still got 3 more crates of new vinyl to go through. Wow. So let's do that right now. First thing is Orange Breakout. No Clemson fans. Steelman Davis Band. That is sealed for $19.99. Also, this is technically billed. I'm not for sure. I guess it's Alias with Marker Archer, Unseen Sights. That's $14.99. That's a hip-hop album. Grateful Dead picture disc for $34.99. Tammy Wynette is $14.99, a quad album. Tammy Wynette. Prodigal, Electric Eye, EX $22.99. Streisand and Barry Gibb, I better not mess that up again. I'll get yelled at. $24.99. Sunny by Bobby Hebb, VG $14.99. Eddie Kirkland, The Devil and Other Blues Demons, EX $22.99. Bobby Moore and the Rhythm Aces, Searching for My Love, VG $14.99. Rez, Between Heaven and Hell. Rez is VG plus $14.99. Wilson Pickett was a white label promo, VG plus $19.99. Rushing Wind, a 1985 Christian rock, VG plus $50. It sounds like I'm saying Russian. It's Rushing, not the Soviets. Christian rock, VG plus $59.99. Paul Simon, Quadraphonic, EX $27.99. Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark, EX $27.99. And the Mothers of Invention Freakout, VG plus $29.99. Frank Zappa. Nice. All right, let's grab one of these other new crates of vinyl. Very excited. I ordered so much this week, I really don't know what's in these bins, to be honest. So it's kind of like, who knows at this point. The other 2 crates, we've been through 3 crates. We've been through 4 crates of new vinyl already. No, we've been through 3 crates already, and 2 are left still. So, wow. Let's put up some more singles. But first, let's go ahead and slide this off the table. And let's grab a crate of new vinyl. And let's see what's in here. Now, the Queens of the Stone Age is their self-titled album. It's a 2010 U.S. reissue, near mint with the original inner sleeves. The high bid is $65. Lincoln Park just got a new bid for $53. It's a 2021 U.S. on limited edition red vinyl, $53 on that. I don't think I missed any claims. Let's get started. First is Beck. I was talking about this album the other night, Morning Phase. Beck is $36.99. New and sealed. Everything in here is brand new and sealed. Depeche Mode. Haven't had this in a while. It's called Depeche Mode 101, which is a 2 LP live album. Depeche Mode is $44.99. Haven't had that in stock in a while, and we've been selling the heck out of some Depeche Mode. Andy Bell. Now, what I didn't realize, this was a special request from Troy Robinson, and it was a new release, and I didn't know what it was. And when I went to order them, there was like 9 left in stock. And I went, holy moly, because when I showed it, a couple people wanted on a waiting list, Paul Brothers and Chris Kirkley. So Paul Brothers, I got you 1, and Chris Kirkley, you're 2nd. Now, Chris, I hope you're okay if you're watching. This one has a little bit of a tear in the shrink wrap, but that's the only 2 I have, and I think they're sold out. But if anybody does want to try a waiting list, Andy Bell, 10 Crowns, is new album pressed on white vinyl. And if anybody else decides they want one, I will try and get it. I'm sure they're available on black, but the white vinyls, when I ordered those, there was only a handful left. Gregory still has Queens at 65. Now a final call. And we have Lincoln Park at 55. George Ellis gets a Beck, and Bob Goodyear gets a Beck. And now Fred Carnell gets the Depeche Mode. 2 Depeche Modes remain. 311's Greatest Hits. 2 LP. That's the 311 song I know. And I have 3 copies of their Greatest Hits. And if anybody wants one, they're available. It's $33.99. It's a 2 LP gatefold. 311's Greatest Hits. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Witchcraft, Nucleus. Witchcraft is $38.99. And I have a live Dire Straits bootleg. Live on Telegraph Road. Dire Straits is on yellow vinyl. This is in Bedfordshire, England, June 1992, $29.99. Now, Gregory, that was pretty bizarre. There was a lot of bidders before you on Queens of the Stone Age. You've had it for almost 3 minutes. I haven't heard back from anybody else. I'm going to show this next record, then I'm selling it to you. And then I've got to update Lincoln Park. Primus, Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Primus is $36.99. Primus is $36.99. Tom Sullivan on Dire Straits. That is sold to Tom Sullivan. And then Gregory Roberts. This is sold to you for $65. Thank you. Juanita Gagne on 311's Greatest Hits. George Ellis on Primus. And now I'm about to drop the hammer on Lincoln Park. Tom Sullivan has it for $63, and I haven't heard back from anybody. Next auction is Rush Power Windows. A 1985 U.S. Indianapolis club. The note from Laura is super clean. Near mint minus with the original inner sleeve. Man, so many great songs on here. Rush Power Windows, a $35 start. What an interesting cover, too. $35 start on that. George Ellis was next on Primus, and Todd Saul wants the live Dire Straits. All right. And Chris Bryant says, please, for the love of all things good and holy, put up some singles so I can bid on them. Here's the next 3 in the crate. I Hate the Future, Dog Years, Moore Street Blues, The Jury. The Jury, I Hate the Future, Iron Lung, Cancer, and Missionary American Strike EP. There might be 2 in here. No, it's a... I don't know, it might be a double. Those 3 for a $10 start. Those 3 for a $10 start. Bob Goodyear also wants a live Dire Straits. Carla DeRoche also gets a 311 Greatest Hits. And Lincoln Park, I lost a couple bidders on that as well. Very bizarre. But that's sold to Tom Sullivan for $63. And as soon as I said that, John Bobing, who's a new bidder and a new customer, just bid $65. John, that came in at the wrong time on Restream. That was already sold. Tom had that for almost 5 minutes. I had to sell it to him. Either you have a pretty bad connection or hesitated maybe just a little too long on that one. But welcome to Coletco. I always hate when that happens to a prospective new customer. Trust me, I'm never going to turn down a bid, but it has to be in on time. Our next auction is going to be Talking Heads, Remaining Light. This is an OG. It is VG. Talking Heads is called Remaining Light. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. It is an OG with the lyric insert and the original inner sleeve. So this is a $15 start. Talking Heads, Remaining Light. It is OG, but it's VG, but it does have the lyric insert, like from Once in a Lifetime. And you may find yourself living in a shotgun shack. Talking Heads, $15 start. The 45s are at 11. Chris Bryant, you're out, and no one's been on Rush. What a tragedy. No bids on Rush. Final call. Chris Cornell. This is $44.99. It's essentially a hits compilation from Chris Cornell. It's got songs from Soundgarden, Temple of the Dog, Solo Career, Audio Slave, $44.99, a 2 LP. And we have Metallica, Market Square. Now, the problem with this, I got 2 Volume 2s in. This is one of those concerts that they split up into a Volume 1 and a Volume 2. This particular one, I have a waiting list for Volume 2. Actually, the waiting list is for Volume 2. And that's Tom Harris and Danny Thomason. So I bet they already have a Volume 1 then, and they needed a Volume 2. So Tom Harris, your Volume 2's in, and Danny Thomason, your Volume 2's in. Those are sold and sold. Bob has the singles at 13. Fred Cardinale gets a Chris Cornell. We got a request to run BJM, and we got a request to run Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I'm about to make those 2 back auctions a buy it now. No one's been on Talking Heads for 15. No one's been on Rush for 35. The singles are final call for 13. Here's a live Depeche Mode. It's on purple vinyl. It's called London Dungeon. It is on Dear Boss. It's a limited edition 300, $38.99 on Depeche Mode and Nirvana. Somebody asked about this last week, like on Saturday night, and I was like, nope, but I need to order it. Nirvana Incesticide. 2 LP, $54.99. Nirvana Incesticide. And I'm pretty sure that plays at a 45 RPM. And if that's the one that I kept one time because I didn't have that, it sounds absolutely incredible. Dive. Boom, 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 boom. Such a good song. And then here is Pet Shop Boys, Please. 180 gram, new and sealed. West End Girls, $33.99. Garrett has officially bid. Garrett has officially bid on Talking Heads at $15. That's going once, going twice to Garrett. Bill Keenum put Talk Heads, but he hadn't actually bid. These 3 singles are sold to Bob Panozniak for $13. And Rush is a buy now, no bid. An OG club copy, super clean, near mint minus, a $35 start. Gregory needs to put back the Clarence Carter. That was hopefully still in this crate next to me. If anybody wants it, it's called This Is Clarence Carter. It's a 1968 original OG pressing in VG Plus condition, $44.99. I'm going to put it right over here, back in the Paul crate. If anybody wants that, it's available. Melinda Gerhart on Pet Shop Boys. That's sold to Melinda Gerhart. He says Garrett has it. I'll go ahead and sell it to Garrett then. Garrett gets Talking Heads for $15. The 45 stack does need a deposit made. I'm about to go do that right now. I have a Vinyl Me Please that I've never had before. This is Bright Eyes. I'm wide awake, it's morning. And this is a Vinyl Me Please. This is $34.99. It's on red marble vinyl. A Vinyl Me Please exclusive. Useless Eaters, your bid on Talking Heads came in pretty late. The next auction is the Sex Pistols. A 1980 U.S. Gloversville reissue. That's based purely on the label design. VG Plus, the Sex Pistols, a $35 start. The Sex Pistols, a $35 start. The other request was Echo and the Bunnymen, the Underworld soundtrack, more REM, also BGM. I'm trying to figure out what that was. What was that one? And then we had Crosby, Stills, and Nash. What was that other request? It was B something. It was, can you run the BJM? BJM. If you can let me know what that stands for, I'll sell it to you. Sex Pistols, a $35 start. Nirvana, Live and Loud. That is $39.99, a 2 LP. Nirvana, Live and Loud. Battery, Blood on Ice. I haven't had this one. $38.99. And Depeche Mode, I Want You, Live in San Francisco, $29.99. The Brian Jonestown Massacres are long gone. Those are long gone. We sold those a little bit closer to like $7 5:30 tonight. Those sold a few hours ago. I can't believe it's already 7. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's already 10 o'clock. Holy moly. All right, so let's go ahead and put up Echo and the Bunny Men. This is a 1987 U.S. Specialty Original with the original inner sleeve. It is a $35 start. No condition notes. Echo and the Bunny Men. OG. $35 start. Sex Pistols has one bid for $35. That's with JK. And then Chad Smith, you tied them. Yeah, though we sold both of those together earlier, and that was an absolute war. That was all-out war on those. Funk Parliament Funkadelic. Those kind, I don't have any to sell tonight. So if we have something like Parliament and Funkadelic, those will be sold at auction, and they'll be advertised on our YouTube page whenever they're coming up for sale. Anywhere between a half hour or 2 or 3 hours before the show starts. I posted these a lot earlier. We usually advertise most of the stuff we're going to auction. Now, in the crates, especially the pre-owned or vintage bins, at any given time, something like that could show up. However, most of that kind of stuff is going to be auctioned. Right now, I guarantee we have some. We even got some that are autographed. I think we have a Bootsy Collins album signed by George Clinton. That's in a new collection. Those will come up for soon, very soon. The Butthole Surfers is already sold. It actually didn't get as many bids as I thought it would. Chris Bryant needs to put back Beck Odelay. Now, that was much earlier tonight. Whoever's watching this stream, the Beck Odelay, there was already a waiting list. So just give that to whoever was next on the waiting list, please. Anybody else on anything in this bin? We just had 2 putbacks and 1 sale. That means I'm negative records all of a sudden. That means we need to sell some more. I better just go ahead and wrap up the show before anything else bad happens. Depeche Mode 101 is $44.99. I've got 2 left. That's a 2 LP. The Greatest Hits of 311 for $33.99. Witchcraft Nucleus $38.99. Dire Straits Live 1992 yellow vinyl $29.99. Promise was $36.99. Chris Cornell was $44.99. Depeche Mode Live in London is $38.99. Nirvana $54.99. Incesticide. Pet Shop Boys $33.99. Bright Eyes Vinyl Me Please pressing $34. Nirvana Live and Loud's $39. Also Bathory is $38. And Depeche Mode Live in San Francisco $29. There was only 1 bid on the Sex Pistols, and Chad Smith never did bid again. So this is sold to JK for $35. And now the Echo and the Bunny Men is at $35 and then $37 with Fred Cardinale. And now Brett Thies has it for $40. And then Chad set out on Sex Pistols. I'm glad you did because I've already sold it. And can I buy the Depeche Mode 101 for Scott Kennedy to be sent to him? It's his birthday today. Melinda Gerhart would like to buy Depeche Mode. Sell this to Melinda. Bill her account. And send it to Scott Kennedy. Now, JK commented the letter W. The letter W was for witchcraft. Is that right? If not, let me know. Could you please bring in a Talking Heads? Now, that could have a lot of variants to it. Talking Heads has a wide discography. Are you talking about, can I order new ones? Are you talking about, can I put up more OGs for auction? Do you want me to special order you a new one? And here is REM, Automatic for the People. This is a 2003 German reissue with the original inner sleeve. EX edition, a $25 start. Witchcraft is sold to JK. I'm about to do back-to-back bins of new vinyl, and then I'm probably going to do this other Paul crate, and then probably another crate of new vinyl. This next crate, though, half of it is full of Thin Lizzy. Well, I went ahead and ordered 10 more copies of the Vinyl Me Please Thin Lizzy, one of our best sellers here lately. I hope everybody has one. And then the next crate of new vinyl has a lot more different variety in it as well. That is a bootleg unofficial on the Dire Straits. The Dire Straits is a bootleg unofficial. Now, Echo, Brett Thies has both auctions. Let's grab some more singles. The next singles I have are going up right now. An incredible lineup of stuff still to be sold here at auction. And there's no telling what's coming up in the Paul and John crates and the new vinyl crates. I don't even remember what I've ordered, honestly. Here is Lords of Light. That's on Iron Lung Records. The Imperialist Pigs and Lords of Light. And those 3 singles are a $10 start. The first thing in here is World of Warcraft, Wrath of the Lich King. The Lich King. Is that what that says? Yeah, the Lich King. 2 LP Ice Blue Crown Vinyl, $56.99. World of Warcraft, $56.99. I've only got one of those. They were kind of pricey, so I only ordered one. And then Gorgoroth, Instinctus Bastilius, $34.99. I know I'm not saying that right. I misspelled it, missaid it all night. Monster Magnet Mastermind. Monster Magnet is $33.99. I have Anthrax for All Kings, and there's a waiting list for this. Really cool foil cover. Anthrax is $33.99. And the waiting list for Anthrax, was Mark Morris. Mark, I have you an Anthrax. Thank you, Mark Morris. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The 45s are now at $20. Echo's at $50, Echo at $53. Ivan R got a Monster Magnet. And now REM. Brett Thies opened it at $30. He's the only bidder. It's a 2003 German reissue. I'm about to sell it to him. And Echo is between Cino and Brett as well. Chris has these 3 singles at $20. We were talking about this album the other night, and that's why I ordered it. McCartney's album, McCartney. Paul McCartney, the name of the album is McCartney. His debut solo album, Maybe I'm Amazed, Every Night, Junk, $33.99. Paul McCartney. And then here is probably, as of right now, combined over the last 6 months, probably one of our best-selling new vinyl titles. Luckily, I was able to get another 10 copies. Thin Lizzy, the Vinyl Me Please exclusive. This is the Vinyl Me Please exclusive, Thin Lizzy. Orange vinyl, 180 gram. Lacquers cut by Kevin Gray. It needs no other explanation than this. Just buy and you'll thank me later. How many have we sold, y'all think? Hundreds? It's up there. Next thing was C-Note went out on Echo. So, Brett, you have it at 53. George Ellis wants that other Monster Magnet. REM got a new bid for 33, 31, and then 33. Todd Fisher wants Paul McCartney. Chris gets these 3 singles for $20. Todd, I am fresh out of Monster Magnets unless you want on a waiting list. Here's another Bathory, their self-titled album, $36.99. And then Promise, Pork Soda, $39.99. Let's sell Echo to Brett Thies for $53. REM is at $38. And now that's a battle between Brett, Rebecca, and Donna. Next auction. I feel like somebody asked for this a long time ago. The Underworld soundtrack. The Underworld soundtrack is a 2016 Record Store Day exclusive. It's on blue vinyl. It's numbered 503 of 1000. It has Skinny Puppy, A Perfect Circle, David Bowie, and many more. $35 start. What a great crate again. Thin Lizzy is $34.99. So you get a lot with this. First of all, you get a classic rock album. The Boys Are Back in Town, Jailbreak, Emerald, the Cowboy Song. So many great, amazing tracks on this. It comes with an art print. It's on orange vinyl, beautiful gatefold jacket, foiled cover, die cut, Lacquers cut by Kevin Gray, $34.99. And for such a high-quality packaging, $34.99. Atlantic G, let me know if you want one. Gary Wellman, let me know if you want one. REM is at $41. Rebecca's bid $45. And the Underworld soundtrack is a $35 start. Is the Wow still available? Wow. When I see that, I think Wendy O. Williams. I have not had a Wendy O. Williams. Mike Ospaw wants a Thin Lizzy. Maybe we can sell 10 more copies tonight. Usually when I go into a full explanation on what that is, we start getting them sold. We've had 2 inquiries and then 1 different claim. I just need 9 other people to say, I'll take a Thin Lizzy. It's going to outbeat any other copy you have. It's incredible. World of Warcraft is right here, Woody. Aha. Yes, $56.99. This is new for Friday. I'm pretty sure this comes out today. Blue vinyl. I always order video game soundtracks. For some reason, video game soundtracks are also pricey. I collect them myself. I've got many. I've got a ton of video game soundtracks. And certain ones like these, I'm like, well, if nobody buys it, I'll keep it. I've never really played World of Warcraft, but I just collect video game soundtracks. I always thought that was wild, seeing video game soundtracks on vinyl. And some of them are really well made. I think it's a pretty niche type deal, but they always sell when I order them. But there is some great music on video games nowadays. Oh my gosh, there's some that's incredible. Just like movie themes. Okay, so Mike Ospaw got a Thin Lizzy. Woody Bishop does want the World of Warcraft. Stephen Tuttle says he'll take a Thin Lizzy. Gary Wellman says he'll take a Thin Lizzy. The Underworld's at $48. Steve McGee says he'll take a Thin Lizzy. And now my crate's full. And let me pause there. Let me get a new crate started because it sounds like we're about to sell some more Thin Lizzies. That's our 5th full crate tonight. We might outbeat tomorrow's pace. Last night we did 9 crates. However, I've had a lot of new vinyl tonight not get claimed. A lot of new stuff shows up on Friday, which is supposed to be release day, and there's just not as many people watching, and it's unfortunate because I'm like, dang, all the new vinyl shows up on Friday, and sometimes there's not as many people watching, and they miss all these titles. Atlantic G gets a Thin Lizzy. And what did I miss of Thin Lizzy? And Underworld. Okay, but we can go ahead and sell REM. REM is sold to Rebecca for 45 or 50? 45 to Rebecca. 45 to Rebecca, okay? Now, the Underworld is at 70. Now 75. It is opened. It's near mint on blue vinyl. Our next auction is Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Live It Up. A 1990 U.S. original Carrollton Club copy. A Columbia House edition. Near mint with the inner sleeve. That's one you won't see as often. 1990, $25 start. Yes, Rush Power Windows was a no bid, just $35. It is near mint minus. Travis Wood says he'll take it. I can't believe no one bought it earlier. Probably because I've sold already 1,000 copies. Now, we're down all of a sudden to 2, 4, 5 Thin Lizzies. Let's try to sell 5 more. It is the Vinyl Me Please edition. Orange vinyl, cut by Kevin Gray. Gatefold jacket, foil cover, art print, orange vinyl, classic album, $34.99. I've got 5 left. You need one, you want one. Just say Thin Lizzy sold. Now, over here at the top, we sold one, Underworld 55, Underworld 52, Underworld 60, Underworld 65, Underworld 70, Underworld 75, Underworld 80, Underworld 80, Underworld 90, Cross Deals and Ash 25, Underworld 95, Underworld 100. Patrick Johnson wants a Thin Lizzy. And now the only thing left in here is the Gorgoth, $34.99. Anthrax is $33. McCartney's $33. Bathory is $36. And Primus is $39.99. That is pork soda. I think I might go ahead and do this next crate right now because it's late enough. I probably need to go ahead and do this other crate of new releases. So let's bring it up right now. And then I'm going to knock out the other Paul crate. Okay? First thing is Underworld 110. Cry, Steals, and Nash, final call for $25. Oh boy. Ludacris Hollow Psalms. I'm into some of this metal stuff that I ordered, and I can't remember what it is. That's $44.99. It's a 2 LP. Portishead Third. There's a waiting list for this. Portishead Third. The waiting list for Portishead is Craig Weatherford. He went on a waiting list last week for self-titled and third. So this is sold to Craig Weatherford. Portishead Third. Next is Slovaki Slow Dive. The other night we had one of these come up for auction, and they just reissued it, and this is that edition. This came out last week, and I had them, and they're just now showing up. I had them ordered. From 1993, Slow Dive is $33.99, and then we have a waiting list for this. Half-Speed Master, Paul McCartney, Band on the Run. Let's grab a few more hardcore singles and put those up for auction as well. And the Paul McCartney, Band on the Run, if I can find it over here, is Daniel Cody. Daniel Cody. And I just seen David's going to get Crosby, Stills, and Nash for $25. Uncontested. Here is Rush Archives. A 1978 OG. The first 3 Rush albums. Everything's really nice. EX to Near Mint Minus. Disc 2 is VG Plus. Rush is a $35 start. What I was about to say, I just seen who requested that Nouvelle Vague album. That was Travis Wade. Travis, are you watching? That's who requested that Nouvelle Vague album from earlier. And I was like, I don't know what this is. I don't remember ordering it, but either Ed or me did. And it was for Travis Wade. So let me find that. And it was for him. And I was supposed to pull that for him. He must not have been on, or he probably would have said something. Or maybe he did, and maybe he thought I already pulled him one. But that is so to Travis Wade. There's one left. David V gets a Band on the Run. I've got 2 copies here of Red Fang, Murder the Mountain. That's from Relapse. And Red Fang is $29.99. Red Fang is $29.99. That is from Relapse, and it's on Custom Galaxy Merge vinyl. Now, Rush, you're getting the first 3 albums, self-titled, Caress of Steel, Fly By Night. They're all nice with the original Mercury inner sleeves. Look at those cool Mercury inner sleeves there. And Brian Riley has it for $35. The Underworld soundtrack is at $160 with Rebecca. Fred, you've been outbid. And now we have 3 more singles going up. Endive, I Quit, Old Miserable Bums, and Iron Age on Painkiller Records. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Brian C. on Paul McCartney. Brian C. on Paul McCartney. Underworld 166, Rush 50. Todd Saw says $35 for Rush 20 minutes ago, but it was sold to somebody else way after. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Josh Brown also bid $35 on Rush. Collective Soul, self-titled. Collective Soul. This was there is no OG of this. This is the first time it was ever on vinyl. It has December, Where the World I Know, Where the River Flows. $33.99 for Collective Soul. Now also, we had their other album, Hence Allegations, earlier tonight as well. Merciful Fate is called In the Shadows. It's on teal green marble vinyl. There was a waiting list for Merciful Fate. And let me find that right quick. Merciful Fate, In the Shadows. Tony Riddle. Thank you, Tony Riddle. This is $38.99. He gets this one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Rush is at $35.36. And now Underworld's at $175. These three singles are a $10 start. Soundgarden, and I forgot to mention, and Bob Riger reminded me when he got his, these are on white vinyl. Soundgarden King Animal is on white vinyl, $46.99. And I'm not for sure how I ended up or why I ended up with so many of these. I think because it's been long out of print and I had them back ordered. L7. L7 is called Bricks Are Heavy. $36.99. L7, Bricks Are Heavy. $36.99. L7, Bricks Are Heavy. And I think I have so many of those back ordered because it's been out of print and they've shown up along with that other L7 we had this week. That and Screaming Trees both. There's been a couple albums pop up tonight that are typically or never available. That and the Screaming Trees we had earlier. But yeah, this is something that's never available. Bricks Are Heavy, the 30th anniversary. $36.99. The Rush before this one, I said 35 right when you set it aside. You missed it. Never reviewed the chat. So does someone else much. Oh, you're talking about Power Windows. Oh, boy. Let me make sure I can find that. Hopefully, let's see if I can remember when that was. And then also, I got to go back and find out if Mr. Woods, because he thought he got it. And hopefully he's still on the chat. And hopefully that came in, Todd. Hopefully it was actually on Restream or I could have seen it. That might have been what surprised me when you, now that I've realized what you're talking about. I don't know if I either A, never did see it or it never did show up. It could be either one. I will, give me 1 second. I'll try to figure that out. Or I'll have them double check when they're rewatching the feed. Because it should have been on Restream when it pops up here. Okay, I'm just now looking at TikTok over here. I forgot there's some new. Okay, so Whitesnake is live in Nagoya, 1980. Nagoya, Whitesnake, $39.99. And then Screaming Trees. Screaming Trees is $38.99. And this is a music on vinyl pressing of Dust, Screaming Trees. Okay, so these three singles did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $10. Fred, I've lost you on the Underworld. Rebecca has this for $175. She's had it for about 4 minutes. It's back to Fred Cardinale. And then Rush, somebody wanted to know the information again. This is called Archives. It's the repackaging of the first 3 Rush albums. It's in VG Plus, or excuse me, all the discs are really nice except disc 2, side 2 is VG Plus. So a really nice set, and it's the OG. This was reissued. Of course, they're reissues of the albums, but there is an OG Archives, and that's it. And Todd, I'll figure out how to settle that in just a second. Robert Barnett has Rush for $36. Josh Brown's been outbid, and somebody else was outbid. And then how much was Collective Soul? Collective Soul was $33.99. 25th Anniversary Edition. Also, Santana Supernatural. That is $38.99. That is their huge album, Santana Supernatural. $38.99. Alonzo said he bid $50 on Rush a long time ago. Boy, he did, almost 5 minutes ago. The bids here lately have been really bad about being out of order. I mean, really bad. And so what happens is somebody on Facebook is bidding because they're just looking at the Facebook chat or they're just looking at their YouTube chat. And then I missed somebody. It happened earlier on, I think it was the Jane's Edition. Something happened Somebody bid, and then everybody was still bidding, and somebody was like, hey, I bid $120 15 minutes ago. And then I'm like, oh, dang. And it's just where it moves so fast sometimes. The high bid on Rush, and that's on my monitor here. Alonzo has it for $50, and that was over 6 minutes ago now. And then since then, everything's went backwards. And now it's creeping back up. But he already has it at 50. And then Fred was bidding on Underworld, and I've lost him. And we have Static X for $39.99. Wisconsin Death Trip. Static X, $39.99. Joni Mitchell is on Coke Bottle Clear Green Vinyl. That's Court and Spark. That is the Bernie Grumman remaster on colored vinyl. $33.99. And then Dolly is the Vinyl Me Please edition. $34.99. I've been working 9 to 5. All analog from Ryan Smith on Rise and Sun colored vinyl. Now Rush is at 55. And then I lost Fred, and he said he wasn't going to get outbid on Underworld. Unfortunately, I lost him, and Rebecca gets this for $175. There should really only be bids coming from 2 places, Facebook and YouTube, but for some reason they get out of order really bad, or somebody bids early really high, and then nobody sees that, and then nobody's looking at Restream. They're just looking at their platform bids. And so for anybody that's watching you, right here's the bids, not on your Facebook chat and not on your YouTube chat. That's why things get out of order and we go backwards sometimes. This is the high bid. So I know you can't scroll this. It's just whatever's on the screen at the moment. Now it stays on my phone for about, I don't know, a half hour. And then they start disappearing. But it is embedded, and you can always replay it later. But that's what happens there. James Cauldron on Static X. That's sold to James Cauldron. And Susie got a Dolly Parton. And then Craig said there are 645s over here. And yes, I will see those for $12. But that's where we're at. Okay. And I'm going to take all the sold singles so far tonight in here. We need to get a new stack going. And I need to remind everybody what's left up for bid. And we're going to go through this next Paul crate. Busy night. It takes every bit of my brain power to keep up. If I'm slightly off, then it can really make things even more complicated. So I got to stay on my game all night long. When I come in, I'm like, all right, here we go. It's like I'm taking the field to win the Super Bowl. I got to be on top of my game for everything to go really smooth. Or one miscue, and we could sit back and auction 20 minutes. Rush is getting multiple bids. It's now at $61. Now, Travis, I'm glad you're watching. I'm going to review something that happened after the sale. Somebody actually might have got that Power Windows before you, and I missed it. So I'll double check if it was embedded on Restream. We should have multiple copies of that album around here. If so, I'll work out something with you, or I'll work out something with Todd. Something because I may have made a mistake. If I go back and try to find that now, it will take a while. We have an OG copy. We have an OG copy of Kings of Leon, Only by the Night. And this is a 2008 U.S. original. This is the OG pressing of the big album from Kings of Leon. You know, I could use somebody like you. It does have a little bit of a crease here on the cover, Laura noted, but the vinyl's really nice, and it's a $55 start. $55 start on that. All right, there we have it. And now I'm going to read through these quickly one more time. I had the, still don't know what this is really. Ludacris Hollow Psalms, $44.99. Some kind of dark death metal I ordered. I don't know. Slow Dive Slovaki, $33.99. Red Fang, Murder the Mountains, $29.99. Collective Souls, $33. Merciful Fates, $38. Soundgarden on white vinyls, $46. Still got plenty of L7s for $36. Whitesnake Live in Nagoya, Japan, 1980, $39.99. Screaming Trees is $38. Santana was $38 for Supernatural. Wisconsin Death Trip by Static X is $39. Joni Mitchell Court and Spark is on green vinyl for $33. And The Vinyl Me Please Dolly Parton is $34. Whitesnake is a 2LP live unofficial from Detonate, and it's $39.99. And yes, there is people watching on TikTok right now. I can see the active viewers, but the thing about it is they're over here, over here is the chat. And if you comment on TikTok right now, it won't even show up over here. It will just show up on TikTok. So we've got them turned off so it don't interfere with Restream. I don't want too many platforms on here, but at the same time, more customers, the better. Some people have YouTubes that don't have Facebook. Some people have TikToks that don't have YouTubes or Facebooks. Some people have Instagrams and they don't want a Facebook or a TikTok. So, and I know people who have all. And I did pull an L7 for you, and Scott wants Whitesnake. Scott gets the Whitesnake. Let's go through this other Paul crate that was brought over here. And I'm sure there's some very interesting stuff in here. And Travis, thank you for letting me know you're out on Rush. Alonzo has it for $70. And final call to get a bid on the Kings of Leon. The question is what have I done with that other Paul crate? We're going to try to knock out the rest of this, quote, basket of hardcore singles over here. And let's do that right now. And let me move some of these around. I can't believe we've already went through 6 crates of new vinyl tonight. But we have, along with 3 John crates and a Paul crate. That's why it's already 10:30. I'm like, holy moly. So here we go. Let's slide these over right here. All right, and then Oso, what did Oso? Clockwork. Oso, yeah, it's sold out. Sorry, Oso. I think I already answered you, but I might have missed it. I don't know. But yes, that sold. It was a heavy auction. It was a heavy auction. Sorry. All right, maybe Chad needs to go get a V8 and get refocused. Let's see what Paul's brought us. Sting, 57th and 9th. Sting is a Barnes & Noble exclusive on blue vinyl, sealed for $29.99. Sunvolt, Notes of Blue. Sunvolt is $19.99. Sopwith Camel, The Miraculous Hump Returns from the Moon. Sopwith Camel is a 1986 UK. The note from Paul says, great album, $39.99. That's on Etzel. And The Fantastic Expedition of Dylan Clark, a 1968 Monarch. The top scene does have some splitting, $54.99. Rush is officially sold. Congratulations, Alonzo. That sold you for $70. Nobody bid on the OG Kings of Leon. That's the OG pressing. $55 on that. Tom Sullivan first on Sting. James Rayner second. I'm sure Paul has marked some pretty cool stuff in here. Probably some unusual. Probably some modern stuff. Probably a little bit of everything. Here is Neil Young. This one's always been tougher to get. It's a 1989 U.S. Specialty Original Gold Stamp Promo. Neil Young Freedom. A $45 start, a Gold Stamp Promo. Keep on Rockin' in the Free World. The first track is the acoustic version. The second track is the electric live version that we all know so well. This is in beautiful condition with the original inner sleeve. That second song is really cool. Crime in the City. And then I like the song Don't Cry as well. Those first 3 are killer. First time I heard that, I was on the way to a high school football game. We were traveling to go see a football game, and we was listening to some music. And my cousin had that on a CD. He says, you've got to hear this. I was like, I don't know if I've ever listened to that album. And I was shocked at how many great songs are on there. The Kings of Leon is sold to Brandon Lack. James Goggin, you were second. Next is Devin Townsend, Infinity. Devin Townsend is sealed, a 2023 remaster for $39.99. And the Holy Modal Rounders. The Holy Modal Rounders, the note from Paul says, great folk. There is some cover damage. It looks like it's gotten wet at one point. Just $14.99. Neil Young, a near mint minus Gold Stamp Promo for a $45 start. Radiohead, a 2008 U.S. limited edition. We're going to put it up for a $25 start. Radiohead, the Bends. That's now up as well. Let's grab some more singles. The next singles I have for you are the following. I have Loser Life, Suspiria, the Italian Flag, the Myth, Lunchbox, Glow Like There's No Tomorrow. Those three are for a $10 start. If they don't get a bid, we'll move them on fast. If they do get a bid, we'll be until everybody's done. We've almost sold a whole nother basket here. We'll keep moving right along. Noah, Peaceman's Farm. This is a 1972 hard rock album, $14.99. In a Priest-driven ambulance, The Flaming Lips, a 2005 on pink vinyl, $24.99. World Saxophone Quartet, Dance and Ballads, $9.99. And The Blend. The Blend is a 1978 U.S. rock album, $12.99. The Other Kids, Happy Home, a 1987 power pop, that is $19.99. So Neil Young 45, Radiohead 25, Radiohead 25, Neil Young 45, Radiohead 26, Radiohead 30. So James, you're in on Neil Young, but you've tied Jerry. He has it at 45, and now Radiohead's at 30. Next thing in here is Otis Redding, a Sunday's pressing, A Dock of the Bay. Sealed Otis Redding, $29.99. Blue Steel. Blue Steel is called Nothing But Time. It's a 1981 U.S. country rock, southern rock album, sealed for $14.99. Gary Wellman wants The Blend. That is so to Gary Wellman. He got The Blend. Barnaby Bye, Room to Grow. That's a 73 U.S., $9.99. Also, Nick Drake, Pink Moon. Nick Drake is $26.99. That's a new 180 gram pressing. No condition notes. And Come Softly, Baruga Bandit. What a cover that is. Goodness gracious. 1979 U.S., $9.99. And Bob Dylan in concert. This is at Brandeis University, Bradis, 1963. And that is sealed, $24.99. James Goggins back in on Neil Young. So, Jerry, you're out. Now, Josh, you've been outbid on Radiohead. These three singles are a buy it now for $10. No bid on the singles. Buy it now for $10. Donna Mitchell on Nick Drake. Jerry Ferguson on Bob Dylan. Next auction is Keith Barber, Echo Park, 1969 U.S., $9.99. That Tattoo on My Chest, Luke Baldwin, a 1977 country album, $14.99. And we have Journey, Escape, Don't Stop Believing. There is a crease that runs right up here and right up here, but it is an OG copy, $19.99. Next is Randy, you wanted Bob Dylan, right, Randy? If so, that means you were second. Now, Jerry's still leading on both auctions. Final call to him. And was WSQ US or Euro? WSQ, the World Saxophone Quartet. This is a US press. US press on that. Jesse Dixon, Silent Partner, a 1985 Nashville Gospel Soul album. That's $9.99. And Bobby Whitlock, Raw Velvet. This is actually a white label promo. Bobby Whitlock, a white label promo. Very nice. Earlier in that bundle lot I sold tonight, somebody got a great deal because we sold a sealed copy of that in the bundle lot, $24.99. Gary Wellman wants the Baruga, the Daisy Dukes there. That is sold to Gary Wellman. And we also have Roy Block, and that's $9.99. All right, so Radiohead is sold. And that is sold then to Jerry Ferguson for $30. And that means he also gets the OG Neil Young for $50. And Darren just asked what Radiohead was at. It just sold. And now our next auctions are going to go up right now, right after we tag Gary Wellman with the Bobby Whitlock. Thank you. Here's the last record Laura had tagged for a $50 and up start. I meant to put this up a much longer ago. Dave Matthews Band, Crash. crash into me. This is a 2016 limited edition multicolor splatter with the book. Some of these have sold for as much as $220. Dave Matthews Band, $85 start. $85 start on that. Next thing I have is Guardians of the Galaxy. And this is sealed. The 2018 red and yellow Target exclusive. An amazing soundtrack plus the score music. That's going to go up for a $25 start. It's Otis Redding, the 2 LP 45 RPM. You're talking about the new sealed Analog Productions pressed at QRP 45 RPM. That is not this pressing. This is a new Sunday's pressing. It is copyrighted 2003. I think it's a little bit newer than that. But no, that's a single LP, $29.99. David Hoy on WSQ, World Saxophone Quartet. I may have Otis Redding in stock. Let me see. Is that what this is? No, that's Miles Davis. I got a few audio file back here. QRP MoFi. Hey, there's the Violent Films. I was looking for that last night. There's Violent Films 34. But no, if I do have that, it could be in another crate. Those are $65. Those are $65. I should have them, but I don't know. Let's see. What's over here? Here's more MoFi. No, this is all no Analog Productions over here. Okay, next thing I have is the Solar Flares Psychedelic Tantrum. $19.99. Paul says a really solid garage psych mod record for $34.99. If it's got Paul's approval, most of y'all are very much in line with the same kind of music he likes. There you have it. Let's grab 3 more hardcore singles. I don't know what I've just grabbed, but we're about to find out. Donna has the Guardians for $30. We got M40. M40 is called I Don't Know. And then we've got Mindset, Real Power. That was originally priced $16. And Melee, One Way Dead End. So those 3 singles are going to go up for just a $10 start. Let me figure out what this other stuff is over here. One second, please. Okay, now I have the Doobie Brothers. This is a white label promo, their debut album. VG Condition, a white label promo, their debut album. That is $14.99. Also, we have Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits. EX, $22.99. I just ordered more of these, just FYI. And we have The Doors, Morrison Hotel. This is a 1970 Terre Haute pressing. 1970 Terre Haute, The Doors, Morrison Hotel. Red Electra label, VG Plus, $29.99. Darren has the 3 singles for $10. M Boogie, The Beat Down. M Boogie's a 2001 DJ Battle Tool, VG, $9.99. Interesting, a DJ Battle Tool. So Gary Wellman got the Doobie Brothers. Darren Johnson on Foo Fighters. Now Donna got bumped on the Guardians. Jeremy has it for $32, and that's a final call to Jeremy then. Also, Foreigner 4, that's VG Plus $14.99. Jess Sapia, you were next on Foo Fighters. And we have Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. And this is sealed, a 2 LP, VG Plus $29.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Pack Up the Plantation, live. That's a 2 LP. Ernie Smith's Greatest Hits, a 1972 Jamaican press. It's an import reggae album. VG $14.99. Darren, you get these 3 singles for $10. The Guardians is sold to Jeremy for $32. And Dave Matthews is an $85 buy it now. I should have put that up much earlier. This is a 2016 limited edition splatter vinyl, and that's just an $85 buy now. Some of those have sold for over $200. Jerry Ferguson first on Tom Petty, and then Gary Wellman. Also, Auto Salvage, a 1968 fuzzed out Psych masterpiece is the note from Paul. Auto Salvage, VG, $19.99 on that. Also, we have Painter, and Painter's a 1973 US. That's VG, $12.99. Dave Matthews Band is sold to James Rayner for $85. Were you watching earlier, Jeremy, I think you were watching earlier on TikTok, wasn't he? How'd you like the platform over there? It says we have total different viewers tonight over there have been 139. I think there's only a handful watching over there. Anybody still watching right now on TikTok? I can see the chat. I think Jake just joined. It tells me who's joining. We've gotten 2 new followers from the stream, and 139 different people have watched tonight. That's pretty good for just totally unadvertised, just streaming over there. Gary Wellman on Painter. Next thing is Jefferson Airplane. It is a French import. At one point, somebody got a really good deal at Goodwill. It's in VG condition. Those Goodwill stickers are very tough to get off. But what a cool pressing. It's a French flip back cover. Jefferson Airplane takes off with their first album, $14.99. And what do we have here? A 1972 prog album, EX72, a Psych prog album, EX72.99. And I'm trying to figure out who's the artist. Let's see. One. I think it's called One. O-N-E. Is Auto Salvage in mono. Auto Salvage is in stereo. It's in stereo. Mickey Newberry, Looks Like Rain. An original 69 US with a note from Paul. Fantastic album. That's EX32.99. And Blonde, B-L-O-N-D, a 1969 US pop psych album, EX12.99. Gary Wellman on Prague, and that was this album here, One. Gary Wellman, thank you. That's so to you. Also, we have Black Pearl Live. That's a 1970 US, VG minus $9.99. And Smoke at George's Coffee Shop, a 69 US blues album, VG plus $39.99. And then Sneaker and VG plus $11.99 for Sneaker. Gary Wright, Extraction. Wow, that's an earlier album from him you won't see as often. Gary Wright is a Canadian import, VG condition, $11.99. And Wishbone Ash in Shrink, that's VG $9.99. Our next auction is the B-52s. And also Booker T. Let's put those up right now. First here is Booker T. Booker T and the MG's Melting Pot. It's a 1970 Terre Haute. OG still in Shrink. The vinyl's VG. We're going to put that up for just a $10 start. And the B-52's Cosmic Thing. That is another OG. Love Shack Baby. In Shrink, vinyl VG Plus and OG. A $15 start on those. Or 10 and 15. 15, 10. 15 on B-52s. I think I said 10 on Booker T. I would love a $15 start, though. And then BP for Black Pearl. Is that right? That is sold to Gary Wellman. Wishbone Ash is called Wishbone Ash. It is self-titled. Wishbone Ash is self-titled. Yep, Wishbone Ash is self-titled. And over here, we have Tony Joe White. Of course, he had his hit song, Poke Salad Annie. That's VG plus $19.99, and that is Tony Joe White, Poke Salad Annie. Oh. Ow. Whew. What a great stretch that was. Oh, man. I'm sore I didn't even go to the gym yesterday. I pulled in about 4 a.m. at Planet Fitness, and there were semis backed up to the door. They're swapping out new equipment. I was like, great. 15 on B-52s, Booker's at 10, and is Wishbone Ash on Deca or MCA? It feels like MCA. It's on MCA. Black rainbow label. Another great crate from Paul. Who's all still here with me tonight? There's 124 people on YouTube. Wow. And 91 on Facebook. And I need a V8 energy drink. Otherwise, we've got about, 11, 12. We got at least 2 more hours left. Chad's going to need a pick-me-up. Let's go ahead and introduce a few more singles. And we still got, I'm probably going to do one more of the John crates. Probably going to do one more of John's new arrival crates. And then I'm probably going to get into a few discount bins before we do CDs. We have Lunchbox Smash Hits. We have the Impalers, and Ice 9, Nobody's Son. There's our next 3 singles, $10 start. Chad's going down. Yeah, I need a V8. I'm sore from lifting weights, and I got to get some energy in me. We've had so much new vinyl tonight, both pre-owned and vintage. We've had so many new buyers on. Everybody's been fantastic. But yeah, I'm going to have to go take care of business up there if we're going to get to at least another hour of vinyl. And then if we're going to do the mind-blowing CD blast like we've been doing, I better get some energy in me. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. It's just a quick run up there to grab a V8 out of the fridge. All right, I'm back. Water, and I'm almost done with my V8. Curtis asked on YouTube, does this hit restream? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. All right. So Hendry bid 17 on the B-52s. Jerry bid 20. Darren bid 10 on the singles. Gary Wellman got Wishbone. And did John get a 12-inch crate? No, he did not, unfortunately. Hendry bid 22. Jerry's out. And then John Bobing bid 25. So John has the B-52s at $25. Darren, you're going to get these 3 singles for 10. And then Booker T just got 1 bid for 10. And that's so to Donna Mitchell. And now Hendry, the B-52s is between you and John Bobing, who's a new viewer and bidder tonight. He has bid 25 on the 52s. Our next auction is going to be Albert Collins, which is a 1968 U.S. original pressing of Love Can Be Found Anywhere, even in a guitar. And that is a 68 U.S. original in VG Plus condition. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through one more crate of new arrivals. And I might tell John tomorrow we've already got a pretty good stack of new arrivals to work on maybe some even different kind of stuff. Because even at this time of the night, we're going to have now a backlog of like 5 new arrivals crates that have never been gone through. And I have all kinds of Fred Goodwin stuff over here that he priced 2 weeks ago that I still hadn't touched. Mostly because it's not the best titles, but I've got them for whenever we really need to go through something. So I've kind of got them on reserve just in case. But let's go ahead and go through this crate. And I feel like he's marked some pretty good stuff in here because I do see Tom Petty and Frank Zappa. And let's go through here and see what we have. And thanks everybody for joining us tonight. And the show goes on at a normal pace now for the rest of the night. So let's get started. Now Tanner, I don't know if he dug out CDs or not. If not, whenever we do transition over to that, I'll probably need some help. Okay? Next is how much was auto salvage? That was a great question. I figured somebody would buy that. Auto salvage was VG condition, $19.99. VG condition, $19.99. Welcome everybody. If you're watching over on TikTok, the comment, I can see y'all's comments, but it's not hitting our main stream tonight. So if you decide you want to make a purchase, you can come join us like it says on YouTube, Facebook, X, wherever you want to come join us. We will take bids from those platforms. I do see there's a kind of a uptick in some viewers and comments. We've had a handful watching all night. I think some people have found us and followed us, which is great. It says we have 7 new followers now over there, and that's probably people interested in record buying. So welcome. And Denise said she'll take it, and that was auto salvage. So Denise, thank you. That is so to you. She asked twice how much it was, and now she said she'll take it. All right, so let's go through some more vintage arrivals. Albert Collins is now at 25. And then we got another new customer, Bob Bobing II. He gets the B-52s for $25. Now, Bob, I just need you to do a couple things. I need you to say first-time buyer. And if you're a first-time buyer, then thank you and welcome. And then I need you to message us on Facebook, your email address and mailing address. And yes, Josh, we will invoice you on Monday. We will invoice you on Monday. I had a question today from a few people. What is the Coletco's, what we're going to be doing on Monday? And I was like, I haven't decided. So I know it's a holiday. I'm usually here going to be streaming, but I got to talk to Ed and everybody else and see what they want to do. I can't remember how I did it last year. First thing we have is Tom Petty Southern Accents. Don't come around here no more. It has the original on our sleeve, $34.99. Also, Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits. Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits, unless he's made a mistake, This is supposed to be 14. He's got the wrong price. He has $124.99. Wrong price on Marshall Tucker. I'll say 14. It's probably supposed to be 24. But how about we do the lowest and we'll do $14.99, which I think is a great deal for a really high grade copy. Jerry Ferguson gets Tom Petty. Albert Collins is sold for $25 to Gary Wellman. Marshall Tucker's greatest hits, Can't You See, $14.99. Also over here we have the Cats, 45 Lives. The Cats is $24.99. The Cats, 45 Lives. I've never seen that before. It's on Rare Earth. Felix Cavallari, you may know him from the band The Rascals, $19.99. And John Bobing is a first-time buyer. So thank you and welcome. Yeah, make sure you send us a message on the CollectCo Facebook page Messenger. And welcome. We need your email address, mailing address. We will send you an invoice on Monday to your email. Brimstone and Triacle, the original soundtrack. This has music from The Police, Sting, The Go-Go's, and Squeeze. That's a $15 start. Colleen Kavanaugh. Make sure that goes in for $14.99 on Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits. Also, we have Prospectus 69, The Corporate Body. That's a 1969 pressing, $34.99. And yes, welcome all first-time buyers. There's Brimstone and Triacle. Our next singles are going to go up right now for a $10 start. And we have My Morning Jacket, Off the Record. We have Mental Abortion. And we have whichever this one is. And all three of these are going to go up for a $10 start. We got a lot of bizarre, unusual singles. Some of them I can't even figure out who the actual artist is. I've got thousands of them. They go up for $10 starts. There they are. The next thing I have is Tom Dickey and the Desires. That's Completion. A 1981 New Wave. That's $9.99. New arrivals here. The Gil Evans Orchestra plays the music of Jimi Hendrix. Wow. The Gil Evans Orchestra doing Jimi Hendrix. I've never seen that one before. $24.99 on that. John Cougar, American Fool. $19.99 on John Cougar's American Fool album. Also, the Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute. The Doobies are $14.99. And then Alabama, Feels So Right. Alabama's $9.99. Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere. Rita is $9.99. Lovely Rita, Meter Maid. Beach Boys, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful. A beautiful copy and shrink, two-tone label, $19.99. Donald Fagen, Walter Becker, and Denny Diaz. You may know them from Steely Dan. $29.99 on the soundtrack You Gotta Walk It Like You Talk It. One of my favorites here, the Moody Blues, Days of Future Past. Wow, that label's pretty unique. What is this? Is this a U.S.? Oh, it's a Japanese. I bet John didn't even notice that. This is a Japanese disc in a U.S. jacket, it looks like. Made in Japan by King Records. Yeah, I thought it looked beautiful. This is an absolute beautiful copy of that. It's Japanese vinyl, but it's not in a Japanese jacket, I don't think. No, it's in a U.S. jacket, so that's bizarre. Jeremy Dalton got Alabama. That is sort of Jeremy Dalton. No bidders on these singles. They're a $10 buy now, including a My Morning Jacket single. Brimstone and Triacle just got one bid for Donna for $15. Thank you, Donna. That's so to you. Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, Joni Mitchell. That's $29.99. And we have Zappa in New York. Zappa is $39.99. The Moody Blues was $19.99. Now, I still got some Japanese stuff. That was all the sold auctions tonight, or all the advertised auctions tonight are sold. We have sold an entire crate of advertised auctions. However, I do have a few more surprises and some Japanese stuff to sprinkle in. And this is a 2016 U.S. remaster of Pink Floyd, A Saucer Full of Secrets. Set the Controls for the Heart of the Sun. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Those singles are sold to Shakedown for $10. Brian, you were second. However, there's three more still that didn't sell earlier. Loser Life, Suspiria, Lunchbox, those are still available for $10 if anybody wants them. Shakedown or Brian. Adam Bernardi does want the Moody Blues. Pink Floyd's a $25 start. Next thing I have is Mariah Carey. That's a 12-inch single promo. Mariah Carey is $19.99. And we have Donna Summer, I Remember Yesterday. That is $9.99. Brian says he'll take the other three singles from earlier. Great. So let's put up three more singles. Pink Floyd's a $25 start. I can really tell when I pause to go get an energy drink. I feel so much better. My brain is so refreshed. I can talk so much faster and clearer. Here is the next auctions. Lords of Light. The next one is Look Back and Laugh. And the next one is Longenhalsman Locken Jinjin. Those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Now up for bid. Saucer Year Stereo Mono. Pink Floyd is a new remaster from 2016 in stereo. Near mint minus. It has one bid for $25. Final call. Next is Donna Summer Tracks and then Donna Summer Claim. I Remember Yesterday. Love's Unkind. Back in Love Again. I Remember Yesterday Reprise. Black Lady Take Me. Can't We Just Sit Down and Talk It Over? I Feel Love. Donna, if you don't want that, Jackie Reynolds does. Thank you for the generator reminder. We are on and rolling. Next is Bachman Turner Overdrive 2. That is $14.99 for BTO. John Denver Windsong. John Denver is $9.99. And Frigid Pink Earth Omen. Wow. That's one you don't see often in their discography. Frigid Pink is $44.99. Donna Does Want Donna. Donna just bought a Donna record. And now we have Weather Report. Weather Report is $19.99. Procession on Weather Report. And Johnny Taylor, Eargasm. Johnny Taylor is $19.99. And Where Soul Lives, Baby Ray. $9.99 on Baby Ray. Isis is $29.99. And we have Grateful Dead, Blues for Allah. A 1975 Research Craft Press, $39.99. Interesting. Very nice Grateful Dead. But here on the back, it has a sticker, a United Artists sticker from '79. I don't know what's up with that. I've never seen that particular version like that. And then here is Buskers. And Buskers is a 1970 pressing in shrink wrap, $19.99. No bid on these singles. They're a buy now for $10. Pink Floyd just got one bid with Jerry Ferguson. That sold to him for $25. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. And it's the Beatles. Help. I Need Somebody. Help. And this is the UK edition from 2022, 180 gram stereo remaster, and that is a $25 start. Is Bootsy Collins coming up anytime soon? That will not be sold tonight, no. JH, make sure you have subscribed to our YouTube channel. So what we do, if you have a Facebook or Instagram, make sure you follow us there too. So the keynote items are advertised every night. Everything we're going to sell is advertised the night before, or I mean, sometimes like a half hour before the sale. So like here were some of the pictures from tonight. Echo and the Bunnymen, Depeche Mode, Thin Lizzy, Butthole Surfers, The Damned, Helmet. We post these galleries on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. If we have something like Funkadelic, Bootsy Collins, 9 times out of 10, a record like that's going to be auctioned, and you will know at least a half hour before the show starts what's going to be sold at auction. Now, as you can see, that's usually about, it's 9. We usually post 45 auctions. It's usually 9 records and 5 images. It makes a perfect grid when I post it on Facebook. Between 5:30 and usually midnight, I will probably show, I don't know, more than 1,000 records, and we only advertise 45. So at any given time, something could pop up. These have never been shown before. No one watching has ever seen these before. I've never seen these before. They've been marked today by various people who work here. They bring them to me. I show up, I go live, and I start selling them. So, but typically, the stuff that we know everybody asks about, Funkadelic, Radiohead, Butthole Surfers, Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer, promo copies of Pink Floyd albums in general, you name them, all the Depeche Mode, all the Cure, all that stuff that people constantly ask for, we let everybody know that it's going to be selling right here. And we usually get started around 5:30. Between 5 and 5:30, the show will begin, and those are sold at auction during random times throughout the night. But the reason most people tune in is for these crates, because it's just like, for anybody new that's watching, it's like you're going through a record shop's new arrivals bin. These were just priced today. No one's had a chance to buy them. No one has seen these before. When I say they're new arrivals, you're watching them for the first time being put out for sale. These have been in collections for decades. We buy the collections and we sell them here. So no one has had an opportunity to buy these records until right now. This is a new arrivals crate. The Beatles is a $25 start. No bid on that. Supertramp, if in the quietest of moment, this has the hit song Give a Little Bit on it. Supertramp is a beautiful copy in the original inner sleeve. That is $19.99. And we have Big Jim Sullivan. Sullivan plays Gilbert Sullivan. That is $19.99. Also, Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. That is in shrink wrap for $14.99. And the Moody Blues, Seventh Sojourn, $14.99. Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage, Acts 2 and 3. That's a 2 LP for $39.99. And the Bee Gees, To Whom It May Concern, the Bee Gees is $19.99. Right now, we're putting up 3 more singles, and those are the following. We have Butcher's Bill, Libans, Libyans, and God Equals Genocide, Libans, God Equals Genocide, Libans, something else. I'm sorry, some of these I'm like, I have no idea. Those are going to go up for a $10 start as well. Jeremy Dalton on Pat Benatar. So another great new arrivals bin. And here's the plan for the rest of the night. We're about to go through some older crates that have already been shown. But usually when we go through a crate that's already been shown, we do them discount. So we have it where people can make offers on them. And I have a feeling that's probably what I'm about to do right now. And so I hope everybody's paying close attention because I'm about to read through these one more time. All the advertised stuff tonight sold. And we still got plenty of new arrivals, but it's just way too late. We still got a lot of people watching, but I'm going to probably just try to go through the rest of the new stuff tomorrow. But we'll see what the masses say. We may have a riot. Who knows? So here's the Cats, 45 lives. Felix Cavalieri, Prospectus, 69. Tom Dickey and the Desires. Gil Evans plays Jimi Hendrix. John Cougar, the Doobie Brothers. Rita Coolidge. The Bee Gees, Donald Fagen, Walter Becker, and Denny Diaz. Joni Mitchell, Frank Zappa. The Mariah Carey 12-inch single, which was Dream Lover, with 5 different mixes. It's a white label promo for $19.99. Also, Bachman Turner Overdrive 2, that is $14.99. John Denver, Frigid Pink, Weather Report, Johnny Taylor, Baby Soul Lives by Baby Ray, Isis, Grateful Dead, Busker, Supertramp, Big Jim Sullivan, Moody Blues, Zappa, and Bee Gees. Nobody bid on these singles. They're a $10 buy it now. And nobody bid on the Beatles, the UK stereo remaster of Help. Man, this is my favorite Beatles. The Night Before, You've Got to Hide Your Love Away, I Need You, Another Girl, Ticket to Ride, You've Got to Hide Your Love Away, Here I Stand, Head in Hand, Turn My Face to the Wall, If She's Gone, I Can't Go On. That's a beautiful John Lennon song. That's one of my favorites of all time. Chris Stapleton covered that. Chris Stapleton covered that song. Hey, you've got to hide your love away. All right. Here's the last 3 singles in the basket. IR, How Much More, another Libans. That one has popped up again tonight, and there's another Mental Abortion. Those 3 for a $10. There's 4. That's the last 4 in the basket, a $10 start. And let's go through a discount bin. The only 2 albums that hadn't sold tonight is Elvis and the Beatles. The 2 biggest selling artists of all time has not sold tonight. An Elvis album and a Beatles album. That's the only 2 that hadn't sold. Yeah, let's do a discount bin. And there's a lot of people watching. What is everybody's opinion on what should be shown next? I at least got to get the chat rolling. I think we have a lot of new people observing, and they're probably just ready to see what pops up next. But don't be shy to talk. At least say, hi, I'm watching for the first time, or something. I like when the chat's just absolutely rolling. It gets me rolling. And then I start doing crazy stuff, like putting up crazy auctions, because I think there's a lot of people watching and ready to bid. And then I start saying crazy stuff. And then I start doing crazy stuff. how many baskets left. I'm about to go get another one. I'm about to tell you. There are 6 crates of hardcore singles left. Count the one I'm bringing up right now. There's 6 crates of hardcore singles on that. All right. So here's what everybody has said. The first comment was Beatles. And then Jeremy Dalton says he'll take the Beatles for $25. There's 6 crates of hardcore singles left. Discount miscellaneous stuff. Discount. What's the Elvis? It's a Japanese pressing of Elvis Presley from Elvis Presley Boulevard, Memphis, Tennessee. Near mint, a $35 buy it now. Half off discount, discount new releases, CDs, discount Japanese, buy it now best offer, random auctions, LOL, discount bin, Elvis record, discount or hatchet, CDs, memorabilia, books, rock albums, CDs, Stray Cats and Rockabilly, CDs. Okay. Discount, half off albums, Garage Punk, and CDs. Now, these are a no bid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 this time for $20. And that means we've sold another basket and we can start a new one. As long as Steve Biddlecombe doesn't want this, Regina gets Elvis for $35. Let somebody buy these and I'll start putting up more. I hope I do too, Craig. It's going to take some serious backroom cleaning. I actually told Paul, I said, I think next Sunday, the weekend before our big dollar sale, we need everybody here working an extra day to just basically clean this place up and organize stuff. And there's no telling what we will find. There's no telling what we will find here in the store buried. I mean, this is a pretty big building, and there's just little pockets of stuff buried everywhere. Just everywhere. Can I buy all 6 hardcore crates so I don't have to send any longer? I will sell you all 6 baskets of hardcore singles sight unseen for $5,000. $5,000. You can get all 6 crates sight unseen. Because I don't have no idea what's in them. And I remember this collection, I actually priced it to somebody a long time ago when we first bought all these. And he was watching last night. He buys a lot of this kind of stuff from us. And he was like, I just don't know if I really want them or not. And then we lost contact with him for a while. And then he eventually passed. But I priced it for quite a bit of money. Quite a bit of money. And yeah, the dollar sale was supposed to be this weekend. It's supposed to be today and tomorrow, but Ed had to go out of town. And then he's also got plans next weekend. And Ed always helps me coordinate the dollar sales. He's here with John, like working with everybody, the craziness and ringing people up. And so Ed helps me out. We're not going to do it this week, obviously. I'm going to start advertising next week. So it's not next weekend, but the weekend after that. And it's probably going to be our biggest event ever here on the store, at the store in quite some time. There's probably going to be 10,000 $1 records that have never been shot before. Probably 10,000 $1 records that have never been shot before. As in, it's stuff that we filtered out that we haven't put out for sale, and they're all going to be $1. You got to come here to CollectCo. Not next weekend, not this weekend, not next weekend, but the next weekend. And there's also going to be miscellaneous. There's also going to be miscellaneous like Fred stuff, prints, posters, stuff that was damaged, stuff that is just like reproduction for $1. Everything that I can get out in the parking lot on tables and up front in the store, we're basically going to box everything up in the store, move it to the back, put dollar stuff in the entire front part of the store, and just open the doors and say, have fun. Dig for $1. CDs, cassettes, vinyl, posters, prints, cards, books, whatever I can get in up there, $1. The last stack of singles from this one to that one, which was those 10, those are sold to Bill Keenum for $20. Let's do a discount bin. And Regina got the Elvis for $35. Start making plans to come to Middle Tennessee. There will be people drive in out of state. There'll be people stay the night in a hotel like they have before. The last time we had a big one, there was like 5 or 7 people that was here early, and I got to talk to them, and 3 or 4 of the first people was like, yeah, I live in Atlanta, or I live in Alabama. I stayed the night up there at the Comfort Inn. I was like, wow. So they had to get an early start, so they come in and stay the night before. All right, let's go through a half-off crate. These are going to be half-off stickered, no more, no less. And let's see if we can sell out of this one. If we can sell everything in here, and that includes the bundle, then we will do another half-off crate. If not, after this, we might start CDs. But I do have some other auctions to do, including Japanese. So let's get these 2 Japanese auctions up and rolling. The first one is a Japanese pressing of the Beach Boys. This is their album, self-titled, but it's sealed. It's never been open. A sealed Japanese pressing, never been open, and that is a $25 start. A $25 start. Beach Boys is sealed. And then the Beatles is Meet the Beatles. This is the Apple pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. It has the original inner sleeve and insert. The cover's around VG Plus. It's a $35 start. There it is. Boom. And Vicky's only 20 miles down the road, and she shows up every time. How fast is shipping? After you pay on Monday, we'll get it out in 5 to 7 days. 5 to 7 days is our current turnaround time. All right, let's do some half-off pre-owned records. Let's get a bunch of these sold. We've already sold what? We've almost filled up our 6th crate. I'd like to get to 7 tonight. Hymns by Loretta Lynn in shrink wrap and original Deca pressing. No condition notes, $7.50. One easy rule with this crate. Half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. Boz Scaggs, Slow Dancer. Boz Scaggs is $10. Chris Christopherson, To the Bone. He is $7.50. And Leo Sayer. Leo is $5 for Leo Sayer. And Outlaws, Lady in Waiting. The Outlaws is $10. And Gilbert O'Sullivan himself, featuring Alone, that is $5. Also, the Supremes sing Rodgers and Hart. The Supremes is $7.50. All right, let's grab the first handful from the new basket. I usually pull right out of the middle. 1, 2, 3, right out of the middle. We have Skids, Charade, The Slackers, and Slag. Looks like we're in an S box. Looks like we're in an S box. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. The first thing, Help is long gone. Yes, nobody bid. I had to beg somebody to buy it. I was shocked. Alonzo gets Loretta Lynn. That is sold to Alonzo. Adam Bernardi got Boz Scaggs. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Adam Bernardi got Leo Sayer. Sold to Adam Bernardi. The Beatles has a bid for $35. Gary Wellman on LS. Leo Sayer. Gary, you're second. Robin put GOS. Gilbert O'Sullivan. Chris has the singles for $10. And Dean Martin, Gentle on My Mind, is $5. Was that Laura? Yeah. Laura just showed up. 38 Special, Tour de Force. I saw you text me earlier. I don't know if I've even got a chance to read it. So, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I see what she said. Okay. Wow, I was like, what just happened? Gene Pitney Anthology. Gene Pitney is $8.50. And Todd Rundgren, the ever-popular Tortured Artist Effect, that is $10. And Rosalind and Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere, $12.50. All right, so the singles got a bid for 10, and then 10, and then 12. Chris, you're out. Craig's got you at 12. And then Dean Martin is sold to Terry Gearhart. And then Bill Keenan was second. And we have 38 special. The price on that rod is $12.50. If you don't want it, Terry Gearhart does. Todd Rundgren, I don't want to work. Todd just wants to bang on the drum all day. The Beatles is sold. Just one bid. That is sold to George Sheriff for $35. Nice. Meet the Beatles. Oh, yeah, I'll tell you something. I think you'll understand. Man, if you don't know by now, I love the Beatles. If there's anything that you want, if there's anything I can do, just call on me and I'll send it along with love from me to you. Thank you. And now we have Bill Keenum on Gene. And that was Gene Pitney. That's sold to Bill Keenum. Thank you. Gary Wellman on TR. I've already pulled that. Was the Slacker single. We got Skids, Charade, the Slackers, New Year's Day, and Slag. Those three are what's up for bid right now. Craig has them for $12, final call. Rod Bryan says he will take the 38 special, and that means the sealed Beach Boys, a sealed Japanese pressing is a $25 buy it now. A sealed Japanese pressing for a $25 buy it now. There it is, if anybody wants it. So far in the half-off bin, we only got Chris left for $7.50, the Outlaws for $10, the Supremes for $7.50, and Rosalind Collins Band is $12.50. Ozark Mountain Daredevils is $10. Pilot, whoa, 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 it's magic. Pilot, no condition notes, $10 on that. Also, we have Petra. Wow, $10 on Petra. And Martin Mull, Near Perfect. Martin Mull is $7.50. Craig, you get those three singles for $12. Thank you, Craig. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a pressing, a Japanese pressing of Eric Clapton and Bad Company. I can't believe no one got a sealed Japanese pressing Beach Boys. But here's Eric Clapton. There's one in every crowd. Japanese 35, and Bad Company Rough Diamonds, Japanese 35, and Edmund Estrada wants It's Magic. Thank you, Edmund Estrada. That's so do you. Every time I hear that, I think of Happy Gilmore, Bobby Sherman's Greatest Hits, $8.50. The Petra album, I believe, is called Petra. No, it's called Not of This World. Now just $10. Also, Art Garfunkel, Fate for Breakfast. Art is $5, and Tanya Tucker's Greatest Hits, Delta Dawn. Wow, $7.50. And my other phone over here is about to die, so let me plug it up right quick. And shows how much I hadn't seen text messages tonight too much, Laura, because I've had my phone open watching the TikTok feed. And I do have it right here in front of me, watching it live as well. But I was just wanting to see what it looks like over there. And sounds like it's turned out pretty cool. We might embed the comments tomorrow. I was worried that like it would get crazy and like, because we have quite a bit of followers over there. We've got like 12,000 followers. And sometimes I've watched those TikTok lives where the comments are just like crazy. There's a lot more bots and stuff over there. It's been pretty under control tonight, so I'll probably embed the comments where you can now watch and comment from over there. And some people might like it because it could be really fast. So it's a really good, they have really good technology there. Hiram wants Petra. Let me start a new crate, though. Let me do that right now. Let me swap this over here because that just filled that crate up. Let me kick this basket out of the way. And wow, filling up some crates. I love it. This crate is turning to be a busy bee. A busy bee this crate has been. All right, so the first thing we have is Petra, and that is confirmed to Hiram. Colleen, you were second. Tracy Songer on the Bobby Sherman. Michael Peeble on Ozark. Now, Michael, I think there's two Ozarks in here. No, there's only one. So you get that one. Jerry Ferguson on Tanya, Robin Glenn next, and Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits Volume 2. $5 on that. These are all non-check condition records. So everything in here is really nice. EX or better. Technically, EX Plus or better. Half off, no more, no less. Three Dog Night Harmony. Three Dog Night is $10. Son of Berserk. That looks interesting. $7.50. A gold stamp promo featuring No Self-Control and the band, the unbeatable sensational Mr. Dynamite. Rosin Collins Band, This Is the Way. That is $12.50. Greg Beddinger on the Linda Ronstadt. Y'all right in the middle of a half-off bin, no more, no less. Jim Ciascio gets the Outlaws from earlier. Jim, thank you. That's sold to you for $10. Chuck put OR, and OR, Chuck, was for... Three Dog Night is so for sure to Terry Gearhart. Chuck, what was OR? And then DJ Not So Good on Berserk. And then we have Faithful Todd Rundgren. That's $10. Toby McGowan wants the Seal Japanese Beach Boys for $25. Terry Gearhart gets the Bad Company for $35. And Eric Clapton's a bot now for $35. And now let's pull the next three singles from the new basket, and let's see what they are. We got Slave Scene, F Off, Away From Me. We have Slayer, TSOL, Abolish Government. Is that Slayer? Is that the Slayer and TSOL on a split record? It's on Sub Pop. I think it's actually Slayer and TSOL. And we have Slices on white vinyl. Those three are a $10 start. All right, and now we have Mint Linda Ronstadt. Okay, you were second. The 45s already have bids for 10 and 25. Eric Clapton is called There's One in Every Crowd. It's a $35 buy now, near mint minus. Next in the half off is Billy Thorpe, 21st Century Man. A little bit of cover wear on the top, but no condition notes on the vinyl. And if you're just joining us, this is a half off bin. No more, no less. Also, Poco, Inamorata. Poco is $5. Poco is $5. And Air Supply, the one that you love, $5 on Air Supply. Just $5 for Air Supply? Are you kidding me? Andy Gibb After Dark, that's $5. Now, Chris, I want to confirm your bid is $25 before we go any further, because you've opened it at 10, and now that's one of those scenarios where you've bid high early and everybody else is out of order, because now there's been bids for 10, 11, out, 15, 13. So I want to make sure you're at 25, because now bids are very much out of order because you bid in early, high, and he's already in at 25, it looks like. Poco has bids from Adam Bernardi and Air Supply. Those are sold to Adam Bernardi and Adam Bernardi. Lonnie Jolly on AS, and AS was for Air Supply. You're second. And then Robin Glenn was second on Air Supply, and Tim Turner first on Andy Gibb. And now John Durden's at 26. So he did bid 25, and now it's at 26 with John Durden. And now we have an auction cooking. And now here's our next Japanese pressing. It is the Beatles, 62 to 66. I have these quite often because it's one of the best Beatles comps you can get. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's a 2 LP Japanese pressing. It also includes the following. It includes a Beatles discography book, a Beatles lyric book, a Japanese insert, and 2 original inner sleeves that also have the lyrics. Like Please Please Me, and Can't Buy Me Love, and Girl, and Yellow Submarine, and Eleanor Rigby. Father Mackenzie writing the words to a sermon that no one will hear. No one comes near. The Beatles is a $35 start. A beautiful packaging on that one. It's now up for bid. Next is Poco. Gary Wellman, you were actually third on Poco. Moving on in the half-off stuff. The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia. That's a soundtrack with Glenn Campbell, George Jones, Billy Preston, and more. That's now just $10. Half off bin, no more, no less. Rick Nelson and Joni Summers, a soundtrack to On the Flip Side. That's $10. The Beatles is a $35 start. Nobody on Clapton, right? Does anybody want to make an offer on Clapton? No auctions left behind tonight. We are cleaning out some bins. What about the Thompson Twins, Lies? That's a 12-inch single, just $7.50. $7.50 on that. George is in the Beatles at $35. Kenny Begley on N. And N was for the night the lights went out in Georgia. Is that right, Kenny Begley? And then Robin Glenn said sold. And that was for what? And then out on the 45s. And then we have an offer on Clapton. One offer on Clapton. Santana's $10. Robin, what was sold? And then we have now playing Bernadette Peters. Bernadette Peters is $10. Also, 38 Special, Wild Eyed Southern Boys. Nice high grade copy of this with Hold On Loosely, and You Can Be My Fantasy Girl. That is $12.50. So, Kenny, you got the night the lights went out in Georgia. These three singles are at $33 with Jerry Ferguson. These three singles are at $33 with Jerry Ferguson. Going once, going twice. Now, the next comment was Beatles 35. Kenny put in. Robin put sold. Robert Warner said 45's out. Adam offered 25 for Clapton. Nobody else made an offer. I'm selling this to Adam Bernardi for $25. The next comment after that was Thomas Clark on TY, but he was trying to get Thompson Twins. That's sold to Thomas Clark. Stephen Riley, you were second. And then you tried to correct your comment again. And then you finally corrected it. But Thomas was still first. And then Darren went out on the singles. Then the Beatles got a bid for 40. And then Thomas clarified his Thompson Twin comments. And then Terry Gearhart got 38 Special. Carla wants to know the price on Santana. The price is $10. Then Todd Fisher next on Santana. And then Joseph wants to know what Santana. And then Todd wanted 38 Special. And then Rod wanted 38 Special. And then Kenny wanted 38 Special. And then Colleen wanted 38 Special. And then Jeremy wanted 38 Special. And now next is Tanya Tucker. Would you lay with me in a field of stone? That is $7.50. Ernest Tubbs sings Hanks Williams Sr. That is $7.50. And Ozark Mountain Daredevil, self-titled, that is now $10. Carla DeRoche does get the Santana. Now, George Scherer, you've been outbid on the Beatles. That is at $40 with Alonzo. These three singles are officially sold, and the high bidder on those was Jerry Ferguson at $33. That is sold. Now, John Durden, next on ET for Ernest Tubb. Gary Wellman, you were third on Santana. Now the Beatles are at $43. And Back to Cool. This is a compilation from the Letterman, the Outsiders, Peter and Gordon, $7.50. Chad and Jeremy and Lou Rawls, and that's an actual Creative Products Capital compilation there. Next, Greg Beddinger next on Ernest Tubb. Robin Glenn on TT. That was for Tanya Tucker. Michael Peveler second on Tanya Tucker. Now the Beatles are at 44. Now the Beatles are at 45. And now Chad's grabbing 3 more singles. Maybe 4 Slayers in here. That would be wild, wouldn't it? Here's something on Sub Pop. That's always good. Let's see what these next 3 singles are. The next 3 singles are called Shoot It Up, SGURD, and Sick and Wrong. Wow. Those are some wild ones there. Those are all going to go up for a $10 start. Now up for bid. Now the Beatles are at 45. Next in the half-off bin is Diana Ross and the Supremes and Shrink Wrap Love Child. Wow. If no one buys this, I might want it. I must have missed that one. This is a beautiful copy. One you don't see as often, and it's in really high grade, just $7.50 on that. We have Art Garfunkel Breakaway, $5 on that. And Carly Simon, Another Passenger. That is $5. And there's Bobby Sherman, A Portrait of Bobby. That is $7. So we got drugs, we got perverted sexual looking stuff, and somebody getting electrocuted. Wow. $10 on those 3 singles. The best of Carly Simon is $5. And John Waite, No Breaks, and that has his hit song Missing You on it. Missing You on it. The Beatles was at 45. Then it was at 50. And then it was at 55, and then Chris bid $10 on these. Adam Bernardi got the Supremes. The Supremes is sold to Adam Bernardi. And then Terry Gearhart got DR. And DR was for Dinah Ross, and Adam Bernardi already got it. And then Susie was next. And then Jim B was next. And then Chris Bachek was next. And then Gary Wellman on CS for Carly Simon. Now, Gary, was that for Another Passenger or The Best Of? You got dibs. And then Tracy Songer, you got Bobby. And then John Durden bid 12. And then Waite's price. Waite's, John Waite was $10. That's the half, or no, excuse me, $7.50. What is Back to Cool? That's a compilation with the Letterman, the Outsiders, Peter Gordon, Chad and Jeremy, and Lou Rawls. And now Fred Morris was next on Carly Simon. Then Greg Bendinger was next on Carly Simon. Colleen, you're possibly second on John Waite unless Edmund Estrada doesn't want it. Now these are at 14. Now this is at 57. And then what is the flip side record? I don't remember reading that. Is that something in here, Regina? Now Chris is out. Now the Beatles at 60. Now the Beatles is at 60. And then Lonnie Jolly said how much was John Waite. I must have not said the price originally. So let's go ahead and give that to Edmund Estrada. And then Gary Wellman just wanted Carly Simon, Another Passenger. He didn't want Carly Simon's Greatest Hits. So the next person on Carly Simon after Gary was Fred Morris. So Fred, if you want this Greatest Hits or Best Of, just say sold. Next in the bin was Another Supremes with no condition notes for just $7.50. These are absolute steals in this grade. Absolute steals. Regina wants to know what record was called The Flip Side. That is a movie soundtrack that starred Rick Nelson and Joni Somers. That's the original soundtrack, and it's $10. That's the half-off price. Now, the Beatles is tied at 60. George Scherer bid 60, and Alonzo, you bid 60. John Bobing had it for 57. So technically, George has it right now. Edmund got it, John Waits. And then we have Chris Bryant also picking up a Supremes. These three singles with the very unusual covers are at $14 with Jerry Ferguson. Going once, going twice. Now Fred Morris wants Carly Simon. And now we have Loretta Lynn, Alone with You. Loretta is $6.50. Ozark Mountain Daredevils. This one has the hit song Jackie Blue on it. That is $10. Now the Beatles is at $70. And Pearl Harbor and the Explosions is $7.50. And the Osmonds Homemade, the Osmonds is now $5. $5. The Peanut Butter Conspiracy. Wow, this in the half-off bin is insane. This is a tough record to get. It's a beautiful OG mono copy. If no one buys this in the next 30 seconds, I'm keeping it. It has their hit song, It's a Happening Thing, all over the world. These three singles are sold to Jerry Ferguson for $14. They're still bidding on the Beatles. It's now at 70. Let's pull three more singles out of the basket. 1, now 2, and now 3. And here they are. The first one is Coffee Rage. We have Sick and Tired. And we have Sick and Tired, or maybe just Sick Tired. Those three for a $10 start. The first thing we have is Alonzo on L for Loretta Lynn. That is sold to Alonzo. Adam Bernardi wants the Peanut Butter Conspiracy. I love peanut butter. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Robin put LS. And that was for something. And then Ozark for 5. Todd, this is a half-off bin. This is no more, no less. That was already marked for $19.99. John's out on the Beatles. George is out on the Beatles. C-Note next on Peanut Butter. Gary next on Peanut Butter. Robin wanted OS for the Osmonds. How much is Peanut Butter? It was only $20. There are 5 people in front of you. Then Useless Eater said how much. And then I didn't say the price. It was only $20. I think some people was like, I better buy it before Chad keeps it. Yeah, it was $39.99, so it was $20. Sorry I didn't say the price. So if you don't want it, Adam Bernardi, let me know. You're actually first. It was only $20 for a near mint minus mono copy. That's insane. And Todd, if you don't want the Ozark for 10 or this other Ozark for 10, then Terry Gerhardt says he'll take both. We are in the middle of a half off, no more, no less bin. So the prices I'm saying are the half off prices. Even if you offer me more, I'm not going to take it. If you're like, nope, Chad, I cannot give you $10 for that Ozark Mountain Daredevil. Let me give you $50 for that album. There's no way I can give you $10 for it. I'll say no. No, it's only $10. This is a half off, no more, no less. Even if you'll say, no, Chad, I want to give you $100 for that album. I'll say no. No, this is a half off bin, no more, no less. And now, Alonzo, you get the Beatles for $70. Nobody bid on these 3 singles. They're a buy now for $10. There it is. I might sell it back for $100. That's a tough record to get in that kind of grade. Boz Scaggs is $10. Also, we have Gilbert O'Sullivan. He is $5. 20 of his very best tracks for $5. That's like 2 cents a piece. The Osmonds, the proud one, the Osmonds is $5. And Carlos Santana and Mahavishnu John McLaughlin, $10. Tate Prime wants the Bernadette Peters from earlier. That has the artwork by Vargas, who does the same artwork for the iconic cover of the Cars Candy O. That's sold to Tate Prime. These two, Ozark's Den, Todd's going to pass. These are sold for $10 and $10 to who? Terry Gearhart. Thank you. Chris Bachek gets Gilbert O'Sullivan. That is sold. Adam Bernardi on the Santana. Robin Glenn on the Osmonds. And Patrick next on Gilbert. We have the songs of Chris Christopherson for $7.50. Chris Bryant gets those 3 singles for $10. Also, Michael Martin Murphy. Blue Sky Night Thunder with Wildfire, just $5. Kathy Mattea, $7.50. Melba Montgomery, Don't Keep Me Lonely Too Long, In Shrink, OG Music Core, same label George Jones was on, $5. What? Next 3 singles are going up right now, 1, 2, and 3. What have I pulled out? There's no telling. I have Solid State Ignition, Cooking with Gas, Some Kind of Hate, and The Sounds, No One Sleeps When I'm Awake, Ego, Live in Finland. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Next is George Scherer on Chris Christopherson. This crate's turned out to be a total success with a lot more people watching than when we first started. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to quickly read through these again so we can go ahead and go straight into another one. DJ Not So Good wants Melba Montgomery. Thank you. That was sold to you for $5. Here's what's left. Half off, no more, no less. Another Chris Christopherson, To the Bone, $7.50. Another Supremes, Rogers and Hart, $7.50. Rosington Collins Band, $12.50. Martin Mull was $7.50. No condition notes on any of these. Art Garfunkel is $5. Another Rosington Collins Band, This Is the Way. Gold Stamp Promo, $12.50. They say that same thing. This is the way. That's from The Mandalorian. Faithful, Todd Runger. That's where they got that from. $10. Billy Thorpe is $7.50. And Back to Cool compilation, $7.50. Kathy Mattea sold to Leslie Holt. Final call to get a bid on these singles for $10. Bill Keenum gets to Chris Christopherson. That's sold to Bill Keenum. And Art Garfunkel Breakaway. That is $5. The flip side, and I don't think Regina wanted this, did you, Regina? She asked about that earlier. Unless she said sold, I don't think she did. That was $10. And also Pearl Harbor and the Explosions. That was $7.50. Also Boz Scaggs, he was $10. And Michael Martin Murphy. Nobody wants Wildfire for $5. You got to be kidding me. Billy Thorpe is sold to Todd Fisher. Oh, what do I have over here? Another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be who? Simon & Garfunkel Gold Disc. And we're going to make sure we're having some fun with this one. This is an amazing compilation of music from Simon & Garfunkel. Bridge Over Troubled Water, El Condor Pasa, Scarborough Fair, A Hazy Shade of Winter, Homeward Bound, The Boxer, America, The Sounds of Silence, Mrs. Robinson, Feeling Groovy, Old Friends, April Comes She Will, I Am a Rock, and Cecilia. A near mint minus Japanese pressing, a $1 starting bid. A $1 starting bid. Wildfire sold to Bill Keenum. That's Michael Martin Murphy for $5. Robin was second, Tim Turner third. Michael Peevler said RC, the second one. RC, Ross and Collins. This one right here, Chris has these 3 singles for $10. So did Chris Bryant for $10. The next 45 auction lot's going to go up right now. 1, 2, 3. And we have Shrapnel. We have Sponic. And we have Shipshawa Swimming. And then this is some kind of flexy shredded nerve. I'll actually do 4 for $10. Simon & Garfunkel, 1, 2, 7, 10, and 5. That's the only records in there. Now, maybe somebody will buy the bundle, because I did say if we sell out, I'll grab another. So let me reduce these. The only time I ever reduce a half-off crate further is right now, and I'm going to do a bundle deal, okay? I'm going to reduce these a little bit further for a bundle deal. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 albums left in there for $30. That's $3 a piece. Make that 9 albums for $27. We got Boz Scaggs. So did Joseph Fernandez for 10. 9 albums for $27. 9 albums for $27. I'll blow the air horn and we'll go through another half off crate. I'll find one as good as that one so we can sell a whole nother crate. We got to get somebody bought in on the bundle. The Simon & Garfunkel's at $20 with Terry Gearhart. $1 start Japanese pressing. And now we have these 3 singles for $10. Nobody bid, right? It's not mixed in anywhere, is it? I don't think it is. Terry Gearhart gets those last 9 albums for $27. He wants to hear the air horn. I better let Laura know. She's back there working on marking stuff for tomorrow night's sale. Laura's back in the building, and she has shown back up, and now she's marking records for tomorrow night's sale. Boom. Sold. Let's put sticky notes around them. And these are sold. I'm going to put a sticky note around those 9 records. I'm going to put on my ear protection. We're going to blow the air horn. For those that don't know, we blow the air horn when we completely sell out of a crate of pre-owned vintage records, or we sell an item for $500 or more. And we've done both multiple times this week. Here's the air horn. I've got my headphones on, and now Laura is aware. Here it comes. There's not much left in this can. Hopefully there's enough gas. That was it. I'm glad Mike Massey has sent me 6 air horns. We have 6 air horns over here. And my autographed Eminem poster just fell off the shelf because of that air horn. That was weird, but it did. It wasn't that loud. All right, Simon & Garfunkel's at 30. Did anybody bid on these singles? 5. Robert did. Robert has them for 10. Robert Warner for $10. Final warning. All right, empty crate. We just sold an entire crate of records. Shout out to John for marking all those. John took a day of his life working here at Coletco to pull all those, clean them, and price them, so y'all would buy them and enjoy them. And now let's go through another half off bin. And John, somewhere out there tonight, is saying thank y'all for buying those. He comes here every day, well, 5 days a week, along with like Paul and Laura. They mark all this stuff, and they expect y'all to buy it for 2 reasons. Because it makes them happy, and it gives them job security. They're like, man, we want my records to sell. We need to keep selling stuff. Here we go. Another half off bin. And folks, I just took a peek at this. This is going to be insane. This is the kind of crazy stuff y'all taught me into doing on Friday nights. I was about to go into CDs and look. What's happened? We're in another half off bin. I'm putting up $1 start Japanese. What is going on? Robert Warner gets these singles for $10. The Simon & Garfunkel is sold to Terry Gearhart for $30. Here we go. More half off. Let's try to do one more and empty it out. And then that should give us about an hour or hour and a half to do maybe a big CD run again. Here's our next 3 hardcore singles. The Shivering, Wires of Something, The Shivering, and another Shrapnel. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Let's find another Japanese pressing. What do I have over here? A Japanese pressing of Toto Isolation. This is a $1 starting bid. It's a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Toto Turn Back. Toto Turn Back with the insert poster, the original insert, and the inner sleeve. Toto is a $1 start. There's 3 new singles. The first thing we have is 3 Dog Night Cyan, Shambhala. I heard that 1,000,000 times when they were playing the Masters this year on TV. The Masters usually only has like 3 commercials, and one of them had the song Shambhala in the background. I was like, wow. 3 Dog Night is $10. This is another half off bin. No condition notes on anything in here. All the vinyl is going to be EX Plus or better, and these are half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. The first thing I have is Free Heartbreaker. Free is now just $15. That's insane. Beautiful copy with the original on her sleeve. $15 on free. Sacred Songs by Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs. That is $7.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Bob Seger Mongrel, are you kidding me? A 1970 pressing, now just $22.50. The gatefold jacket, that's pretty ridiculous. And Lacey J. Dalton's Greatest Hits, just $7.50, a gold stamp promo. And Charlie Daniels Band Night Rider for $12.50. That is also pretty crazy. The high bid on Toto is $10 for Jerry Ferguson, going once, going twice. The first claim is Three Dog Night for Terry Gearhart. $10 on Three Dog Night. Thank you. Melissa Bailey first on free. Free is so to Melissa Bailey. Adam second on Three Dog Night. Michael Butler next on free. Chris Bachek on Bob Seger. That was insane having that in there. Paul Harden was second. Bill Keenum wants the Sacred Songs of Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs. Next was Tony McDaniel on Charlie Daniels. And then George Lyle next on Flatt. And then Toto 11, Toto 12. And we have Huey Lewis in the News Sports. That is now $10. And we have Phil Collins, No Jack Required. There's been a girl that's been on my mind all the time. Studio. That's Phil Collins. Now, free, there's a putback. Michael Butler, I'm assuming you still want this. How could you say no? So Melissa needs to put it back, and this is sold to Michael Butler. $15, Michael, that's going to you. If you object, just say otherwise. Huey is going to Lonnie. Huey Lewis sold to Lonnie Jolly. Next was Thomas Clark, and then Rod Bryan, and Phil Collins is $10. Phil Collins is $10. Peter Frampton, I'm in you. $5 on Peter Frampton. George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone and Shrink Wrap. Are you kidding me? For $10? Oh my gosh! Pink Floyd, what is going on? I didn't even see this when I flipped. It's an 83 pressing, but beautiful. This is Obscured by Clouds, the soundtrack that Pink Floyd did. That's only $20. Holy moly, Pink Floyd in the half-off bin. Hold on a second. Pinch Me, I Must Be Dreaming. The next thing, did I say pinch me, I must be dreamy? I'm not dreamy. I'm dreaming. Toto's at $18. What about these three singles over here? Nobody bid, right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Nobody bid. So those are a $10 buy now. Now, there's probably going to be about 38,000 claims on Pink Floyd. John Durden asked the price on Phil Collins. He might want some Sussudio. Then we had Frampton, then George Thorogood, and then Pink Floyd. Huey. And then the next claim was Terry Gearhart on Pink Floyd. And then Shakedown. And then the Useless Eaters. Then Michael Butler. Then Todd Fisher. Then Paul Harden. Then Rod Bryan. Then Jerry Ferguson. Then Clifford Umstead. Then Joe Kalowski. Richie Lander first on Peter Frampton. Susie next on Pink Floyd. Toto 19. And Toto 20. Next is John Lennon in Shrink with Hop Sticker for Double Fantasy. Wow. $10. People say I'm crazy. $10. Also, Little River Band, Time Exposure, $5. And Paul Simon, Me and Julio, Down by the Schoolyard. That's actually Paul Simon's self-titled album. 1, 2, 3 records going up. Shotwell Coho, Shot Dead, and Another Coffee Rage. Those three up for a $10 start. Those three for a $10 start. Adam Bernardi on Little River Band. The 45s in the no-sale pile. The ones from earlier, Craig, was Shrapnel, The Shivering, and The Shivering. Shivering, Wires of Storms and Songs. Shrapnel was called Web of Lies. And Brand, The Lion's Mouth. That was the other Shivering. There's 3 more for a $10 start. Next was Toto at 20. Toto 21. Adam got Little River Band. Terry second on Little River Band. Donna Mitchell on HK. And she meant JL for John Lennon. Toto 25. Jerry on Paul Simon. And Toby McGowan is going to get the Phil Collins. So far, that just leaves poor Lacey J. Dalton. And it's her greatest hits album. And poor George Thorogood. I guess we don't have anybody out there that's bad to the bone. If you're not buying that, then you're not bad to the bone. We have another Lacey J. Dalton. That's Hard Times. Evidently, she fell on Hard Times because nobody's buying her. Edmund is bad to the bone. We do have somebody that is bad to the bone. That is Edmund Estrada. That's sold to him. Robert's in on these, I'm assuming, at $10, right? Todd next on George. Wow, hello, I'm Johnny Cash. Just $7.50, and there's no condition notes on it? Is anybody following what's going on right now? The best of Glenn Campbell, I'm a Rhinestone Cowboy. That is $5. And Boz Scaggs, Slow Dancer, that is $10. And Loverboy, Keep It Up and Shrink Wrap and Hop, that is $10. Is Coffee Rage black or clear? Coffee Rage is, I don't know, but what a name of a band, Coffee Rage. That's what people have in the mornings when they're in line at Starbucks. And they're blowing their horn, wanting everybody to hurry up. That's called Coffee Rage. Coffee Rage is on black vinyl. It has a sticker that says Raw Punk Slayers with a guy with blood coming out of his eyes. And it also has an Obi. It also has an Obi with it. And I'm so hopped up on caffeine, I'm shaking, and I can't put this back in its sleeve. Speaking of somebody all hopped up on Coffee Rage, this has something else in it too. I gotta lay off the supplements I take at 11 o'clock. Holy moly. My hands are steady. You wouldn't want me trying to shoot a gun right now. I'd be all over the place. Okay, let's put that back in its sleeve. Sorry, don't ask me to try to sleeve a record right now. I can't hold my hand steady. Next thing we have is what? So we had George Thorogood to Edmund, Todd second. The Toto was at 25 with Jerry Ferguson. And then Robin put LID. At this point, I've kind of forgot. Lacey J. Dalton, Robin, which one do you want, or do you want both? We have Greatest Hits or Hard Times. Your pick on those. And then John Durden was first on Johnny Cash. John Durden on Johnny Cash. Toto is out with Alonzo. And then Robin on Lacey J. Dalton. And then Terry Gearhart next on Johnny Cash. Then Adam on Johnny Cash. Then Alonzo on Johnny Cash. Then George Scher on Johnny Cash. Then Rod Bryan on Johnny Cash. And then Adam Bernardi was first on Boz Scaggs. That's on Adam Bernardi. And then Chuck Haley on Glenn Campbell. GF, right? And yes, that does have Rhinestone Cowboy on it. And it's sold to Chuck Haley. Then Todd Saw next on Cash. And then Marsha next on Cash. And then Susie next on Cash. And then Rod next on Cash. And Randy was saying he wanted Lacey J. Dalton earlier. Let's see where he commented that. Where did you put that at? That was LG Day. Randy Klein earlier put what and when, and LID, LJD, and then I'm going to try to figure out what that says. Richie Lander next on Boz Scaggs. Greg Huber's first on Loverboy, and Glenn Campbell's already sold. And then we have next is What, and Robin wants Lacey J. Dalton's Greatest Hits. The only thing left is Lacey J. Dalton, Hard Times. Poor Lacey. Oh, my gosh. Next thing is Lionel Richie, self-titled. $5 on Lionel Richie. REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble, that is $10. And Tina Turner, just $12.50. Are you kidding me? What's love got to do with it? Nobody bid on these singles, right? No bid on this lot either. $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on those. And then Jerry Ferguson, you get Toto before this gets buried. And Toto is sold to you for $25. You know, instead of a $1 start, I was thinking about starting it at $25. Last time it was up, it was $35. $25 is the magic number for that. Sold. Next is George Scher on LR. And LR was Lionel Richie. We're in a half off bin, no more, no less. We have Blake Exultin. XOLTON, that's now $5. Next is Terry Gearhart on REO Speedwagon and Robin Glenn on Tina Turner. Wow. And now my crate's full. I got to swap crates right quick. Changing crates. Time out. Quick break in the action. It's going to take me 30 seconds, but don't go anywhere. I can't lose this momentum. We're selling more records now than we have all night. It's only took 11, 12 midnight for everybody to finally wake up and get in bed and decide they wanted to buy records. Selling more records than ever before. That was our 7th crate. Let's try to fill up 8 crates before we stop. We sold LR, Lionel Richie, Terry got REO, and Robin got TT. Colleen next on REO, Clifford next on Tina. Chris wants those last 3 singles for $10. Randy, you did not get a Lacey J. Dalton, and Robert said he bid 10 on these. Never mind. These 3 are sold to Robert Warner for $10. Sorry about that, Robert, and those are sold to you. Sorry, Chris, those are sold to Robert. There's one no-sale bid I'll show those in a second. I don't know who Blake Exultant is, but that's a cool last name. Also, Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell in shrink wrap. That looks nice. $10 on that. And Paul Simon's greatest hit, Slip Sliding Away. $10 on Paul Simon. Wow. And Boz Scaggs, that's his debut album. It's a later pressing based on the catalog number, but I love that one. Dwayne Allman plays guitar on that album. Let's put up another auction. Another Japanese pressing going up right now for just actually, yeah, this one I'm not familiar with this. The Coconuts. The Coconuts, Don't Take My Coconuts. I've never seen that one before. How about a $1 starting bid? $1 starting bid. Jerry Ferguson on Paul Simon. Clifford Umstead was second. We're starting a new crate. Paul Simon. There goes a Ramen Simon. Another Paul Simon. And Don Williams, especially for you. Shrink and Hot. $5. Clifford Umstead on Boz Scaggs. Richie Lander, you're second. And we have Roseanne Cash, $5, Rhythm and Romance. There's definitely some cover damage right there. Roseanne is just $5. That's Johnny's daughter. Next is 3 more singles. We have Signal Lost, You'll Never Look Down on Us Again. We actually have 2 of those. We'll do another one later. Silverstein, I know them. That's like a emo group. It says limited edition 3,500. If You Could See Into My Soul, Silverstein. And we have Slapshot. Those 3 for a $10 start. Next is John Durden on Don Williams. That is sold. Jerry Ferguson gets the other Paul Simon. Leslie Holt next on Don Williams. Leslie first on Roseanne Cash. Chris Little is the second. And the Coconuts does not have a bid for $1. Final call before I make it a $1 buy it now. Wow, the Coconuts. And now for $1. You can't even buy a real coconut for that. The 3 singles are at $10 with Darren Johnson. This coconut came all the way from Japan. Starship, Knee Deep in the Hoopla with We Built This City on Rock and Roll, $7.50. Graham Parker and the Rumor, Stick to Me. Graham Parker is $5. Simon and Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. That is $6.50. And Leo Sayer is $5. Leo Sayer is $5. Also, Boz Scaggs, My Time. Boz Scaggs is $10. Let's pause there for 1 second. Let's pause on that for 1 second, because here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to say that Darren Johnson has those singles for $10. Terry Gearhart got SS, and that's for Starship. The Coconuts has one $1 bid, and now another $1 bid. Bill Keenum on Starship, you're second. Jerry Ferguson on Simon and Garfunkel. Robin third on Starship. Edmund fourth on Starship. Adam Bernardi first on Boz Scaggs. Kenny Begley fifth on Starship. Bill Keenum on Leo Sayer. Another third $1 bid on the Coconuts. Richie Lander was next on Boz Scaggs. Chris Bachek first on Graham Parker. And 1 second. Don Williams, Volume 2. Don Williams is $5. Also, we have From Nashville of Love, Chet Atkins, $5. Jim B has bid $2 on the Coconuts, and now $3 on the Coconuts. Loverboy self-titled, that's $10. Also, Alabama for $5. Alabama. Also, Tanya Tucker's Greatest Hits, that's $7.50. And The Suburbs, Dream Hog, $6.50. Let's pause there. These 3 singles are sold for $10, and those 3 are gone to Darren Johnson for $10. Next was Melissa Bailey on Alabama. That is sold to Melissa Bailey. Leslie Holt on DW for Don Williams. Bill Keenum got the Chet Atkins. That is sold to Bill Keenum. From Nashville with Love. From Russia with Love. James Bond. Another $3 bid on the Coconuts. Terry Gearhart next on Alabama. Jerry Ferguson out on the Coconuts. Melissa Bailey on Tanya Tucker. Tate Prime out on the Coconuts. Jeremy Dalton next on Alabama. The Coconuts has a new bid for $4. Susie next on Tanya. Michael next on Tanya. Tia Review got the Suburbs. The Coconuts has another bid for $4. And so far, that just leaves Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell out of that run. Now Loverboy is sold to Robin Glenn. Also, Clyde King, direct me. Clyde King is $13.50. That was half off of $26.99. The Bob Seger System, a 1975 orange label. So this is a reissue, but man, it has Ramblin' Gamblin' Man on it. $15. Also, I have no idea. It's an acid rock album from 1969, and it's called Baffa Longo, and now it's just $25. Whoa. Also, Rick Ocasek Beatitude, that is $5. And whoa, this album in the half off bin, Edwin Starr, 25 miles for just $20. That's insane. That's more insane than the Pink Floyd record earlier. I'm having to pace the floor now because that's over here in the half off bin. The Coconuts is at $5 with Chris Redlings. I've never had such a battle. Somehow the Coconuts is at $5 and it's had 12 bids. Can someone figure that one out? Let's go ahead and put up 1, 2, 3 more singles here. We have Slip, Mental Abuse, and Stick It, The Slow Death, and Slow Season, Supernaut One Way. Is that Supernaut Black Sabbath? It is Supernaut Black Sabbath. That is $10 for those 3 singles. The Coconuts 5 of Chris. T.O. you tied them. And then George Scherer got B.E. And George Scherer's B.E. comment was for... George, your B.E. comment was for... Was that where you auto-corrected for B.S.? I mean E.S.? Or was you trying to put BL and it gave you BE? So here's what I'm showing. We got to pause because these are some pretty desirable records here. We had BS for Bob Seger. We have Rick Ocasek. Actually, it was Seger, Baffa Long, Rick Ocasek, and then Edwin Starr. Now, George, your original BE. So, yeah, you got auto-corrected. You was trying to get Baffa Long, right? So that's sold to you for $25. And then Jason was first on ES. We'll have to give him Edwin Starr. And then Michael Butler, then George Scherer, then Adam Bernardi. Thomas Clark got Rick Ocasek. And then Paul next on Edwin Starr. Then Bill Keenum. Coconuts is out. Coconuts is at 6. It was Bob Seger, then Edwin Starr. Okay, so... no Baffa Long, you wanted Bob Seger. So you do get the Bob Seger, however, you were third on Edwin Starr. And that means it goes to Jason, then Michael, then George, then Adam, then Paul Harden. Wow, the Baffa Long is still available, and then Rick Ocasek. Those 3 singles, a $10 start. Well, it looks like we're done on the Coconuts. T.O. Review never did bid again. He did at $6, now at $8. Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. Wow, Woodstock 2, a double LP, just $18.50. Frank Zappa, Jazz from Hell. That sounds scary. Zappa is $20. Bob Seger, another one, a gold stamp promo of The Distance. That is $12.50. Gene Vincent, some sort of compilation. First track is Bebopalua. That is $10 on Gene Vincent. Van Morrison Wavelength is $17.50. Hop Sticker and Gold Stamp Promo. Don Williams Visions is $5. And what else do we have here? The Guess Who Live at the Paramount. That's on Nimbus 9. What a bizarre... What is this actually on here? Nimbus? Canada. It's a Canadian version. They are a Canadian band. $10. So the Coconuts is at 8 and now 9. Terry Gearhart on the Bob Seger. That is sold to Terry Gearhart. Clifford Umstand on Van. And that is Van Morrison. Fred Morris on Woodstock. Wow. And now these singles did not get a bid. They're a $10 buy it now. And Adam Bernardi on Nimbus. So I know Nimbus as like an audiophile. What am I thinking about that's Nimbus? But this looks like it's some sort of Canadian variation. Leslie Holt on Don Williams. And then George Delisle got Zappa. I was waiting for that to happen. Tim Volden is second. Are we done on the Coconuts? It's at 9. Chris Riddlings, it goes back to you. And then Greg, you were next on the Guess Who. The Canadian was trying to buy the Guess Who record. So close, yet so far away. Wow, there's not much left in here, and we're going to have another air horn. Maybe we can just straight sell these and don't even have to bundle them. I brought over a whole nother crate, and this is all that's left. This is it. This is it from a whole nother crate. Should we do another one? We'll let Laura decide. She's probably like, what? All right. Here's what's left. Poor my gosh. Somebody bought it, but somebody please help out Lacey. She's only $7.50. I don't know about Blake Exloto or Exlotin and his Spirit Warriors, but he's just $5. Surely somebody wants to roll the dice. This is pretty desirable here. I mean, it's a very common record, but this is in very high grade. It's in shrink. It's OG and shrink for $10. Clyde King, just $13.50. Baffa Longo, a 1969 acid rock album on United Artists for just $25. And we had this marked. An acid rock possibly breaches over into psych for just $25, and it's beautiful. I'm kind of surprised that's still there. And then the last one is Gene Vincent. And Tate, we're in a half-off bin. There's only one big rule in the half-off bins. No more, no less, half off, even if you offer me more, or even if you offer me less, I'm not going to take it. But even if you offer me more, I'm not going to take it. What happened here? The Coconuts. Chris Ridling's bid $10. This album has now had 30 bids, and we're still at just $10. I'm about to sell it. The last thing we had was Gene Vincent. So if you do want that for 10, let me know. Chris Ridling's is going to try the Blake album. Chris Bachek is going to take the Baffa Longo. And T.O.'s out. Sold for $10 to Chris Ridling's. The only thing that's left is Gene, Clyde, Bobby and Glenn, and Lacey J. Dalton. I wonder if I click this over here. Primary topic, gaming, chat, fitness, food, music. I need to change this. I'm going to change this to music. We're streaming on TikTok under gaming. I'm going to change it to music and see what happens. I mean, it's not really, this isn't really music. Is there a shopping category? Let's see what's going on over here. The categories are gaming, chat, and interview, beauty, fashion, dance, fitness, food, music. There's no shopping, but we're definitely not gaming here. We are music, though. Okay. Next time, bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, $25. Mostly because this one was a $25 record. That one was $20. Those together originally was $46. Gene Vincent was $20 and Lacey J. Dalton was $15. But yeah, do that. And I'm going to run up front and get a bottle of water. And yeah, let's keep going. Don't go anywhere, but I got to get something to drink. I have got to get something to drink. I have two unopened ones over here next to me, but I've let them get room temperature because I've never opened them. Let me go do that right now. All right. Paul Harden says he'll take those last 4 for 25, right? Was he first? Yep. There we have it. I know. I can drink room temperature water, but it's also really hot back here, so I'm kind of like, that's just helped me. So those last 4 are so to him. All right, I think we can do one more. Susie, how much time do we have left? Let's do one more. That's going to fill up the 8th crate tonight. And that will also mean we probably can get into some CDs. But let me find another one that's as good as that one to do. Probably one of these mini John crates over here that probably only got gone through one time that has great titles. And now they're an absolute blowout. Uh-oh, here's a... What kind of crate is this? Wow. Oh, man. I don't know where those came from. That looks like an old Laura crate. What? Somewhere somebody just said, what? What'd you say? Oil. Reminds me of that Dave Chappelle thing. Oil. What? Did you say oil? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? That Dave Chappelle skit? Oil. What? What are you talking about? Oil. Okay. Here we go. Are y'all ready? Next, 3 more singles. Back to fast-paced action. Another crate, half off. Hope you're paying attention. Here is Skeleton and something, Stench, and Silk Flowers. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Here we have it. Half off, no more, no less. Oil? What? Oil. What are you talking about? Oil? Roger Miller, the 3rd time around. Roger Miller is $5. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. Reba McEntire, $7.50. Loretta Lynn, Somebody Somewhere, $5. Jay Giles Band, Freeze Frame with Freeze Frame and Centerfold, $10. And George Harrison is $13.50. George Harrison is $13.50. This is another half off bin, no more, no less. And this may be the first or the last one of the night. Foreigner 4, wow, Foreigner for $10. And Peter Frampton, I'm in you. Peter Frampton is $5. The next auction I have for you is Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger. This is a near mint Japanese pressing for a $1 start. Duran Duran is a $1 starting bid. You can start bidding at $1 and it will hopefully go up from there. Alonzo gets Loretta Lynn. That's so to Alonzo. And we're in another half off bin, no more, no less. Robin on Reba McEntire. Next was Regina on Loretta. George Scherer on GEO for George Harrison. Then Paul Harden on George Harrison. Colleen on Jay Giles Band. And then Marsha next on Loretta Lynn. And then we have Bill Keenum first on GEIRG. That was for George Harrison. And then Paul Harden on Ford Fuel. Paul Harden got Foreigner 4. Juanita was second. Duran Duran has a bid for $1. And then another bid for $1. And these 3 singles do not have a bid. It's a final call for 10. And we have Soul to Soul. That is $7.50. We have Firefall Luna C for $5. We have The Very Best of Joe Turner for $10. Also, Rick Springfield Hard to Hold for $7.50. Tanya Tucker, Riding Rainbows for $7.50. And Utopia is $10. Also, Dolly Parton. Wow, the Bargain Store for just $12.50. Are you kidding me? That's pretty bizarre. $12.50 on that. Now, let's see what else just happened here. We had Duran Duran $1, Duran Duran $1, Duran Duran $3, 5, another 1, and then Shakedown on Soul to Soul. And that was right here. That's Soul to Shakedown for $7.50. John was second. Evan Estrada third. Michael Butler on Joe Turner. So to Michael Butler. Tim Turner next on Joe Turner. Duran Duran 6. Duran Duran 5. Jason gets a steal on the Dolly. So to Jason Boxell. Duran Duran 5. Duran Duran 6. Duran Duran 10. Duran Duran 7. Duran Duran 3. And these 3 singles did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $10. Those 3 singles are a no bid. It's a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants them. Our next 3 singles is Signal Lost, SOA, and Slugfest Live. Those 3 are a $10 star. Duran Duran's at 11. 20 Bluegrass Original Instrumentals, $6.50 on that. Which Duran Duran is this? 7 and the Ragged Tiger. We have the Wagoneers, Good Fortune, with Hype Sticker, Gold Stamp Promo, $5. What color is SOA? SOA is on yellow, orange looking. Duran Duran 11, Duran Duran 12. The 45s have bids for 10, 10, and 10. Now, quick bundle on the unsold 45s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $18 for the unsold ones. $18 for the unsold ones. Back to the bin. Wow, great Linda Ronstadt compilation. Retrospective, $12.50. Retrospective on Linda Ronstadt. The Best of Jerry Reed, $7.50. Local Gentry, Bobby Gentry. Wow, Bobby Gentry on the original label. Just $20 on that. And Johnny Paycheck, Somebody Loves Me. Johnny's $10. The Best of Emmylou Harris, $7.50. Wow. Next thing we have, the singles, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12, 15, 20, Jerry bundle. These 9 are sold to Jerry Ferguson for $18. Craig was next, then Susie, Duran Duran 13, then Brian on the bundle. The 45s are at 22. Tim Turner on JR, Jerry Reed, sold. Bill Keenum, second. Richie Lander, third. Bill Keenum first, though, on Linda Ronstadt. Duran Duran 14. Greg Beddinger on Harris. Emmylou Harris. Wow, that's weird. I never see it commented as Harris. That threw me off, Greg. And then Toby McGowan on Springfield. Is that still in here? It is. Rick Springfield, so did Toby McGowan. Now, there's already way too much stuff left over. We still got Johnny Paycheck, Bobby Gentry, the Wagoneers, Bluegrass, Utopia, Tanya Tucker, Firefall, Peter Frampton, and Roger Miller. And don't forget, Firefall has the hit song, Just Remember I Love You, and It Will Be All Right. Now the singles are at 25 with Darren Johnson. And we got Mick Jagger. That's a 12-inch single of Lucky in Love. Jagger, $7.50. We have The View from the Top, Cat Stevens, a 2 LP German Durham compilation, $17.50 on that. Where Are We on Duran Duran? Jerry Ferguson, 14. And like Jeff said earlier, I usually sell these for 25, 30, 35, 40, 55. It's right now just at $14. Michael Peveler on TT. And TT for Michael Peveler was Tanya Tucker. That's sold to Michael Peveler. Next is Webb Pierce, Webb's Choice. Webb Pierce is $5. Basie. How about Basic Basie? Count Basie is $10. T.O. Review on Jagger. Mick Jagger sold to T.O. Review. These 3 singles are a final call for $25. Smokey Robinson is $10. Special occasion. Emmylou Harris is $7.50. Roses in the Snow. And Boz Scaggs' greatest hits like Lido Shuffle. Toby said did $10. If you're trying to bid on Duran Duran, the high bid's already 14 with Jerry Ferguson. Going once, going twice. Seals and Crofts, greatest hits. Summer Breeze, Makes Me Feel Fine. That is $5 on Seals and Croft. Carly Simon, Come Upstairs is $5. And Popeye, Book and Record. Popeye the Sailor Man, $10. Next question was what Utopia? I think it's called POV. POV. There's Todd Rundgren in Utopia. It's called POV. Yep, nice. No condition notes, $10. Next comment is, how much was Smokey Robinson? Smokey Robinson and the Miracle special occasion was $10, Adam. Next is Bill Keenum. Bill Keenum gets Count Basie. That's so to Bill Keenum. Next is Richie Lander on BS. Richie, if that was for Boz Skaggs, that is so to you. Colleen second on Boz. George next on Boz. Jerry Ferguson on Seals and Croft. That is Summer Breeze. Makes me feel fine. Chris Riddling's next on Seals and Croft. Susie gets Popeye the Sailor Man. Jerry Ferguson was next. Chuck Haley next on Seals and Croft. Boz is already sold. Next on Popeye. Next on Popeye. Next on Popeye was Chris, Michael, and Tate. These 3 singles are sold, and those are sold for $25 to Darren Johnson. Nobody else bid on Duran Duran. That was the cheapest I've ever sold one of these in the history of Japanese pressings. Jerry Ferguson gets that for $14. Adam Minardi does get Smokey Robinson. Let's grab 3 more singles right quick. The next 3 singles I have are 1, 2, 3. I think I've grabbed 3 here. I have The Shimps. I have Social Crime, and I have, let's do Sierra. I'll do that one next. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Toby McGowan was trying to bid on Duran Duran. Too late. Your delay's a little bit too much. Glenn Campbell, Rhinestone Cowboy, $10. $10 on Glenstone Cowboy. How about Glenn Campbell? Jimmy Nelson's Ventriloquism. This is $7.50. Also, we have Ethel Waters' Greatest Years. That is $10. Ethel Waters, Diana Washington, The Best in Blues. That is $7.50. Glenn Campbell is sold to Jason Boxell. That is sold to him. Hank Thompson is $5. Dance Ranch. And Bobby Darin Clementine. Bobby Darin is just $5. How about Bobby V? That is $5. I remember Bobby Holly. How about Buddy Holly? Y'all come. Porter Wagner, a 63 mono, $10. Jason Boxell on DE. And DE was for DW. Give me 1 second. So, he put DE, but he meant DW, which was Diana Washington. Glenn Campbell, Richie, you were second. And then John Durden on HT, Hank Thompson, and Adam, Diana's already sold. And Brian Call, you're first on Bobby Darin. Sell at the Brian Call for $5. Stoney Edwards, She's My Rock. That's now $20. It was $39.99. Marty Robbins, Hawaii Calls Me. This is a Bear Family compilation. Marty is $10. We have Dave Dudley, The Pull Shark. I've always loved that cover. Dave Dudley is $5. And we have Marquette's, No Matter What Shape. That is $7.50. These 3 singles are a buy it now for $10. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is Miles Davis Milestones. It's a 2013 mono 180-gram remaster. Miles Davis is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on Miles Davis. Next is Michael Peveler on Marty Robbins, the Bear Family comp. That is sold to Michael Peveler. Next is Dean Martin for the Good Times. Dean Martin is $5. And the New Christie Minstrels, Ramblin'. $5 on the New Christie Minstrels. The next 3 singles are going to go up right now. We have The Rude Jester, we have another Shrapnel, and we have Chad Smith and Josh Klingenhofer, Jeepster and Monolith. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Chris is in on Miles Davis at $25, now $26. Gypsy Campfires by 101 Strings. Gypsy Campfires is $5. The most popular guitar, Chet Atkins, that is $6.50. And more, Chad and Jeremy. Chad and Jeremy, $10. That is an original mono capital, $10 on that. And thank you, pretty baby, Mr. Nat King Cole, $5. Miles Davis, $25. Miles Davis, $26. Miles Davis, $25. Miles Davis, $27. Next thing we have here is Dion and the Belmonts Doo-Wop. That is now $5. Don't forget about an anthology of country music, The Unheard Jimmy Rogers. That is $6.50. Della Reese, one more time. That is $5. Also, Webb Pierce's Greatest Hits. $5 on Mr. Webb Pierce. Hoyt Axton, Pistol Packin' Mama. That is $6.50. And My Time Ain't Long, Jimmy Rogers, $5. Chris Bryant gets these 3 singles for $10. The Miles Davis is at $30. Let me go take these sold singles in here because that is quite the handful, isn't it? Let me go take these right in here before there's an absolute spillage. We don't want that happening. We do not want that happening. That could be really bad. We got a spillage going on. We get a spillage going on 45s. They all get out of order. They all get shuffled up. Somebody in the operations center is going to hate me. Next thing I have is Bill Keenum on Hoyt Axton. That's so to Bill Keenum. And he said that was for the no bids. Oh, no. Let me go swap those out then. I've already took them in the other room. So these 3 are sold to Chris Bryant for 10. If anybody wants those other 3, they didn't get a bid. Now they're a $10 buy it now. So those in that last 3 are a buy it now. Sorry, Chris, I got confused. I'm selling them so fast and so close together. So these 3 are still available if anybody wants them for a $10 buy now. Chris got the last 3. Miles Davis is at 33. Jim Ciascio wants the Jimmy Rogers. Now, Jim, there was 2. I'm going to give you both of them. There was Anthology, and then there was My Time Ain't Long. I'm going to give you both of those. They were $6.50 and $5. Miles Davis, $35.35. The 3 no bids are Chad Smith and Josh Klingenhofer, Jeepster and Monolith, a Record Store Day edition, Shrapnel, and The Rue Jester, a Pictorial History by Shellac. And those 3 are a $10 buy it now. All right, and if you don't want them, Brian, it looks like Shakedown was. Buddy Holly. There's actually not a Buddy Holly record in here. It was Bobby V paying tribute to Buddy Holly, so it's $5. No condition notes. The Gypsy record by 101 Strings was also $5. Brian says he'll take them for $10. Now, the Miles Davis is with Lonnie Jolly at $37. C-Note and everybody else is out. If anybody wants back in, let me know. The next auction I've got for you right now, without further ado, is what? I don't know. What do I have? Do I have anything else? Is there anything else over here? I did a big bundle earlier. Here's a Japanese pressing. Howard Jones, Dream into Action. This is a good one here. Howard Jones, Dream into Action. It is near mint minus and pristine. Side 1 is loaded with hits. Things can only get better. Life in one day. No one is to blame. Howard Jones is in shrink wrap. A $15 start. $15 start. Robin Glenn wants Dion. That was Dion and the Belmonts. And now Randy said BIN 10. What was that for? And then, that was on the singles. Yeah, those are going to go to Brian Call. Then Shakedown, then I guess then technically T.O., and then Randy, and then there's that. Now Howard Jones 15, Miles Davis 40. Let's read through those one more time. There's a lot left over in here. If we can somehow sell these, and then do the bundle, I think the next bin is Laura stuff. And it's really just a half a crate because there's a stack about this big of one record. And I'll do that next crate, buy it now, best offer. Tate Prime said sold, and that was on the Gypsy record for $5. Now we have Howard Jones at 15-16, and we got Michael Butler on CJ. And CJ was Chad and Jeremy. Right, Michael? That's so to you for $5. Let's read through these one more time, and then I'm going to try to get into CDs after that next crate. $5 on Roger Miller. We have Peter Frampton for $5. I'm in you. 20 Bluegrass Originals, like Foggy Mountain Breakdown by Bill and Scruggs, or Flat and Scruggs. Also on here is Orange Blossom Special Breakdown by the Stonemans. There's big names on here. Jim and Jesse, Country Gentlemen, Jimmy Martin, Reno and Smiley, the Stanley Brothers, Flat and Scruggs, $6.50 on that. The Wagoneers is $5. Also, Local Gentry is $20. We have 1 hour left. Oh my gosh, we got plenty of time for more vinyl and CDs. Are you kidding me? Nobody go to bed yet. $10 on Johnny Paycheck. I mean, it's Friday night. 1 more hour. I need your time for 1 more hour. 1 more hour. Then you can sleep all morning because you're going to need rest for tomorrow night. Nobody got Firefall for $5. Cat Stevens is a 2 LP compilation for $17.50, a German press. Miles Davis is sold to C-Note for $40. Howard Jones is at $17. Pam Murray, you've been outbid. Webb Pierce was $5. We have Emmylou Harris for $7.50. Carly Simon was $5. Utopia with Todd Rundgren was $10. Jim Ciascio on the Bluegrass. Jim Ciascio, you were first at $6.50. Tate Prime was second. Jimmy Nelson was $7.50. We have Ethel Waters for $10. You don't want to play poker tomorrow night. You want to be here buying records. Y'all come, Porter Wagner. The only time I'll approve you playing poker if you're actually good and you can win money. Don't lose your money on poker. You can spend it on records and actually have something to show for. $20 on Stoneway Edwards. Dave Dudley was $5. The Marquettes was $7.50. Dean Martin was $5. Also, New Christian Minstrels, $5. How about some more singles? 1, 2, 3. Here's the next 3 singles. We have CU, Space Cowboy, Fashion Something, and then we have Sheephead. This is Multifaceted, and whatever one that was I skipped earlier, Sin Motivo, Mentis, something in a different language. Those 3 for a $10 start. Chad Atkins was $6.50. Nat King Cole was $5. Della Reese was $5. Webb Pierce Greatest Hits for $5. I'm in the jailhouse now. I love that over there on Oh Brother Warthal. I'm in the jailhouse now. $5. And Bobby V, I remember Buddy Holly, $5. Oh, man. I feel like I've been beat with a baseball bat. We can blame that on Laura. she said, what? What are you talking about? All right. Welcome, everybody. So, we are here and we are selling records. It's Bobby V OG. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. That's definitely an OG record. Laura just left. Howard Jones is sold for $18, $17 to John Darden. Wow, that's a great price. I don't think I usually sell those under $35. Now Jim B has them at $11. Robert Warner, you're out. And then let's count these and do a bundle deal. If we can do a bundle deal, I'll show that last record crate that I think is some stuff Laura marked. Jason Boxel, make sure that goes in for $5. It actually wasn't marked. Let's count these. Are y'all ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. There's 23 records in there. I'm going to offer these as a bundle deal right now. These 23 records, and the bundle price is going to be $70. That's just a hair over $3 a piece. $70. I owe an air horn from the last time. $3 a piece. Everything that's left in there. Come on. You know you want to. Those are at 12. And then one more quick buy it now best offer bin. I don't think I can do these for half off. It looks like a bunch of great stuff that I never did show a second time that got buried over here. Bundle, 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 bundle. Who's going to get them? Somebody's going to want them. Surely you want these. If not, I'll be disappointed. If not, I'll be shocked. If not, I'll be surprised. If not, I'll be floored. If not, I'll be totally flabbergasted. I'm looking for more synonyms for shocked. More synonyms for shocked, shocked, flabbergasted, floored, surprised, stunned. More synonyms. I'm going through my head. Startled. I'm out. That's it. Final call. Or I'm going to move into some quick CDs. Anybody? Half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. We need one person. Bamboozled. I thought that's when you get like scammed. Astounded. Godsmacked. Don't hear that one too often. Jim B wants to see the Space Cowboy. That must be the good one. It was originally marked for $20. Space Cowboy is on black vinyl. There's the label. There's the back of it. Middleman Records. There it is. $70. Come on, Jason. Come on, Bill. Somebody just say B-U-N-D-L-E, bundle. Bundle, sold. There's got to be somebody out there. Bundle, sold. Bundle, sold. Let's get the chant going. Just be careful what you comment. Be careful what you comment because I'm going to sell them to you. There are 23 records. 23 records. That is $3.04 a piece. $3.04 a piece, Chris. Look how disappointed he is because you're not buying them. I promise you, Chris, if you buy these, when this record arrives, he'll be smiling. He'll be smiling. This was originally marked, because it's beautiful, an OG, $39.99. No, I can't do 46. At some point, it's going to start costing too much to ship them. Okay. Now, where are we at over here? Jim B went out. These are sold. These three are sold to Robert Warner for $12. Okay. Nobody's going to get to see Cat Stevens smiling. I promise you, when you get that record, he'll be smiling. Even if I have to doodle all over it. I didn't say I wasn't going to take a Sharpie and start messing it up. Oh, we were so close to filling up this last crate. So close. So close. Susie says she'll take the Cat Stevens. Susie, it was only $17.50. You don't have to pay me any more. You don't have to pay me any more. It's only $17.50, Susie. No, I won't take any more. Now the bundle just got dropped. So now, 22 records. What was I just offering those for? I said 70, right? Okay, now Chris, I will do what's left for $55. I'll do what's left, Chris, for $55. Now how can you say no? She got one Cat Stevens out there. Now I'll do what's left for $55. And I'm going to go through one more crate of vinyl fast. Brian says he'll do them for $55. So to Brian, call. Brian gets them. Let me tag them. I can't take any less than half off, Jason. Individually, they're half off, no more, no less. Susie was trying to offer more. You can still buy anything out of here. Not anymore, but I always got to keep them half off, no more, no less. They're always half off, no more, no less. Even if you try to offer me more. Susie just tried to offer me more. Susie just tried to offer me more. I said, no, it's only $17.50. I will not take $20. All right, let's start a new crate then. I'm going to tag all these to Brian, and then we're going to start a new crate. These are so to Brian, call. Hoop. And then there's the rest of them. We love bundle deals. More singles coming right now. Where are my air horns? I should have them all over the place. Mike Massey sends me 2 of them about every week. He's probably spent $200 or $300 on air horns for us. He's probably spent $200 or $300 on air horns. I mean, I hadn't bought an air horn in like 2 years. And we go through the heck out of them. I'm going to try my best to get one of these opens. If it takes too much longer. Ah, perfect. I was afraid it's going to be like one of those anti-kid things. Man, we got to tell Mike the blue ones aren't as powerful as the red ones. I don't like the blue ones. Mike, we need to get our money back on those. I like the big red ones that sound like a freaking train's coming through here. Here's the last crate of vinyl tonight. Everything in here, as promised, is $9.99. I mean, buy it now, best offer. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. The next 3 singles are going up right now. 1, 2, 3. Never Better, The Scratches. Simple Minds. Wow, Simple Minds. And 7 Days of Samsara. Those 3 are a $10 start. Everything in here is a buy it now or best offer. Viva Roxy Music. EX Condition, $17.99. It does have some cover wear. Now, you can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. They're buy it now or best offer. EX, $17.99. The Pineapple Thief, Tightly Unwound. The Pineapple Thief is $24.99. Our Lady Peace Collected, a 2 LP greatest hits on colored vinyl of Our Lady Peace. That is a Record Store Day exclusive, sealed for $29.99. I've got 2 of them. Ian Hunter, Defiance Part 2 Fiction. Ian Hunter is sealed on red vinyl for $24.99. Widespread Panic, Snake Oil King. Widespread Panic is on turquoise colored vinyl, $24.99. Man on the Moon, Kid Cudi. That is sealed for $19.99. Also, we have Transatlantic, The Final Flight, live at Olympia. That is a 4 LP prog album, $44.99. And Bomba Estéreo, live in Dublin. That is sealed for $14.99. And I've got 1 copy of Korean social and folk music recorded by John Levy, a 69 US, $19.99. No one bid on these singles. It is a $10 buy it now on those 3 singles. Here's the next 3. 1, 2, 3. The next 3 we have, this one was originally marked $20. It's called State of Conviction, Thoughts, Light Fires. This one was marked $30. Wow. San Francisco Underground, No Alternative, Tools, Flipper, and VKTMS. Flipper. Does that have the Ha 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 song? And Shank, The Endless Blockade, $10 on that. First thing we have is Kid for $17. Kid Cudi. That is sold for $17 to Jerry Ferguson. Next is Juanita Gagney on Our Lady Peace for $25. Does anybody else want one for $25? And then Kid Cudi, Tape Prime, you're second, Paul Nordstrom third. And then Craig, you want the 3 unsold singles for $10, right? Craig gets the 3 unsold singles for $10. Paul, you were 4th, or you were next on Kid Cudi. Somebody already offered 17 first, and I said sold. And then WP for $15. Widespread Panic, that is sold to Paul Harden if you want it for $18. $18 if you want that Paul Harden. It was marked $25. These singles have a bid for $10 and then $10, and now somebody's offered $20. So actually, I'm still going to sell it for $18. I've already spoken, but if you pass, I'm going to give it the gym for $18. Another $10 bid. Jerry Ferguson gets the other Our Lady Peace for $25. And now Jim B's offered $18 for the Pineapple Thief. I will sell that to Jim B for $18. Paul Harden gets Widespread Panic for $18. Next is the following. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, a sealed original copy of Love Beach, $19.99. King Bartlett and the Royal Band, No Greater Sound, a lo-fi indie album, unopened, $14.99 sealed. The Pineapple Thief, Versions of the Truth, that is $19.99. And we have what? Strawberry Girls, Tasmanian Glow. Strawberry Girls is a math rock on translucent fuchsia vinyl, and that is $19.99. $19.99 on that. Next is DMZ, a garage punk album for $29.99. And I have a bunch of these. It's called The Life Project. And they are signed and numbered, and they are $19.99. And as you can see, I've got a bunch of them. That we have 30 signed copies on a Coke bottle clear vinyl. That's a hard rock album, and they're all unopened. So here's what I'll do. I guess since I have so many, and I've shown them at least once, I think we sold a couple, maybe a sticker. If anybody wants one, I'll do them for, let's say, $16. If you want to try something out there, they're all signed. They're all autographed on the front and hand numbered. Life Project, I'll sell them for $16. And hopefully we can sell a bunch of them because I have a bunch of them. The singles are at 18. 18 with Robert Warner, and that's the high bid. Now, Jim P put PT for 14. Pineapple Thief, sell that to Jim B for $14. And then, what are the 45 titles? And then if you want a Life Project, I'm going to say one for $16. The first one is Larry Ferguson for $16, Shakedown for $16, Carla Del Roche for $16, and Melissa, let me know if you want one. What are the titles on the singles? Shank, The Endless Blockade, SF Underground, which is a comp, No Alternative Tools, Flipper, and VKTMS, and State of Conviction, Thoughts, Light, Fires. Life Project also sold to Melissa Bailey for $16. Next in the bin, if anybody else wants a Life Project, just let me know. Tina Turner, Break Every Rule, and RCA Music Press for $14.99. Tina Turner. The Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup is a 1973 U.S. Shelley, an OG copy, EX $32.99. Frank Zappa Meets the Mothers of Prevention. That's EX for $19.99. And this is The National. I Am Easy to Find. The National is VG Plus $14.99. We also have Wednesday, Rat Saw God, EX $14.99. Chris, you've been on the singles. Robert has them for $26. And this is Godspeed You, Black Emperor. It is sealed, unopened for $29.99. Sealed, unopened for $29.99. I think Strawberry Girls was ordered for me unless Ed put one away for. No, this is something in a pre-owned bin. No, that's pre-owned. I think you've already, that would not be this one. That might have not come in unless we tagged it earlier in the week. I really don't know. The National is sold to Carla Del Roche. The singles are at $30. Jim B says SG for $14. And that was for something. SG for $14. And next is the Pineapple Thief, What We Have Sown. That is $29.99 on the Pineapple Thief. Also, Freddie Gibbs singles. This is sealed for $14.99. And we have two of them sealed for $14.99. Another Pineapple Thief, All the Wars, $24.99. Widespread Panic live in Austin, Texas, $24.99. Darren Johnson, Godspeed You was $29. I'll sell that to you for $24 if you want it. Now the singles are at $30. Darren's out. It's up to Robert Warner. Chris has those three for $30. Natasha's going to double check on the Strawberry Girls. I think she had one of those special ordered. Here's one of the pre-owned bin. Queen, The Game, another one Bites the Dust, EX $32.99. Life Project sold to Jim B. That's sold to Jeff Hallsworth, for $16. Pineapple, $24.18. I think we need a bump on those. Don't you think? Let's go ahead and sell them to Jim B. These are sold to Jim B for $24 and $18. Those are sold and sold. Jim, I'm going to hold the Strawberry Girls because Natasha may want it. God is an Astronaut, The End of the Beginning. That is sealed for $29.99. God is an Astronaut. That's sealed for $29.99. He passed on Godspeed Emperor, so if anybody wants that for $24, it was marked for $29.99. Also, Intergalactic, that's another Kid Cudi. That one is sealed for $19.99. I actually have two of them. And Grateful Dead is on green vinyl, sealed for $29.99. These three singles are sold to Chris Bryant for $30. Let's grab three more. Here come the next three. One. Here comes two. And here comes three. Here's the next ones. I have Jolly Grim, Small Black Pig, Smart Cops, and Smash. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. The Pineapple Thief, sealed, it's open, $19.99. Give It Back. And Wild Run Rock Empire. That is on white vinyl for $19.99. Those three singles are a $10 start. Going once, going twice. Next is SKC, $15. That was Kid Cudi. Sell that to Take Prime for $15. Does anybody want the other for $15? Jim B gets Pineapple Thief for $14. I think he just completely cleaned out the Pineapple Thief catalog. So let's move. I'm going to move these forward and then these up here. And first is this Kid Cudi for 15. Jim B gets Wild for 14. And Final Call on those 3 singles for 10. So this back half of the crate are the Life Project albums, numbered and hand-signed for 16. And that has a positive review from Hiram. I think Hiram bought one of those, and he said, you need to buy it. Zappa's at 15 with Gene Brown. That was Zappa Meets the Mothers. Sell that to Gene Brown for 15 and sell him the Ian Hunter for 20. Those are taken care of. Thank you, Gene Brown. Nobody been on these singles. They're a $10 buy it now. I'm going to lay those right over there so we can put up some other ones. 1, 2, 3. Here's 3. Actually, I grabbed 4. I'll go ahead and do 4. Smart Cops. And this one is The Snarks. And Soft Cell. Yeah, that's Soft Cell from like 1982. And Snob. Those 3 for a $10 start. And the next thing I have is this. Viva Roxy Music EX Edition $17.99. Transatlantic The Final Flight Live at Olympia. That's a 4 LP prog album for $44.99. Bomba Estéreo Live in Dublin. Sealed for $14.99. Also, Korean social folk music. That is $19.99. I've got Emerson, Lake and Palmer sealed for $19.99. No Greater Sound, King Bartlett and the Royal Band. That's unopened for $14.99. Strawberry Girls, Natasha, let me know if you want that. If not, I'm going to maybe make a deal with Jim B. DMZ is $29.99. That's a Garage Punk. Tina Turner is EX $14.99. Rolling Stones was a 73 US original, EX $32.99. Wednesday, Rat Saw God, EX $14.99. Freddie Gibbs. Jim, I will sell you those if you take both of them for 10 and 10. And then we have Widespread Panic live at Austin City Limits, Austin, Texas, $24.99. Queen, The Game, a 1980 OG, EX $32.99. God is an Astronaut. I've got 2 sealed copies for $29.99 each. Godspeed You. I've already told Darren I would take 24 on it. And we have Grateful Dead sealed, Terrapin Station, a remaster on green vinyl, $29.99. I ordered it full price, just randomly showed up. Okay, there we have it. So yeah, this was something we got in a collection pre-owned. Yeah, so that's something we got in a collection. Jim B, I will sell you Strawberry Girls for $15. He's also going to get Freddie Gibbs for 10 and 10. And then Guy Shard wants Roxy Music. And that is Viva Roxy Music. Nobody been on these singles. These 3 are going to be a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants them. And Jim B said he'll take it for 15. All right. Thank you, Natasha. And I didn't even know we had that laying around here probably when you asked Ed to order that. He has probably much no idea of our inventory, and neither do I. First time I've seen that record, well, I'm sure I've shown it at some point. I don't remember. Anybody else on anything in here before we call this done with vinyl tonight? Susie, how much time do we have left? If not, I'm going to try to do a speed run on some CDs. And are the CD buyers here? Are all the CD buyers here? Some probably went to bed early because they're like, well, dang, he's not going to start until 1 a.m. instead of 11. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. So the like, I'm looking up here on my monitor at the TikTok stream. So the like counter on TikTok is every time you press it. You know, like on Facebook, you can keep pressing it, and it counts as 1. We're over on TikTok where we're streaming tonight for the first time. We have 986 likes, and that's where some people have hit the like button over and over and over. So technically, we're almost at 1,000 likes on TikTok. That's pretty crazy. C-Note on Queen for $25. It's at 986. And maybe the people that's over there watching right now will hear that and they'll hit it some more. I'm going to pull it back up over there. C-Note got Queen for $25. All right, and let me find this, and let's find some CDs. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in there? Anybody that's want a life project? These are sold at Jim B for 20 and 20. If I'm going to do that, I better sell Darren Johnson, Godspeed You. Darren, do you still want Godspeed You for $20? If I'm going to do that deal with Jim, I better sell this to you for 20. If you do, Darren, just say sold. And that just helped me out even more right there. Bill Keenum off for 24 on the Grateful Dead. Sold. All right, let's try another 3 singles right quick. Next 3 singles are going up right now. We have 1, 2, and 3 more singles going up. We have Sonic Chrome. We have Lone Adam and Shipwreck. And those 3 for a $10 start. Darren Johnson gets Godspeed for $20. Thank you. Anybody else? What a night. What a night. All right, I'm going to condense these over here. Leslie said $9.99 on Tina. Is that still in here? Right here. That's sold to Leslie for $9.99. And we'll be doing this again tomorrow. I'll start sometime between 5 and 5:30. I'm about to do a quick CD blast. Let me see what I've got over here, over there, and a little bit of everywhere. Let me see if Tanner brought that box a little bit closer. Adam on Life Project. Oh, I didn't. Yes, 1 LP. Sorry, I thought you were maybe answering somebody. Life Project. There's another one sold for $16. Does anybody else want these? We've got several. Somehow we ended up with almost all 30 numbered copies. That guy, we bought a lot of these from a record store. He must have done a deal with this label or something and got all 30 of them signed and on that color vinyl because he had all 30 of them. So if anybody else wants one, thank you, no. No, I can't do 14 on Grateful Dead. That would be more than half off. But if you want it for 24, I'll sell it to you. This is new, $30, and that is a really good pressing of that. But if you don't want it, that's okay. But no, I can't do 14. That would be more than half off on that. It's marked for $29.99. All righty, so let me flip over this crate. And Darren has those 3 singles for $10. So these are sold to Darren for $10. And let's do the, I guess technically 2, 4, 6, 7 that didn't sell earlier for $14. So there's 7 from earlier, $14. Bill Keenum says he will take the Grateful Dead for $24. Okay, we'll leave that on your name then. That's a good price on that. I have one of those myself. I never had kept an OG copy of Terrapin Station, and when those got reissued, I thought it was pretty cool because it was on tortoise green. I thought it was pretty cool because they were on tortoise green colored vinyl. I actually kept that. I don't have many OG Grateful Dead albums in my collection because I always sell them because they demand pretty good money, and I'm not like a huge Deadhead, but I do have a couple OG albums like the one with Truckin' on it. American Beauty. I definitely have an OG of that. That's a classic album. These are sold to Jerry Ferguson. Let's do 3 more before I walk away. Another quick auction of 3. 1, 2, 3 here. And these 3, what have I pulled out? State Route 522. State Route 522. That one is marked $22. And Social Circle. Those 3 for a $10 start. And let's see if I can find maybe like a short and sweet little batch of CDs to do. And hopefully tomorrow we'll have a full night of them, but we've took vinyl tonight all the way to the end. Amazing. All right. What have I got? Are these going to be good or bad? They look pretty good. I see some good and some stuff I don't know what they are, so. Let me start trying to take some off the top. The ones I can see, I'll try to grab. These are $6.99, no more, no less. Darren has these for $10, final call. All right, so these CDs, here's the rules. They're $6.99, no more, no less. All CDs, $6.99. Ray Charles, Genius Loves Company. Genius Loves Company. Dizzy Gillespie, Endlessly. Garrison Farrell, A Blue Deeper Than Blue. Tiger Okoshi, Echoes of a Note. I Remember Jaco Pastorius, some kind of tribute. Oregon, these are from that jazz radio station. And I can tell you that because they have notes on how to pronounce stuff. Oregon, Always, Never, and Forever. We have Tuck and Patty, Dream, Windhill Jazz. And then the stuff on the bottom looks more like rock and pop. So it looks like the ones on the top are from the radio station. And then I see a lot of rock and pop on the bottom of the box. And that's where 10,000 Maniacs came from. 10,000 Maniacs, 10,000 Maniacs, the very best of 10cc, television personalities, television personalities, television personalities, and here comes the sharp things, and those are all $6.99. All right, and so Darren, you get these 3 singles for $10. Let's do some more, but first I've got Leslie on Ray Charles. And yes, that's the duets with Natalie Cole and Norah Jones and Elton John. That's sold to Leslie for $6.99. Ada Bernardi on Echoes. And Ada Bernardi, that was for Ada Bernardi on Echoes. What was Echoes? Am I crazy? Oh, Echoes of a Note. Tiger. That is sold to Adam. And then Leslie, you're first on 10,000. Let me know if you want Our Time in Eden or Blind Man Zoo. And then Robin Glenn, Tracy, you're second. Robin Glenn on 10cc. And you still have the Wednesday LP from the last crate. Wednesday. I can tell you in 1 second. Widespread Wednesday, yes, I do. EX condition, $14.99. Next handful of CDs coming at you right now. Leslie gets both 10,000 Maniacs, $6.99, $6.99. 3 new singles. Hopefully Darren and Chris and Craig and Jim's all still watching. Here's the next 3. We have 7 Days of Samsara, Scare Tactics, and Sex Did Nessus. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. More CDs. Duncan Sheik, for promotion use only, not for sale. 10,000 Maniacs, In My Tribe. Switches, Lay Down the Law. Awana Texeria, Where the Darkness Goes. The Best of Sugar Ray. Sugar Ray. Sugar Ray. The London Suede, Dogman Star. Suede. That's the London Suede. And Suddenly Tammy, We Get There When We Do. Those are all $6.99. Gene gets Wednesday for $12. You got it. This is sold to Gene Brown for $12. Leslie gets the other 10,000 Maniacs. 10,000 Maniacs sold to Leslie for $6.99. Sold. New handful. If you change your mind, you decide you want anything in there, let me know. Final call on those singles for $10. That might be the last lot. Otherwise, I'm going to forget about them, and they won't be moving as fast as some of these other ones have. But that's okay. Next thing we have are these. We have That Petrol Emotion. I also have That Petrol Emotion. We have Therion. Fairly. Is that metal? It could be. Daniel Martin Moore. This is awfully light. Does it have a disc in it? Yeah. Daniel Martin Moore and Joanne Shelley. Steel Skin, The Mind's Eye. Snow Patrol, Final Straw. The Steels Young Band, and that has the hit song Long May You Run. Rod Stewart, Downtown Train. And Suddenly Tammy. These are all $6.99. Robin wants the best of SR. That's the best of Sugar Ray. Lucas on Suede. Now, do you want Suede or the London Suede? We'll call that one Suede and that one London Suede. I think they're the same band, though, right? These singles are a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants them. And then we have those I just read off. These two are pending. So I'm going to go ahead and stack these back here. And if anybody else wants anything in that stack, let me know. Okay? Let's grab some more CDs then. And the next CDs are going to go up right now. Let's take some of this off the front, off the top, and see what I got here. All right. I've got Larry Coryell, Heavy Feel. Joey Alexander, My Favorite Things. Frank Sinatra, Selections from Sinatra, New York. Kat Edmondson, Dreamers Do. Ekpharsis, New Music for Horn Electronics. Sealed, Joshua Michael. Black Art Jazz Collective, Ascension. All About That Basie, the Count Basie Orchestra. All About Basie. All About Basie. Are these different volumes or is that the same thing? That's the same thing. I've got 3 of them. Music from the Motion Picture, That Old Feeling. Sarah Vaughan, The George Gershon Songbook, Volume 1. All right, so the last thing was Guy Shard put RS. That was for Rod Stewart. Right, Guy? You were the next comment. Rod Stewart. Adam Bernardi on the Neil Young. Lucas wants Just Suede. I think that's the same one, David Hoy. The Therion is symphonic metal. I had a feeling it was. It looked like it. And then Adam Bernardi on Kat Edmondson. That's so to Adam Bernardi. And Bill Keenum wants one of those bassies. Just one of them. So to Bill Keenum. Okay. And now that London Suede is still available. And that stack leaves the following. Larry Coryell, Joey Alexander, Sinatra, That Old Feeling, Sarah Vaughan, Joshua Michael, Black Art Ensemble, and 2 bassies are still available. Okay. Now, new handful. We have. Let's grab some from the bottom now. Those came off top. Let's grab some from the bottom. 7 Nations. The Sex Pistols. Nevermind the Bullet. Bob Seger's Greatest Hits. She Seger or Shay Seger, The May Street Project. Senseless Things, the first of too many. Robbie Robertson, Storyville. Robbie Robertson, Music for the Native Americans. Ride, Nowhere. Ride, Smile. And did y'all remember where the collection? No, I haven't had a chance to ask Paul. Well, actually, you know what? I did. Did I ask him already? I need to make a reminder to ask Paul again. I want to think they were Texas. Not the first Texas punk collection I bought, but I think he went down there with Tyler a while back and bought some a second time. Leslie on Bob Seger Hits. And the Useless Eaters on Sex Pistols. All right. Awesome. Let's put these right back here. And that left 7 Nations. Shay Seger, Senseless Things, Robbie Robinson, Ride and Ride. He said he can't remember. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know. If I would have had them a lot more recently, I could have told you, but some of that stuff's gotten buried and That's what happens. Is this signed? I'm looking out for more autographs tonight because that's where these have come from. Is this signed by Duke Ellington? I was about to say, there's no way. No, it's signed by WMO. Okay, I think it's signed by DJ. Thanks for supporting WMOT. Yeah, it's probably a giveaway. Duke Ellington means Count Basie. Middleton. I told y'all these came from that Middle Tennessee radio station. The MTSU College radio station. It looks like it's signed by one of the DJs. It was a giveaway. But yeah, we found 3 or 4 good autograph CDs earlier. Joe Morello going places, and now Darren Johnson's first. He said he wants both rides, and then Patrick, you were second. You were close, Patrick, but Darren got him first. Joe Morello going places. Oh, before I do that, let me put these right back here. Okay, and then we got Things of Stone and Wood Junk Theater. Things of Stone and Wood Whirligig. Swans. White Light from the Mouth of Infinity. Swans. So Duke Ellington, Count Basie. That's a pretty popular deal there. It was a radio station giveaway. That's a popular one. I know that one. Matthew Sweet Girlfriend. Oh my gosh! Swimmer Surreal. Swoon 23. Smashing Orange. And Elliott Smith. I hope nobody was watching. That did not just happen. That did not just happen. That did not just happen. Smashing Pumpkins Greatest Hits. I'm checking them live right now. Ride, Carnival of Light. The Best of the Seekers. The Sea and the Cake, One Bedroom. The Sea and the Cake, The Biz. The Sea and the Cake. The Strokes. And original pirate material, The Streets. All right. So the first thing we had was Useless Eaters on SW. Useless Eaters on SW. And SW was SW was for Swans, maybe? SW? Or excuse me, Useless Eaters, yeah, SW. And then the next is Ada Bernardi on Elliott. Ada Bernardi on Elliott. That was Elliott Smith here on top. And then Useless Eaters on ES. That was Elliott Smith. Okay, so that's already sold. And then we have Carla De Roche on the Smashing Pumpkins. Rotten Apples, the best of. Joe Kolosky on Ride Carnival. That's so to Joe Kolosky. Bill Keenum says, take the Basie and Ellington and send cake. Now, what just happened there? Basie and Ellington. That was the one that was autographed by the radio DJ, right? That's so to Bill Keenum. Now, what do you mean by send cake? And then IE all C and cake. And GMB wants the autographed Taylor Swift CD. Yeah, that is not $6.99. Let me figure out what's going on with that thing, though. And we have... Oh, man. The C and the cake. There's 2 of them. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. Jim B says he'll pay double. The C and the cake. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Seeing that autographed Taylor Swift CD has completely crashed my brain. The last bid was, or the first comment that wasn't pulled was Useless Eaters put SW. And I'm just trying to figure out what that is. And then the next comment for sure was Adam Bernardi got Elliott Smith, and that's confirmed. And then Carla DeRoche got Smashing Pumpkins. Joe Kolosky got Ride Carnival. And next thing we have is, yeah, C and Cake. I do. And there's two. There's the C and the Cake and the C and the Cake the Biz. There's two different ones, Bill Keenum. There's the C and the Cake self-titled and the C and the Cake the Biz. Now, you also got the Count Basie. Now, here's my policy on autographs. Here's my policy on significant autographs. My policy on significant autographs is this. I don't sell them unless I confirm it's authentic. I can have this pre-checked in about 48 hours. Now, what I tend to do is wait until we get it certified, like actually get a sticker on it. Is this real? 100%. I can tell you right now because these came signed and sealed like this. I will say right now, I've had her signature. It's good to go. But I don't like selling stuff like this unless I know for sure. Let me have it pre-checked at JSA, okay? Let me have this pre-checked at JSA. And then we will have this auctioned on a probably upcoming night. But if we can do one or two things, I can say it's good, I've had it pre-checked, blah, blah, blah. We'll auction it, or I've got to wait and get it certified and actually get a sticker on it or get a letter, and that's going to take a few months. It's going to take maybe 4 or 5 months for all that to happen. If it takes a letter, I've got to check on her stuff. I don't think hers takes a letter. If it was on like a guitar or a photo, but I think a CD that she probably signed a bunch of, I don't think it requires a letter. So I might can get that certified a lot quicker. But I don't like selling stuff significant like that unless we know. Unless it's JSA good to go. Bill Keenum wants both of these. So, yeah, what a find. And last night we found 2 signed Cheap Trick CDs. So, but, you know, I don't want to sell it and then it turn out to be bad. That's why I don't do that. I do not price significant autographs on the fly. Has nothing to do with me demanding more money. It has more so I don't want to sell a fake autograph. I'm very, very confident that's authentic, though. That's exactly how she signs. There's videos. Have y'all seen the videos? Like, she takes these, they ship her these artwork books, and she signs them, like at her house and stuff. And then she ships them back, and they put them in the CDs and stuff. So, yeah, that's it's real, but we gotta do all the due diligence. Because as I've become an autograph dealer, I follow a few rules, and I don't sell anything without proper authentication. I can't believe no one got Matthew Sweet. Let's show some more CDs. Maybe there's another one down in here. Maybe there's about 10 more signed by her. That would be great. And by the way, if you've bought CDs from me tonight, be sure to check. By the way, we got the here. Be sure you check these and flip stuff open, okay? I guarantee some of y'all are going to come back in a couple weeks when y'all start getting these in the mail and say, Chad, that booklet was autographed on the inside. So make sure y'all check stuff, okay? Dolly does sign autographs, but she's hard to get to. Her autograph's pretty pricey. Dolly is a tough one to get to. You can't just get the Dolly Parton, so her autographs are pretty desirable. We got we got and we have the Yearning, Tito Puente, and there's some kind of homemade deal. You probably don't want that one. Now, if you've bought a CD from me, check the books, okay? I guarantee some of y'all have bought autographs because a lot of artists sign like the centerfold. of these. You know what I'm saying? I have a Black Sabbath I showed last night. It was signed by Ozzy Geezer. It's signed in the centerfold, and somebody could have slipped it back in there and totally forgot. The artist signs them like that. Be sure you check these. Leslie, let me know if you want the. But Guy Shard, I'll keep you in the loop, okay? Because I know you've been asking for signed Taylor Swift stuff. The most incredible signed Taylor Swift item I had was that poster. Do y'all remember that? It was signed by George Strait, Alan Jackson, George Jones, Taylor Swift. I think I sold it way too cheap. Way too cheap. What, about 6 or 8 months ago? I mean, we sold it for a few $1,000s, but it was still way too cheap. So, had a short lyric story from this work for Evil Dead. See? I got a CD from me signed by Fred Durst. I'm telling y'all, there's no way I can check all these. If I check all these, then we would never be able to sell them. I'm checking them if I can see it on the front, or if I know maybe like that Cheap Trick, I knew they had signed a bunch of those and it's an insert, so I need to check. But I'm sure some of these, there's no telling. Yeah, Fred Durst, I wish I had that back. Chris, I'll give you $10 for it if you send it back to me. $10 if you send it back to me. Plus, I don't know if they're real or not. Just kidding, gotcha. Okay. Joss Stone. Michael Shee. Michael Shee. David Friesen. George Gershon, sealed. The original manuscripts, it's sealed. Jimmy Smith. And we have the Frank Cap Trio. And that presents Ricky Woodard. Those are all $6.99. Leslie on JS, and that's for Joss Stone. Probably not Jimmy Smith. And let's do another handful. I'm curious what else is in this box. Tuck and Patty. The Leon Thomas Blues Band. Mark Egan, Carl Latham, and John Hart. Pat Martino. Mike Monraney Crescent. Gail McDermott. Pacific Mambo Orchestra. That Petrol Emotion. They Might Be Giants. The Story of Them featuring Van Morrison. The Dusk. Phil Urso and Carl Saunders. Robert Trowers. And Tuck and Patty. These are all $6.99. Unless I find something autographed, then I have first right of refusal. If I say sold, hopefully I don't find out later it's signed. The singles of the Asturto Sandoval and Carmen Souza and the Silver Messengers. All right. How much time do we have left? We're probably near the end. I probably need to be saying good night. Facebook's probably about to expire. Susie said we had 15 minutes about 9 minutes ago, so we probably have less than 5. John Durden wants that Petrol Emotion. John Durden, that's so do you. And then there's 2 thes to pick from, Leslie. Dusk or the Singles Collection. Your pick on those, Leslie. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. What a lot of fun this has been. Leslie gets both thes. We were able to knock out a big chunk there. There's some stuff in this box. I'll start with these tomorrow when we do CDs. I see some interesting stuff coming up. I'm not going to touch them until then. What is the Galt McDermott? It was Waiting for the Limo, Gail McDermott, and the New Pulse Jazz Band. And then somebody Somebody asked for a Savaki slow dive earlier. That was during the middle, I think, of all the Taylor Swift craziness. Who asked for a Savaki? Joe Kolowski wants a Savaki slow dive. Could you answer my request from the very beginning of the show? Can you remind me of what that request was? What was the request from the very beginning of the show, and I'll let you know. And then we need to pull Joe. Make a note because I probably can't find it before I end the feed. There's less than 5 minutes on Facebook, so I need to start telling everybody thank you and good night. Joe, I found it. Joe Kolowski gets a Savaki slow dive. That's going to be the last record in the crate unless I add something else. Thank you. We got a cool Taylor Swift CD discovery. It could be sold next week. It could be sold in 3 months. I don't know. Let me see what those things go for. Welcome, everybody. And then Discogs, the 3 vinyl Taylor Swift offer, I'll buy the 3. Oh, yeah. There's more than 3, though, isn't there? Okay, I can answer your question before we end, because Facebook's about to end, but we can continue this over on YouTube for a second. Yeah, we can. I never did see your question at the beginning of the sale. Just FYI, whenever I go live at the beginning of the sale, I may not look at the chat for the first 5 or 10 minutes. So, okay, so on Discogs, the 3, give me 1 second. Let me go get I actually know where those are at. So, Guy, let me go get those. I can go show you where those are at. And there's 2 minutes left. I actually have a timer. I have a timer here in front of me. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Yeah, this is let me go get those. I actually have them in our safe. I have the Taylor Swift records. They're actually in our safe in the back. So let me go get that. All right. So here's what's in question. This stuff is literally like gold. We have these locked up in our safe here at the store, these Taylor Swift singles. It's folks, it's the equivalent of gold. Let me take these sold items in here before I have a spiel, because I got to get my laptop out. The David Friesen CD. Okay. David Friesen. Adam. I bet Facebook. How did he get that comment in? We've already been streaming over 8 hours. All right, so I feel like I need to stay on and offer these to guys since we are holding back on the Taylor Swift. So maybe this will make up for me holding back on the CD. But I promise you don't want to make sure. You want to make sure on an autograph before you start spending $200, $300, $400, $500. It's good, especially somebody like Taylor. There's probably somebody out there right now trying to figure out how to forge your autograph on something. So you got to be careful. All right, so Taylor for sale. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So Adam Bernardi wants 2 of David Friesen CDs. And there's one here. I see that one. And was there another one? I see that one right there before I start moving these. And then let me try to find the other one. David Friesen. I see one of them. It's right here. You sure there was another one, Adam? He might not be on, unless that's him. Are you Champataro? This is for sure sold to Adam Bernardi. It was a double CD. That might be what you were thinking. Okay, so on Discogs right now, we have this one for... This one's $550. This one is $600. This one's $400, and this one's $500. And I have some I'm going to make sure I don't have an additional. I think that's all of them. But I do have some additionals. But the lowest numbers I have listed. So I've got 2 Tim McGraws. I've got 2 more Teardrops. Another Should Have Said No. And 2 more Picture to Burn. And so these are $550, $600, $400, and $500. Now, the last time I've sold these, I've sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these already. I sold one for $600, $550, $500, $400, $400, $500, and $500. That's what I've sold, and those are various ones, but that's what I've actually sold them for. So they will sell, and I actually sold most of them, guess when? During Christmas time. Last year, I sold them on November 30th, December 3rd, December 1st, December 1st, November 18th. That was some of the dates. So they were definitely, one guy bought all 4 of them, and he said it was for his daughter's Christmas gift. I was like, oh my gosh. So he dropped like $2,000. Now here's what I'll do. Last night, Grog bought a couple box sets, and I gave him 10% off because that would be the Discogs fees. That would be the Discogs fees, and that is the best I can do on them. Like I said earlier, when I got them out of the safe, these are as good as gold. No hurry to sell them, and they will sell for those sticker price on Discogs. But Discogs is going to charge me a fee, so usually what I do is whatever's on Discogs, I'll do 10% off. So let me add those up, and we'll round up the penny on my calculator here. So they are $600. They are $550. They are $400 and $500. So $2,050. I'm going to sell them to you for $1,845. Deal's done. Now what I'm going to do is, let me see if you're okay with these numbers. That way I don't have to relist these on Discogs. So I do have one of each in here. So I'm going to give you Picture to Burn number 2243. I'm going to give you Shoulda Said No number 79. Teardrops on My Guitar, I'm going to give you number 72. And Tim McGraw, I'm going to give you number 57. If that's good with you, just say sold. And that way I don't have to relist these on Discogs. And there's a complete set. $1,845. Done. Folks, we got an air horn at 1:42 a.m. The Facebook crowd mixed it. I've never done a deal so late for such amount of money. Thank you, Guy Shard. These are sold to you for $1,845. Taylor Swift, a bundle deal on the 4 record store day. Picture to Burn, Shoulda Said No, Teardrops on My Guitar, and Tim McGraw. 4 sealed record store day singles. No. They're not autographed. No, they're just, they demand that kind of money. Sealed. Nice. We're going to take very good care of these for Guy Shard. Thank you. And now, if anybody else is out there, I have 1 set left. And then I have an additional Teardrop, an additional Picture to Burn, an additional Tim McGraw. You can say whatever you want. Let me tell you this right now. Probably one of the best investments you can make in vinyl. If you have no interest whatsoever in Taylor Swift at all, but you like to invest in something, that's why I'm in no hurry to sell these. Think about her fan base when they get a little bit older and have more money to spend, right? Think about, I know a lot of girls that are in love with her that are close to my age. What about in maybe 10 or 20 more years? Just given the value of inflation, time value of money, and as her fan base grows, they only made 4,000, 4,000, and 4,000. And that other one, they only made how many? One of them's a little bit less. No, they're all 4,000. They're all 4,000. So, I've actually seen multiple different people be like, the best buy for your money would probably be some of these right now. It's like, what are they going to be selling for in 10 years? You know they're not going to go down. There's no way. Picture to Burn is, it's listed for $500, so it's $450. $450. I have already sold one on Discogs for $500, and I sold another one. Yeah, I've already sold 2 for $500 and $500. These actually walked in the door one day. My mom had just opened. My mom had opened the store, and I'd actually left that morning, so I was up really late, and she texted me, and all this stuff was spread across the counter, all these Taylor Swift records, including other albums, and she said, there's a man here that says he watches your shows, and he wants to know if you want to buy these. And I actually pulled over, and I said, whoa. I said, don't let him leave. And I texted her, and I said, let's do a deal. I ended up talking to her, and I bought these. And he had like 3 each of each one, or maybe 4. And then about the next week, Paul went and bought that collection in Nashville where that guy worked, I think, for this label. And he had another 2 each of them. And it was just insane. We had so many at one time. So I think I sold one set here live. We did sell a set here live like last September. Somebody bought all 4 of them live. And then I've sold 2, 4, 6, 7 on Facebook. And then here's what I have left. So, yeah, pretty amazing. I got so many all together because most people that have these aren't going to sell them. And most people, when I've posted them, they're like, how much are those? And when I say they're $500, they're like, are you kidding me? And I'm like, no, go try to find them. They're very pricey. All right, well, that it. We are at the end of the store. We're at the end of the show. She does have an album that sells for like, what's that one that sells for like $5,000? I've had this right here. I'm on eBay right now. I had that box right there. That still holds pretty much the value of one of the most expensive records I've ever sold. I had that. We sold it for, it should still be on PopPsych, what I sold it for. Let me see if it's on here. I did just sell that Iron Maiden. I need to do some research. Yeah, look at these. Taylor Swift Reputation. That just sold for $13,000. That one sold for $10,000 and that one sold for $10,000. Those are on eBay. Mine is, wow, yeah. All this stuff used to not be on here. That just tells me the demand. That's crazy. Some of these, most of this stuff used to not be on here. This is all 2024. It's been a long time since I've been on here. There's where one sold for $5,000. Yeah, mine used to be on page 1. There's mine right there. November 5th, 2022 or 2020. That's our counter up on the store. But yeah, $3,550. That was ours. That's on PopPsych still. That was ours right there. Yep. That used to be on page 1 though. See, that's from 2020. I've got it organized by highest first, but you see, mine used to be like on page 1. It was like the most expensive Taylor Swift item that had sold on there. So, yeah, all this stuff has been. So now everything is $5,000 and up is all within the last year, mostly within the last year or two. And so that tells me now stuff is getting into the $5,000. Some of the most expensive stuff, $3,000, $5,000, $7,000, $10,000. Before long, that 2LP orange will be $20,000. So it is wild. Very, very wild. And it's going to continue to go up because all that stuff is limited edition. Like, it's not like they can just make more of it. It's gone. It's sold out. There's no more. So, one autograph. Okay, I can try. I told y'all the other night I knew a guy with some autographs. I hadn't reached out to him because honestly I forgot, but I do have to reach out to him now. So, I'll try to snag some. Maybe I can do some trading with him or something. All right. Thank you. Let's end right there. If anybody's still watching on TikTok, be sure to come and see us again tomorrow. Thank you. And I've only got one thing to say. I really appreciate you guys, Shard. Big purchase tonight. He bought these 4 Taylor Swift singles, $1,845. He asked for the Discogs discount, and he got it. We'll be back tomorrow to do this again. Laura's already been here pricing records for tomorrow. Paul will be back tomorrow, I think. And then John will be here tomorrow again pricing stuff. Look for the video at 6 a.m. So much great new vinyl left over tonight. There'll also be a vintage discount bin at 9 o'clock. We're done. Thanks, everybody. Good night. See y'all the next time. I'll be live right here between 5 and 5:30. We'll do it again. Thank you, Chris, Guy, anybody else still watching, Bill Keenum. Anybody else wants to say good night? We've reached the end of the road. This is it. Thank y'all, and good night.